his third touchdown run. Arizona State just has not been able to tackle him.
Utah, 42-10 winners over Arizona State. That was Kyle Whittingham's dream game right there, wasn't it? The way they ran the ball, the way they played defense. That's his ideal recipe.
Yeah, but I'm going to ask you, please don't ask about the offensive line anymore.
Okay, sure, maybe.
We're halfway through the season. We got it already.
That was an awesome performance by them.
Continue to believe that Merriweather is a good receiver.
Okay.
Yeah, they ran the ball great. I mean, that's who he is. And that's their recipe for winning. They're not going to beat you through the air. It's a similar situation, but I think BYU's is right now. As Bachmeier gets older, I think they'll be able to open it up more and get some more experience. Dampier, he already has that experience, but that's not who he is. He's a runner, obviously, so you've got to be able to run the ball. And he did. He's very elusive. It was almost untackleable. And Kyle basically saying that he didn't do that against Texas Tech because he was hurt. So that leads you to believe that if he's not hurt, who can beat him? Can't have one without the other, right?
It does seem that way, and it was odd that he brought that up. That didn't really seem...
It was a response to a question.
Yeah.
But he extended it.
I thought he went there on his own. He didn't really have to bring up that
Most
game.
of the people who cover Utah these days are fans.
Yeah.
And so they're going to, like when you ask, what does it say? Those types. Usually whoever asks a what does it say question is a fan of that team. Because they never ask when you suck, what does it say?
It doesn't come up. It doesn't. Coach, you lost by 30. What does it say about your team? There's no what does it say after Texas Tech. You gave up touchdowns on the last three possessions. Well, what does it say about the defense, the way they let go of the rope? Nobody.
So, I thought about that a lot over the weekend. That's what he was responding to a question. But he did go beyond the question.
He did.
And
I thought it was him when he brought that up. I definitely noticed it, and I thought he wanted to say that. I mean, he definitely believes that. I mean, he could be right, he could be wrong, but he believes it.
Well, fine. I'm sure the Devils believe they would have been much better if Levitt was there.
I think they would have been much better. I thought what you said after the game was spot on, is that the offense could have been much better. The offense could have put more pressure on Utah's offense because maybe the game is closer and all of that. But the fact that Utah ran for all those yards didn't have anything to do with Levitt.
Just
it's
like
the ASU defense. Yeah.
I don't think a healthy Dampier would have beaten Texas Tech, and I don't think a healthy Sam Levitt would have beaten Utah. So it
the line
matter.
of scrimmage, like nobody else could run the ball against Texas
But
Tech
that's
either.
the games
Right.
teams that don't win play.
Sure. And the way it's set up in college football, there could be a sinking game, so tell yourself that. And you do see in the NFL that the way the first game goes between two teams, we see the second game in these division rivals or matchup in the playoffs. It doesn't always go the same way. So.
I would love to see either BYU or Utah get a shot at Texas Tech. Now, obviously, BYU will get that in the regular season, but I'm talking about
second one.
The
assuming
final
Texas,
game.
Yeah, assuming Texas Tech is going to be there like we think they're going to be.
That's not an assumption. Have you looked at their schedule?
It's soft.
It is big time soft.
They better not mess this up.
They're a virtual lock, and I know Morton got hurt the other day, and they're saying, but I mean they go to Tempe next week, and they're a double-digit favorite. Yeah, I don't see them losing.
DJ PK.
Hashtag Utah State.
Barnes stepping up, throwing to the outside. It's caught into the end zone. Touchdown, Utah State. Brock Lane, his second touchdown, reels it in on the near sideline, and the Aggies have taken the lead right back. In shotgun is Alejado all by himself. Now motions a man to the near side. Alejado looking right, now having to step up. He's got tons of room to the 10, to the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown. Not the intended way it was expected to go for Hawaii, but the field opened up and Alejado said, all right, I'll do my best Bryson Barnes impersonation. And he walks into the end zone for the score. And here comes Hawaii with a chance to take an 8-point lead.
Utah State.
Hold on. Continue.
Hold on, continue. Red light, green light.
The Hawaii quarterback is doing the impersonation of the Utah State. Might be the other way around. You see the score?
Utah State beaten by Hawaii 44-26. in Honolulu. What Scotty said early on was true. It was back and forth. They were trading touchdowns. Aggies got the ball first in the first half. They were down 24-20 and went down and scored. 26-24, didn't get the conversion. And then Hawaii took over and scored the last 20 points. 17-0 in the fourth quarter, and they win going away 44-26. Aggies fall to 3-3 on the year. Hawaii's improved to 5-2. Now back home to face San Jose State. Bronco's going to join us coming up at 8:30. We'll talk with the Aggie head coach, Bronco Mendenhall. DJ PK.
Hashtag college football.
Simpson gets the ball, dumps it off, Hill, caught, touchdown Alabama. Daniel Hill, the sophomore from Meridian.
Fernando takes the snap, they pressure him, the throw to the end zone, touchdown! EJ! Wow, what a play, and it was actually Surratt who made the catch. But I'm telling you what now, that was some throw by Fernando Mendoza.
Saying under Carson Hinsman. Gets the snap, tosses in the right corner of the end zone. Jeremiah Smith got it for 6. Jeremiah Smith runs under the pass in the right corner of the end zone on a 2-yard scoring toss.
Stone gets the snap, hands to Kamalafe. Bursts away at the 5, he's in! Touchdown! Caleb Kamalafe kept his legs moving. They thought they had stopped him. He reaches the end zone, and the Wildcats go back in front with 4:51 to go.
Dickey gets the handoff in the backfield, delays, finds a hole, big one, 45, 40, 35, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown Red Raiders. Cameron Dickey with his second long touchdown run.
Highlights from a full weekend of college football. Who stunned and amazed you, or is it everything happened on Saturday, overwhelmed on Sunday by a coach getting fired who was in the national semifinals last year and is owed $49 million?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, obviously, was Indiana. I don't think anything else compares to that. They are for real. No more what-ifs. What about this? There's light schedule, this or that. No, they had a big game going into Oregon, and they won that thing. And now I don't think it means it's a devastation for Oregon. Ohio State went in there last year and lost, and it didn't matter. But it's more about Indiana as a legitimate team. I don't think that you can make excuses. They remind me of so many years I used to make excuses for Boise, and then I came to the realization, they got a really good team. I'm done making excuses for them like I used to do with Gonzaga basketball. Long since that was years ago. That's well over a decade ago. I used to think, that's just a West Coast team, West Coast Conference, but that's done. And so same thing for Indiana.
So do you make that new era, new money, things have changed?
As a great football coach is what I make it.
Indiana, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, all top 10, actually probably all top 5 teams now. And none of those are teams you would expect to be top 5. Maybe A&M, but they put together a lot of 8-4 seasons.
Well, why wouldn't I expect
it? They're all undefeated.
I know, but why wouldn't I expect it?
Because those aren't teams that are
Texas
usually
A&M?
top 5. Not top 5. They've had a lot of 8-4 seasons.
I don't care about that. You assign people who put a number next to it because they vote. How the hell do I know whether they're a top 5 team?
They're a combined 18-0.
They're a great team, yeah.
All three of them.
Texas Tech, no. I mean, they paid $80 million to send their coach away, so they obviously got money, and now the money's above board. So I don't care what they did 7-8 years ago under the guy who coached at Arizona now, whose name escapes me, who got fired, Kevin Sumlin. I mean, what difference does that make? It's about what they are now. Indiana's a great team. I don't know what their money is. And who was the other one that you're surprised by?
Indiana, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M.
Ole Miss is, Lane Kiffin, he's got it going on. And so SEC teams, no. And then I'm embarrassed for the state of college football that people care that much that you would pay a coach and then have to pay him $49 million to not coach. In the world in which we live in,
seems irresponsible.
The sport should be embarrassed that people care that much. I'm of the Scotty Scheffler thing when he gave that speech.
Yeah. After he said, it's great, I won. And
then you go on.
A little while later, it's like, so what?
I know.
I know.
That's always the way I viewed sports, that it's nothing more than entertainment. And it's in the moment, and then certainly by the next day, the moment is over, and then you get back to things that really matter in life. And that's all. It's temporary happiness. It's not lifelong joy that really matters. And to go and fire him because he lost a couple of ball games and his record is outstanding, and okay, so be it. But then somebody's gonna pony up. Somebody cares enough to give him $49 million.
Unreal.
That's embarrassing.
I know.
What could you do with that kind of money? I'm embarrassed for people who think that matters enough, that this is something that we must do or we're not going to survive. Our very happiness is at stake. The foundation of our lives matters, that we must replace this man halfway through the season because he lost 2 games that we can't believe. Certainly you cannot say you're stunned that they lost to Oregon in overtime. Right?
That doesn't seem to
right?
be the one.
Yeah. And you have to go for 2 on the second series because we're worried about player safety. Meanwhile, we can play Saturday night the way we did. No, you're worried about TV windows. You're not worried about player safety. You're worried about the friggin' money. That's what you're worried about because TV pays you to put these. I don't ever want to hear anybody criticize any young player for getting paid when they put them out there in those types of conditions Saturday night and make them play football. And then we have to send this guy away because he lost to Northwestern and UCLA. And that's just intolerable. And we have to give him $49 million? Well, what the hell's the difference? We could have given $149 million. He must go. That's embarrassing.
13-3 with 2 playoff wins last year in the national semifinals. But now he's a bum. Oregon State fired Trent Bray in his second season. 0 for start in Corvallis. UAB fired Trent Dilfer. It's coach firing season now. We made it to October.
Yeah, well, now it's, they were fired in September.
They were.
I think it's acceptable. It used to be no way. Now it's,
Now it's okay. We're getting a start on the coaching search, so we have a coach in place for the transfer portal.
And I get that. Oregon State, I mean, their whole program was just taken out from underneath them. We've talked about it many times. But I don't know, and I don't know anything about UAB, nor do I care. So that's it's the good thing about it is it's a complete acknowledgement that this is a professional sport because this is what the pros do, this is what we do, so we can stop the charade about academics.
Texas Tech quarterback Baron Morton left the blowout win over Kansas with leg injury, considered day-to-day. He also left the Arkansas Pine Bluff game with an injury. He left Utah with an injury, 3rd time this year. But they keep rolling. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Utah Jazz beating in San Antonio, 134-130 Friday night. Bryce Sensabaugh had 26 points. Ace Bailey had 20. 0-2 in the preseason. They are home to face the Mavericks tonight at the Delta Center. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock. David Locke, Ron Boone will have the call beginning at 7 right here on the KSL Sports Zone. DJ PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Swung on, blasted, right field. This is gonna go. It is gone. Cal Raleigh. Oh, Canada. A solo home run, and this game is tied. The 3-2. Swung on, roped into left field, base hit. Julio steams around third base. He's being waved. Julio scores, and the Mariners have the lead. Jorge Polanco has been huge all postseason long. He's given the Mariners the lead.
Mariners get the win, 3-1 over Toronto. They lead the ALCS after winning Game 1. Game 2 today is on Fox at 2 o'clock. Dodgers and Brewers start the National League Championship Series tonight, 6 o'clock on TBS. They'll be playing Game 1 after the Brewers knocked out the Cubs Saturday night. Anybody going to stop the Dodgers here? For everybody else, it would be like once in a generation or once in several generations. For the Dodgers, it'd be, here we are again.
Yeah, Milwaukee had the best record in the league.
Yeah, 97 wins.
So it's only right if you go by the regular season, meaning something, that these two teams are here.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Real Salt Lake losing in Seattle to give up a goal in the opening minutes, fourth minute. Really weren't ready to play. The first 15 to 20 minutes, they were really in trouble. Fortunate they didn't give up another goal. Cabral saved a penalty, and they end up, that's it. They play their way back into the game, but got to be ready from the start, and they weren't. So now it goes down to the last game of the year. 4 teams for 2 berths. They're in with a win. They're sitting in a spot now, so teams behind them lose. Then they'll be in no matter what. But all the games will be simultaneous. They're going to be in St. Louis Saturday night, trying to clinch that playoff berth. DJ and PK.
#golf.
Xander Schauffele wins in Yokohama, Japan by 1 shot. Former BYU golfer Patrick Fishburne tied for 62 at 3 over. Xander Schauffele, 19 under. Small margins in golf. I suppose he had a disappointing year after having a really good year 2 years ago, but small margins, even here the win. 1 stroke.
Well, if you're that level of golfer, if you're not winning a major or multiple others, yeah, sure, it's a disappointing year. But
he's not that far from the mountaintop.
Right.
Yeah. DJ and PK.
#NHL.
Keller up top, Dursey, wrist shot, blocked, rebound, score! Number 22 has tied the game at 2. Jack McBain buries one past Soros. McBain, with no real passing options, has to use some geometry to get this puck to Sergachev. Loose puck. Gunther is able to drag it in front. Gunther scores! Dylan Gunther says goodnight in Music City. A Broadway special. Gunther goes 5-hole on Soros, and the Mammoth win in overtime.
3-2 the final. The Mammoth down going to the third period. Get the goal to force the OT and then win it. Dylan Gunther having a good game. Logan Cooley, Jack McBain also scored. McBain scored the tying goal. One of those in front who wants it more. You're trying to deflect the puck and the thing just dropped. And he beat everybody to it and scored. And Logan Cooley on a really good pass from Dylan Gunther on a 2-on-1. So there you go. Utah
I like
gets
the
one on
overtime
the
hockey with the reduced players.
Yeah, opens up the ice. Feels like something's always about to happen, whether it does or not. Feels like something's about to.
Yeah. And for this team, obviously, it's way early, but it's just acquiring as many points as you possibly can.
Yep. Good road win in Nashville. Can they get another one? They are in Chicago tonight to play the Blackhawks, who are bottom of the Western Conference. No expectations. Long rebuild there. Puck drop set for 6:30. 5:30 for hockey night in Utah. They'll be on the AM signal while the Jazz are on the FM 97.5. Hockey will be on 1280 The Zone. That's what's trending. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Sean Jayaraja joins us at 8 o'clock to talk Big 12 football and Utah BYU in the rivalry game. Bronco Mendenhall, Aggie football coach at 8:30. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We have the question of the day. Hot takes or toast? Next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got big delays on both I-15 and I-215 as you head north in Salt Lake County at this moment. New crash I-15 near 2700 south, backing up into South Salt Lake, and also an earlier crash on I-215 near California Avenue has traffic backed up into West Valley. This update is brought to you by Enbridge Gas, reminding you to prepare for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides. Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems, with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU remains undefeated in double overtime in Tucson. Bear Bachmeier on the victory.
Yeah, I think we just executed and we mitigated the mistakes. I mean, had a couple false starts in the third quarter and, nothing was really going our way. But we just kind of had each other's backs. And credit to the boys up front again for just being really physical and guys on the perimeter making plays, and then LJ being LJ. So.
Cougar Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Doesn't matter if it's lunch for 2 or catering for 100. Kenny J's Barbecue has you covered.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Never mind. My bad.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
Sometimes you just don't feel like you have a purpose anymore.
BYU defeats Arizona in overtime. Dramatic comeback on the road. Can you imagine the possibilities?
Oh, yeah, man. 12 and Zipola.
Yeah,
11
James.
and 1.
James says, yeah, that L is coming soon.
Jimmy.
Frank, all I can imagine is a win next week in any fashion. He doesn't care what
I can only imagine. There's a song by Winona Judd that says, I can only imagine, where she talks about dying and meeting Jesus. It's a great tune. I love Winona Judd's got an unbelievable voice. But yeah, it's BYU going to have that moment that Winona sings about. It's there for them, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you can make a strong case right now that the, what do they call, the floor would be 10 and 2. The ceiling obviously would be 12 and Zipola. You go 12 and 0, you're in. That's a fact. I mean, SMU proved that to an extent at 11 and 1. They didn't need to win the final game.
Even in the 4-team era, TCU went 12 and 0 and lost to K-State, and they didn't need to win to get in a 4-team playoff. 12 and 1 will get you in a 12-team for sure.
So you look at it, they got Texas Tech coming in, right? And then obviously Utah. And Cincinnati's coming in too, right? I mean, it's not going to be easy by any stretch, but we knew that. We talked about this whole time, that these next 5 games, and when A-Rod said 6, I was willing to go there with Arizona, and A-Rod turned out to be right. Obviously, you're going into the overtime periods. That's a hard-fought win that could go either way. That's clear. But they keep building the type of momentum that just infuses it in large dosages of confidence, not just little, large. You go on the road to Colorado, sold out place, blah, blah, blah. You get down early. You look like you're going to get run off the field. You come back and you win that ball game. Here, you get down crazy with the hour-plus delay and all that, but we knew that was coming. Heaven forbid they move the game up. No, we're player safety, yeah. Not above TV windows, though, guys. Make sure you understand that.
It's the priorities.
TV windows take precedent over everything. We can't move that thing up. No. So they come back and do all that stuff.
Could have flipped that with another game in another TV window.
No.
We have the technology.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Not gonna do that. So all those things down by, 10, and doing what they needed to do there. Very, very impressive. It's in a lot of ways for the growth of the young man, the grizzly bear, the Rockmeyer is something that he needs as opposed to winning, say, like 24-7 or something. I'd rather have this.
He feels the pressure.
Yeah.
He gets the confidence. Plus, all the teammates get the confidence in him.
And that's
because
huge right
they,
there.
They see him.
This guy's a winner.
Right. They see
believe in
him fail/struggle, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then they see him pull it together.
Right.
Which, in the post game that we played, I don't know, maybe you stayed up till the middle of the night to hear it or listen to it online.
Listened to it yesterday.
Yeah. But we played it again this morning, and he was talking about the first overtime. Yeah, they didn't go right. That was mostly my fault. So everybody in the huddle knows the play and whatever they were supposed to do. They've practiced it, whatever poor decisions he made there. He didn't really spell it out for us. But whatever poor decisions he made, and then they saw him in the second one just get to the end zone.
Yeah. And this is exactly what they need. And it's really cool for them to be able to have this opportunity to have him develop. Kalani talking about, well, the season's half over, so let's stop with this first-year freshman stuff. He has 6 games of starting experience and played just about every snap, I think save the first game and then maybe a little bit other there. But other than that, man, he's come through. The kid's a baller. It's why they were fired up. It's why they knew he was going to start from day one. Others told you differently, but that wasn't going to be the case. He was going to be the guy, and that's what happened, and he continues to be the guy, and they're ecstatic about him, and away you go. Now, they still have a very, very difficult schedule.
That's why I'm surprised you say 10-2 is the floor. You don't see a world where they could end up 9-3?
Well, sure.
Okay, well then 10-2 is not the floor.
But that's what I'm going at.
Okay.
It's unimaginable that they would go 9-3.
That's why I said you said 10-2 is the floor. You think 10-2 might be likely. I get
10
that.
10-2 is the floor. Yeah, I've been wrong 1,000 times. I very well could be wrong on this, but as I look at what they have, who they play, sure, that 9-3. But I'm saying 10-2. I mean, I want to be bold in my predictions. I don't want to be something that click. I'm going on to another station here. It's about entertainment. And
what?
So I see them, I'm going 10-2. No way I can pick them 12-0. I never pick anybody 12-0, and which at this point, no, you're not picking them 12-0. You're picking them 6-0, obviously, because they've already got 6 in the bank. But I just think something's going to go wrong. But maybe this is their magical year. Maybe this is their ASU from last year, where just about everything went right, and now things are going wrong for the Devils, and they're back to where they normally are. They're going into November fighting for bowl eligibility. Okay, if they finish 8-4, that's not so bad from where they were. But I mean, that's where I look at the program. But I don't bleed that stuff the way some fans do, and thankful that they do bleed it because we've had this great job for many years. But as I look for BYU, this is what I think is possible for them to achieve. I mean, Cignetti is getting a ton of run, as he should. But I believe their records are the exact same, 17-2 in their last 19 games.
Boom, there.
But Kalani ain't getting no run the way Cignetti is.
Yeah. Playing the Big Ten. The spotlight's brighter.
BFD.
Yeah.
It's about
I get that we say that and sit here, but most of the people are there, and that's what most of the people talk about. So doesn't make it fair, but, as you've told us many times, life ain't fair. What's fair? So
he's
whatever.
17-2 in his last 19 games. That's big time winning. And they're ranked higher. They're at home, and they're still an underdog to Utah. How
True
about
story.
that, Cougars? You need some motivation. You got it in spades. Wow.
For you card players.
Nobody believes in you. The wise guys don't believe in you. You're an underdog in your own crib. Let that sink into your domes. Take that to the 100th. Come on,
Crib
man.
Dome 100. There's the Triple Crown.
Yeah. So think about that. This team still disrespected. I'm shocked, borderline appalled.
DJ and PK, the Utes picking up another W, ready for the rivalry game. Question of the day up there for the Utes. How high are their expectations? We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a multi-vehicle crash northbound I-15 just before the I-80 junction in South Salt Lake. Delays are growing fast in that area. Stop-and-go traffic building up south of the south interchange with I-215. Also, another crash northbound I-15 in the backup from the crash of the south interchange as well. They're blocking center lane and the left shoulder, so add some extra time for your commute this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today, or once again, visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote, they stuck to the quote, it was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's AdvancedWindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah runs over Arizona State 42-10 Saturday night. Devin Dampier on what allowed him and his teammates to rush the ball so effectively.
A huge shout out to obviously Coach Beck. Play calling was magnificent, and again our O-line pretty easy running behind those guys. So I thought they gave me great space for me to be able to make plays, and yeah.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The artist of the day, Sammy Hagar, turning 78. Brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. The Utes dominate Arizona State in every aspect. How high are your expectations now? Sky high, PK?
I think as high as they can be.
11-1 high?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not everybody's on board. Don, ASU had no run defense and a backup quarterback. What did you expect?
Yeah, but they had a run defense.
They'd had a good run defense against TCU. They were really good against the run. And they were really good against the run on the road at Mississippi State. Baylor ran the ball on them.
That's why I think college statistics like that they just don't do anything for me. If you want to go in the conference when it's done, that's something. But these when you're mixing in out of conference and teams out of conference schedules are all over the place, it just really doesn't.
Yeah, but doesn't Mississippi State count? I mean, they look like a decent SEC team.
I have no idea.
It's not worried.
I couldn't name you their running backs. I couldn't name you anything about that team. It was one of those things where you dip in for a couple hours and then you're gone forever. So I'm not going to pretend that, I know all about Mississippi State. No, I don't know jack, nor do I want to know. I'm not paid to know about Mississippi State. So you can but me all you want, and I don't know.
I thought the fact they defended the run well in 2 of those 3 games indicated they'd probably be pretty good. Well, but they were terrible.
So then
they were
that's
terrible.
what I'm saying. And those stats, that's why I don't even look at them. They just clutter my mind. What do I need to look at them for? Plus, I got you to look at them.
You're welcome.
And if I thought it was something that I benefited from, I would say thank you. But I don't benefit from it, and that's an exact example why.
Tony says the excuse of Sam Levitt being out doesn't fit well when you allow 42 points to Utah's offense. Playing or not playing, that's a lot to give up to any team to still win.
I 100% agree, which is why I think the excuse of Devin Dampier not being 100% doesn't play well when you lose by 24 to Texas Tech. But yet they did that.
It was all there. I thought the fact that their offensive line couldn't get any push-up field at all was a major problem, regardless of who had the ball. It's not like he didn't run the ball well, but the running backs did. Nobody ran the ball well.
But that's what your coach would lead you to believe, that, and you can go back and listen, that he basically was saying the reason why we didn't play well was because the kid was hurt. And most players wouldn't even have played.
Utes looked really good, Brooks says. By the way, Levitt never played defense. All I've heard the last 2 years by Zuby fans is that injuries aren't an excuse. I can't wait till next week's game.
Well, it's here now.
There it is.
You don't have to wait much longer.
It's now this week's game.
I don't get that, but I'm grateful that he has that type of passion. like his life is going to depend on it. And this is so foreign to me, but that's the way these folks are. And good for them.
How high are your expectations now? Very simple answer right here. Sky high, says Ben.
Tell me who beats them.
Sky high. BYU, Cincinnati.
That's it.
Yeah, it is.
That's all you got.
Yeah. It looks like 4-2, worst case scenario down the stretch for them.
If Dampier was the reason why they couldn't compete with Texas Tech, then all he has to do is stay healthy.
Stay healthy and go 6-0.
Now, he may not stay healthy. Hopefully he does. Never want to see anybody get injured. But if that's the way they made it sound. It's the way their coach made it sound, that they're virtually unstoppable if he's healthy.
David's not quite so fired up. They did what they had to and were supposed to do. On to the Holy War.
Yeah, but, the games that he was healthy in the last two, I think they've won by a combined 66 points. So I don't think they were supposed to do that.
We didn't have a lot of people lining up telling us that was good. Well, we did before West Virginia. People did expect that to be an easy win. But they did not. I don't expect Arizona State to be an easy win.
Yeah, and it was.
Yeah.
It almost couldn't have been easier.
Yeah, scored almost every time they had the ball. They had one punt in the first quarter, and they ran out the clock in the fourth.
Yeah.
6 touchdowns and 8 drives.
What more do you want?
Fairly awesome right there.
Yeah.
All right, DJ and PK, we'll talk more about the rivalry game. Shahan Jayaraja joins us next right here on The Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
And guys, did you see that storm on Saturday? Of course you did. Wow. Talk about that, man. It threw me for a loop. Didn't expect that. Now, there's a lot of things in life that you don't expect that are ahead, and you got to be prepared for them, particularly when it comes to your finances. The last thing you need is to have something go wrong with your finances to the point where you are in big trouble. That's why you got to prepare for that, right? And get help in that preparation. Don't go it alone. Go with some experts. Let me tell you about the experts at Trajan Wealth. They are your financial fiduciaries. And what that means is that they will be able to help you create a plan that you will enjoy because it will bring that peace of mind that you're looking for. Can you imagine having peace of mind when it comes to your investment portfolio? Well, yeah, I can. And so can you. How about getting that second opinion? Call Trajan Wealth today. And you call Trajan Wealth, you can schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn more because Trajan Wealth will offer tailored wealth management plans. I promise you they'll take the time to determine what your risk tolerance level is, along with learning about your goals and your timelines. Everyone's different, right? They're going to work with you. And with that collaboration, they will develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth to schedule your free consultation. That local phone number is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. The places to meet up north in Farmington, down south in Draper. Got you covered both sides, north and south. Website also has you covered. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com is the website. Check it out. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com. Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Joining us is Scotty Wednesday for the Cougar Preview Show, brought to you by Beehive Meals. We're joined now by Shahan Jayaraja, CBS Sports national college football writer and analyst. Shahan, welcome back to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's Utah BYU week, and we can't get into the game without analyzing what they just did. They both won. What'd you think about the way they won, and does it tell you anything about the rivalry game or throw the records out the window and all that stuff?
Well, I think throw the records out for sure. I think BYU looked like a team that was looking ahead just a little bit, whereas I think Utah, they know that they don't have any margin for error after that early season loss. But I think that coming out of week 6, both these teams are obviously rolling 5-1, 6-0. I think that this is potentially a Big 12 title game play-in game. Now, of course, Texas Tech is almost certainly going to be the other team in that game. They've already beaten Utah. They get BYU later this year as well. But I think that with the way that things line up, with the level that these two teams have played at relative to the rest of the conference, with certainly Sam Leavitt's injury at Arizona State, I think that these two teams have a really good case to be number 2 and 3 in the Big 12 in whatever order you want to put them. So this is a huge game. You can almost call this an early playoff game, I think, in Provo, and I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah, so are we, obviously. I think you can throw in Cincinnati as the 3 teams fighting for one berth. I'm not sure that I see anybody else besides those 3 teams with the opportunity to join Texas Tech in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah, I think that those are definitely the favorites to this point. This is the thing about the Big 12, right, is that every loss is so costly. And with Arizona State, I was very excited by them through the first couple of weeks, but this is how fast things can change, right? Your quarterback goes out, and I think that not having a tiebreaker against Utah is going to be a really difficult situation. And by the way, Arizona State now hosts Texas Tech. We'll see how they hang, but it's going to be really tough for them to get back in. TCU, this is a team that I had a lot of optimism about, but ultimately, that they just haven't taken care of business. They lose to Kansas State last week. There are a lot of teams that are kind of right on that cusp. Iowa State, of course, being another after some of their struggles lately. But, I think that the teams that take care of business when they're supposed to are the ones that are going to have the best chance.
In the Utah-BYU game, we got 2 teams that are running the ball really well, but they don't throw it that well. Do you trust either one a little more to make big plays through the air, or are you thinking more special teams decides this? Or one team runs the ball and the other doesn't, just dominates the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, I think that I do give a clear edge to the way that Utah is running the ball right now. Now, I think that, when it comes to sort of pure running back run stuff, I think that BYU acquits itself really well. But I think that the quarterback run game and the offensive line as well, I think just gives Utah a little bit of that edge. But the thing that I'll kind of respond to that with is that I think that BYU's receivers are way better than what Utah is throwing out there right now. And by the way, while Bear Bachmeier is hasn't been asked to do a lot as a passer, I think he's handled those moments really, really well to this point. I mean, obviously it helps when you have some of the playmakers that you have, but I do think that this stuff is real. And so I think that BYU is going to be able to put together a more diversified game plan than Utah. I think that Utah, while, again, I think it's going to be very effective, I think that it'll also almost by necessity become pretty, predictable, I guess you could say. And, I mean, again, so a lot of it's going to come down to, how does BYU deal with this Utah run game? Can they prevent explosive plays? Can they keep them under wraps for the most part? I'll tell you what, it's a huge deal that Isaiah Glasker wasn't ultimately ejected for targeting and have to miss the first half of this game, because I think he might be the most important player in the game for BYU. But I do think that offensively, BYU is just a little bit more diverse. And, I mean, here's the reality as well, is that they're 6-0, and they really haven't had to open up the playbook to this point, except for maybe a little bit in that fourth quarter when they come back from a 10-point deficit.
How about this? You got BYU, ranked 15th, I think it is. They're at home. They're 17-2 in their last 19, and they're the underdog. How about just playing the disrespect card? Because I don't think it gets any worse than this.
I love it. No, and look, I think that you can make a pretty good case that over the last 2 years, BYU has been the single most disrespected program in college football.
Right.
I mean, they go on the road and win a game over a playoff team in week 2 last year, and it's like it never even happened.
Amen. Preach.
They obviously go 11-2. I don't think they're talked about as a team like this. And look, I think it was fair to certainly ask questions about their Big 12 chances in 2025 after losing a quarterback. But they've showed to this point, kind of what I hoped, right? That this is a team that will get enough from the quarterback position, and they're really, really good everywhere else. So, I mean, no, I think that this is a team that absolutely deserves more credit than they've got. I think here's the thing, we always talk about the idea of, of obviously like the brand names getting a little bit of that credit, like the Alabamas and all that. I think that, in their own way, Utah has been that in this world, right? Where they, not unfairly, but have gotten kind of the benefit of the doubt. But you start to see, even as BYU has the success, it doesn't feel like that benefit of the doubt has come to the same extent. Now, that what you kind of throw on top of that is, if you win this game, I think that it changes the conversation around BYU this year. I think that all of a sudden you start getting into legitimate top 10 conversations. You start getting into legitimate college football playoff conversations. We're actually doing our second chance expert picks over at cbssports.com right now. They come out this week. And I wish that we could wait one more week so I could see the results of this game. But right now, I have BYU as number 11 in my college football playoff projection. So I think that this is a huge opportunity for this team to kind of rewrite their narrative because, like we've talked about extensively over the years, this is a team that won 11 games last year, that's 6-0 right now, and it does not feel like they're talked about like that.
See, that's awesome. You got to have that writers' roundtable thing. Everybody there at CBS Sports, who's the most disrespected team in America? People love that stuff. And then you can make your BYU pitch, and they'll pitch whoever they pitch.
Well, listen, if they win this game, I think it'll be much, much easier for me to get to pull some of that again next week.
When you step back a little bit and go big picture, I'm embarrassed for the sport that not necessarily that James Franklin gets fired, but that they would fire him knowing that somebody has to pay $49 million. The emphasis on winning is just out of control as far as that goes. And get $49 million, what that can mean for some people who could use that money, obviously, and we're going to pay it to a disposed college football coach because he lost a couple games. I don't know that you're really going to fire him because he lost to Oregon in overtime. But then you throw on the other two, I guess. Obviously, they're bad losses. But somebody thought it was a good idea to go ahead and do that, and they probably already have the donors willing to pay that money. Winning is out of control in this sport.
Well, it's so interesting, right? Because, look, it's been a terrible year. Like, it 100% has. They're the first team in 30 years to lose consecutive games as 20-point favorites. They're the first preseason number 2 since 1965 to start 3-3. Like, there's no underselling just how bad this is, right? But it's one of those situations, right, where one, James Franklin has won a lot of games over a lot of years. And there's a lot of coaches in college football who have not won at the level that he has. Two, you're going to have to go out and get somebody. And this is ultimately going to be probably, when it's all said and done, like a $75 million expense when it comes to paying new staff, paying staff buyouts, paying James Franklin's buyout, all of that, right? So are you going to get $75 million better of coach? I just don't know the answer to that question, right? I just don't know that there's an obvious answer that's a clear upgrade. Now, I think, the early conversation has centered on Matt Rule from Nebraska, a coach who, I know a little bit from his time at Baylor. And I think he's a fantastic coach, Penn State alum. I think he'd do a good job there. Is he clearly doing something different, though, than what James Franklin did? And is he doing $75 million worth more than what James Franklin did? I don't really think so. Again, I'm a big fan of Matt Rule. I don't know that that's the case. And the other piece of this, too, that's been interesting is we've seen other than Jimbo, nothing like this, obviously, but we've seen teams quickly fire coaches when moments go bad, pay big buyouts, have a lot of dead money. But it's almost historically always been in the SEC, where people are more reactionary, where there's more fervency, where there's more urgency. We haven't really seen this almost ever in the Big Ten. Even if you want to talk about just the non-SEC, like Notre Dame paid a big buyout to get Charlie Weiss out of there. I think that it's fair to say that was pretty deserved at the time. But, this hasn't happened in the Big Ten or in the North, wherever you want to talk about it. So it's definitely a bizarre situation from that perspective to me of it feels like, obviously the Big Ten has won the last two national championships. It feels like that's adding a new level of pressure to other contenders in that conference. Because if Oregon can pop up, obviously Ohio State and Michigan, Indiana right now is a top 3 team. I think that the pressure is starting to rise quicker than ever. And by the way, Penn State invested a tremendous amount of money in this 2025 roster, and the dividends are not paying out. All of these things are going to add up to, I think, change the dynamics at some of these programs to something very different than it's been historically.
Okay, then just spare me whatever pregame piece on whatever website or on whatever TV show about we're here teaching these kids about life and you got to work hard and invest in overtime. Because over here, a guy's 13-3 in the national semis with 2 playoff wins, and he starts 3-0, and 3 weeks later he's fired. This isn't about 5-year rebuilding plans. It's not even about 3 years. It's not about 2, which has turned into a year and a half at Oregon State and at UCLA on down the line. This is now no matter how good you are, if you lose 3 in a row, if you have injuries, if the energy goes bad, you lose a big game and the guys got to fly cross country and don't bounce back. Energy went bad to the Eagles and they lost to the Giants. Sometimes you don't have it. In football, you need the spirit. Now, sorry, you guys were down this week. You're gone. Here's your $49 million. Get out the door. It just sounds like the world's upside down to me. And what are we doing?
No, and I think that there's a really good comparison here, right? Which is the coaches in the state of Utah, BYU, Kalani Sitake, they go 5-7 in their first season, and people, freak out a little bit. And, for Utah, right, they have these 2 straight years of being extremely lackluster, including going 5-7 last year. But the focus was always, okay, well, let's figure out if we can get more out of this guy. Let's figure out if we invest in certain ways, if we give him some help, if we give him some time, if they can figure it out. It took one dang year for Kalani Sitake to turn 5-7 to 11-2, right? I think that sometimes, and I want to be clear at Penn State too, right? I understand. I understand that this was kind of a culmination roster for this team. It was, retaining a bunch of guys who were not promised comeback. There's a really decent chance that Penn State, if they had kept James Franklin, wouldn't have as talented a roster as they do in 2025 for a very long time. But, again, it's do you deal with some of those growing pains that you're going to have to go through, by the way, with a new coach regardless, to try to let him build back? Or do you just kind of say, we're done here? And, it's funny. I have a friend who lives in State College, not a sports fan at all. And he actually works at a church. And he texted me, he's like, why is this old lady cursing James Franklin's name in the church? Who is James Franklin? And I'm like, well, I got a story to tell you. So I understand, like, the vibes have gotten very bad there. But I think that lack of patience ultimately is going to hurt much more long-term for some of these programs than it's going to help.
Has Indiana erased all doubts?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this team is here. This team is for real. It's real and it's beautiful. And I think that you look at last year, I mean, defensively, they hung with the best last year. Like, they gave themselves a chance. It's been the offense that hasn't been ready for prime time. And I point to one particular drive that to me felt like this is a championship drive. After Fernando Mendoza, a really good quarterback, throws a pick six to Oregon to tie the game, they go 12 plays, 75 yards, more than 6 minutes for a touchdown to burn more than half of the remaining time in the fourth quarter to physically bully an Oregon team who obviously is really, really good and exceptional in the trenches and put that game away. Like, that's what championship teams do. We thought Georgia do it, by the way, against Auburn. Indiana was able to do the same thing against an Oregon team that was ranked in the top 3. That's impressive stuff. That's the sort of thing that we haven't seen. I thought the addition of Roman Hemby at running back was a very underrated dynamic. And look, he's not gonna get you 7 yards per carry, but he's gonna get you 3.5 really tough physical yards. And I think that that's what this team needed almost above anything else. So this Indiana team is for real. This team, I think, along with Ohio State, are easily the top contenders in the Big Ten. I think they're very much capable of contending for a national championship. And again, it's always hard to go on your first run, right? So hopefully they've had an opportunity to learn from that 2024 team and accomplish even more in 2025.
John, we appreciate it as always. Great talking college football with you. Enjoy the games this week, and we will talk to you again next week.
Thank you so much for having me.
John Jayaraja joining us, CBS Sports national college football writer and analyst. Bronco Mendenhall, Aggie football coach, is going to join us next. Back at a bad second half. We'll talk with him right after the break right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash on northbound I-215 just past California Avenue. It's in the cleanup stages currently. It's on the shoulder there. You want to see slowing starting on 35th South as you head towards that. Also, the crash on the transition route from westbound 201 Freeway to Bangor Highway is still on the right shoulder and causing no additional delays at this moment. Be aware of that as you pass it by. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, from delivering from system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a trip to Hawaii, Bronco Mendenhall has a short week to get ready for a Friday night showdown in Logan against San Jose State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday at 6 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. How do you know if you're good at what you do? If your company is good, how do you measure improvement? These are fundamental questions asked by every sustainable business. Shideo Shingo was one of the masterminds of Toyota's 30-year leap from low-cost, low-quality to very high quality. They are now the largest car company in the world, and every year their cars get better. Why? Because they always ask how they can be better. They measure improvement. The internationally known Shingo Institute and the MBA program, both at Utah State University, have teamed up with a powerful degree that teaches MBA skills, continuous improvement, and organizational excellence. Consider a Shingo MBA. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex here. JJ and I have been working on this program for more than a year now. I've dropped 65 pounds. You've got to get with SLC Fat Loss.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Join us on this weight loss journey. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in West Jordan on October 2nd, Heber on October 7th, Salt Lake HVAC on October 9th, and Monticello October 14th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Join Jake and Ben this Thursday 10 to 2 at Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley in West Jordan for open house robotic demonstrations. Meet the docs and robots used in hip and knee surgeries.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU beats Arizona in double overtime. Kalani Sitake explains how his team keeps winning amidst injury concerns.
Proud of all the guys, and when mistakes happen, things looked like it was bleak. The guys kept playing. There's time on the clock, and so we're not going to give up. They didn't give up, and it's easy to coach guys that have that belief in it and that faith. And the leadership that we saw from the team, from the sideline, it was awesome. So obviously there's a lot of things to correct and get better. That's every week, but I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to worry about praising them for the things that we did well, and that was the energy, the effort that we saw from the team, and the belief in not giving up at the end.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join the KSL Sports Zone for a rivalry pregame bash live from UCCU. Enjoy food from Beehive Meals, games, prizes, cash, and tickets to the rivalry game. Don't miss it Saturday from 4 to 6 at the UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. UCCU, love where you bank. Just head on Shahan Jayaraja and PK. The rivalry game is upon us. He's got a little more faith in BYU's ability to make one or two big plays through the air.
Oh, I think he was saying that they were more diversified. I don't know that he's got faith
well,
that
the receivers,
more.
The receivers are better.
Yeah, but that doesn't. But so what? If Utah runs the ball like crazy, just because you're more diversified, if I do well over here, I don't need to be diversified.
The run game will trump.
Yeah, I don't.
And
think he
special teams sits out there.
I don't think he was picking a favorite, unless I misunderstood what he was getting at. I mean, I get it. BYU is more diversified, and Utah's one-dimensional.
DJ, PK, we're joined now by Bronco Mendenhall, Utah State football coach, just back from Hawaii. Bronco, good morning.
Oh, good morning. Good morning.
Bronco, that was about 35 minutes of really good football, but the end of it got away. What changed in your estimation? Last 20 points to Hawaii and 17-0 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, the 17-0 in the fourth. It's interesting you picked up on that. I just barely walked out of a team meeting, and that was my message. We believed it would be a one-score game going over there and playing, and that's exactly where it was going into the fourth quarter, and really just didn't sustain. We weren't as consistent. We weren't as precise. We weren't as clean, and turned the ball over twice in the fourth quarter. And therein lies the margin. And so you turn it over twice. They don't turn it over at all. And field position, a couple short field scores, and there it was. And so disappointed that we didn't play well in the fourth quarter. I saw a lot to be encouraged by within our team, but it wasn't a complete game, and that was the difference.
We hear a lot of coaches say the most important stat beyond the final score, obviously, is the turnover margin, and whoever wins that. Do you fall in that category?
You know, I think I do at this time in this league with this team. There's lots of parity in this league, and on any given Saturday, on any given matchup, I'm not sure who the favorite really is, regardless of what the line is. But ultimately, having the ball, so Hawaii had the ball approximately 20 more plays than we did with the same yards per play. We had 9 penalties offensively alone with procedures or holding, et cetera, which is really the equivalent of, giving up sacks or TFLs to yourself before the play even starts. And so the turnovers certainly contributed. But the 20 less plays self-inflicted by pre-snap penalties or holding during the play, I think really kept us inconsistent until the very end.
To underline what you said about the parity in the league, UNLV is 6-0 and 2-0, and Air Force is 1-5 and 0-4, and that game was 51-48 with 42 points in the fourth quarter. Lead changes, and Air Force missed the time field goal. I don't know how you kill time the day of the game, but I stumbled across the end of that game, and that was wildly entertaining. But man, those coaches, they're stressed.
Yeah, it's so stressful. It's where you can hardly breathe in games like this, and the lingering effect of a game like that for both teams, let alone us coming back from Hawaii and playing Friday night. It's very difficult to describe. We choose it, so I'm not looking for sympathy, but it's an unreal thing. And Air Force, if you look at the amount of points they're scoring, unfortunately they're struggling, kind of closing out games, and that I'm not sure what team in the league wants to play them, even though they're 1-5, because it's tough. And I would say that's the same for every team in the league.
You're undefeated at home and you're winless on the road. Now, 2 of those are money games, and then you got the trip to Hawaii. Is it more circumstantial than anything else?
Gosh, it's too early to say. Texas A&M, I think, is a good team. Vanderbilt, I think, is a good team, and that's a long trip. And then Hawaii, and you guys probably didn't hear, but we had mechanical, so we ended up getting there on Friday afternoon to play. And so those are long trips. Ultimately, right, your team has to mature. You have to execute. You have to be consistent regardless of where you go. And sometimes the challenges of getting there is part of it. But that seasons your team, and it exposes things that you need to work on. And I think that's what's happened with us.
Well, the good news is you're coming all the way back from Hawaii, and natural. We've all made. Every team has some experience with long travel, so you got to recover from that. And the league gave you a short week this week. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm not sure who I offended, but somebody, which is just kind of how it works. But yeah, Friday night, coming back from Hawaii, which. We've already framed it to our team, and right, no one is coming to save us, and nobody cares. You just step up and play, and that's what we'll do.
When you were out of coaching, you did this podcast. I forget what it was called, but I listened to
Head Coach University.
Yeah, there you go. And I listened to several of your episodes that you did, and one of them was when you interviewed. Basically, you had a conversation more than an interview, but it was more of a conversation with Ken Niumatalolo, who just happens to be the San Jose State head coach. And at that time, you probably had no idea that fast forward a year or two later, and you guys would be squaring off against each other at your respective teams that you coach in universities. Is it, in a sense, I don't know if the word is weird, but what are the emotions going up against a person that obviously you have a lot in common with?
Mm-hmm. Really haven't even considered it, and I bet he hasn't either. Kenny's son, Ali'i, is on my staff also.
Right. Yeah.
And so there's a family connection. There's also a faith connection. There's an experience connection. And there's a stopping or starting and being a long-time head coach and then a kind of a pause. Kenny stayed as an analyst and was working with his son at UCLA while I was in Montana working horses. And now here we are back again. But I think college football is better because Kenny's a head coach. I think the principles, the values, and what he teaches besides the quality of football. And what's fun is their offense is nothing like the option.
Yeah.
It's a complete departure, which is cool also, just to see someone taking a different approach in a different place and doing it a different way. But I'm sure the character focus and all the same things that he and I have in common on developing young people is still the same.
Oddly, they've played back-to-back 35-28 games, identical scores, 1-1 and lost one. Lost at Wyoming and beat New Mexico at home. And before that, they played 30-29 and 31-28 games. Feels like it's going to take 30 points to win this game, Coach. I'm starting to see a pattern here.
I think that's pretty much in our league. If you're not 30 or mid-30s plus, that's not going to do it. And so and I think those margins of victory are going to be pretty much league-wide on any given Saturday, where it's one-score games, much like the NFL, right, the parity that exists. So, I would expect it to be in that range, and I'd expect it to be close.
The firing of James Franklin, who's obviously won a lot of ball games and is going to be due almost $50 million, to me, to a good degree, it signals that winning and the pressure that lies within that is out of control. What is your thought?
It's the same. When you look at the college landscape and the structural realignments, right, there is only one motive for the realignments from West Coast teams to be part of the Big Ten or elsewhere, and that's simply the finances. So to be clear, I think it's professional sport. I think it's financially driven. I think that's first and foremost on the administrators, the organizers, and any leadership's role. And the coaches, because of that, with the financial investment and the expectation for return, that really kind of dehumanizes the personnel component and makes it bottom line specific. And again, the coaches aren't asking for any sympathy because the dollar amounts being paid, as you just said, are just astronomical. And so with that comes this life that they and we are choosing. That, man, if you're not intentional about somehow trying to do more with your team and these young people than that, you can get sucked into only just the bottom line. And I don't think that's an enriching experience for anybody.
Agreed.
Not only is it not enriching, I just don't think big picture it works. Will there be an exception where it works? Absolutely, right? If 10 schools do this, somebody will hit and it'll pay off. And everybody say, see? And then I'll look over and think, well, yeah, there's 8 or 9 times over here where it didn't work. This seems to me to be a low percentage gamble. And people do go to Vegas and win big, but they only tear down hotels to build bigger hotels in Vegas. So I don't get the logic. It's emotion. It's not logic.
Yeah, and the electric bill alone is financed through people that are willing to gamble on one thing. And for maybe the one place that does it as leaders, again, it just depends on motive, right? If you're intentionally trying to build amazing young people through this game, you become certainly much, much more of an outlier than not. And so James Franklin is a very good football coach. His record says that. They've hit a tough spell, but that's probably where the expectation was to win a national championship, where it wasn't enough, and then willing to pay out or buy out that amount. It might be the most startling statement of anything we're talking about, and it's where do you go from there? You know, with that now as the set point, where do you go in the college landscape? So. I'm lucky to be in Logan. I'm lucky to be with these kids, to have it framed, but also to be clear, winning's really important everywhere. And whether you go to Hawaii and come back, and a loss is a loss, and it feels like that regardless of the dollar amount. But the kids still need to be treated great. They need to be taught lessons. And I think what the lessons that particular institution and maybe nationwide it's sharing is, there's only one lesson, and that's win, and that's unfortunate.
Right. So is that had not necessarily alter your message, but does it factor in? Because you can be the greatest developer of young men that you want, and you're pretty good at it. Obviously, you've been doing this for a long time, and have spoken to many of your former players, obviously, over the years, and they all speak highly of you. But at the same time, if you don't win, you're a bum and you're out the door.
Oh, yeah. And the way that I frame it to our team and kind of in our mission statement, guiding principles, it's the development of young men through championship football. So you have to say both, and you have to do both. Otherwise, you don't get to keep doing it, period.
Yeah.
And that is just the cost of doing business. And so those that really want to add more to the football experience, go for it. It's more time, energy, and effort. It's what fulfills me. But I have to be clear, I love to win. And I like winning championships, and I like winning a lot of games. And so it's not in place of, it's in addition to, and that's a bigger job, but it really isn't valued. It's more when the winning happens at the level that's expected and endorsed at a given institution, man, then they're thrilled with the other things you're doing. But if all you're doing is the other things and you're not winning, nobody cares, and you won't be able to stay.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember Robbie Bosco saying that when he was coaching. So that was at least a quarter of a century ago. That part hasn't changed. It's the $49 million buyout that's blowing us away. And I just wonder, the president and the AD who signed off on that, okay, so you're wrong. Are they gone? Or maybe they changed so fast that those people are no longer around to be held responsible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a transient nature, and if you look at the number of athletic directors retiring or being fired or moving on or getting out, I mean, when you have that kind of buyout, again, the precedent that sets, not only for that institution but others, to say that it's that much for winning and winning alone, and it's a startling statement for sure. And I'm glad y'all are talking about it because it's worth contemplating.
Yep.
Bronco, we appreciate the time as always. We'll be watching Friday night. Good luck against the Spartans.
All right, thanks a lot. See y'all.
There's Bronco Mendenhall, Utah State football coach, in a hurry to move on because that game's coming quickly. You lose a little time on the flight back from Hawaii, and then you lose a little time because the game's the day earlier. Compressed week. Well, although San Jose has to travel. They're at home, right?
Yes, but you look at Utah State's schedule, to Vanderbilt, to Hawaii.
Yeah, that's not helpful.
Let's go on opposite sides of the planet, practically.
That's not helpful.
Yeah.
That is not. Travel wears people out in every sport, and people who don't play sports, there's a cumulative impact.
And they had mechanical issues, which meant delays, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's normal on anybody's body clock to go to Hawaii and get there on Friday and then come home Saturday night.
No.
Who does that?
Coaches who recruit high school football players, maybe. And even they might be staying 48 or 72 hours.
Oh, yeah.
There was a story about Ray Giacoletti flying to Australia to get Bogut and flying back.
A one-time deal.
Right, one-time deal. But it's like it's business. When you go for like a specific purpose, meeting, whatever, I mean, it's just to go over there and play a game and think you're going to be at peak. And you can never – and the Aggies actually had good results in Hawaii. It's not like everybody who takes a long trip struggles. They'd had – now Hawaii had been down also, and I think Hawaii's a little better right now. But were you shocked that in the fourth quarter at like 1 a.m. on a body clock they started playing poorly?
I was Sunday when I found out.
Right, exactly.
No, actually, I didn't go to bed till around 2.
Oh, really? You stayed up?
Circumstances.
Yeah, I know.
With the late game.
Right.
Here in town.
Yeah.
So I was there. I was available to check it out.
Check it out, yeah. All right, DJ and PK, it is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We owe a break here to Jake Hatch. And when we come back, the NFL locks of the week. How we doing? It's not over yet. Monday night doubleheader coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got another crash this morning, northbound I-15 at the south interchange there in the right shoulder just before the merge on the westbound I-215. A multi-vehicle crash northbound I-15 just before the I-80 junction has now nearly been cleared up. The last vehicle's getting on the tow truck now. They still have the HOV lane closed, slowing things down in that area as well. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialists will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special. $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget. Great financing as well. But you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you!
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah routs Arizona State 42-10, and Kyle Whittingham was pleased with the defense.
The defense played outstanding, start to finish. I thought the secondary played real well. We were in great position on those balls up the field all night long. I'm very proud of the way Smith Snowden played, Blake Cotton, and Scooby. I mean, those guys really, I think it was their best game of the year.
This Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
Swung on, blasted, right field. This is gonna go. It is gone. Cal Raleigh, oh Canada, a solo home run, and this game is tied.
There is the Chevy Strong play of the game. Know it today after 3 o'clock. Alex and JJ will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes.
Absolutely disrespectful. Oh, Canada.
Oh, Canada.
No.
No?
9 home runs in 14 games in Toronto.
Yeah, regardless. Well, it's one game in a 4-game series. It's not as impactful as in a 3 or 5, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, they were able to get one. How come in baseball you don't steal one on the road in the NBA?
In the NBA, that's the only verb that's allowed.
It's a good point.
I've tried to use other verbs, and the verb police will pull you over and write you a ticket. It has to be steal.
Right. But
stole game one. I guess because the notion that the home court is much more powerful in basketball, where in baseball we don't think it's powerful. For a long time we thought, well, who's your starting pitcher? And now it's how deep is your bullpen or how timely is your hitting?
How deep is your bullpen? How deep is your bullpen?
Sing it.
I really need to know.
And now stop it.
Yeah, the Mariners, man. It sucked you in on Friday night. God, I want to go to bed here.
I know, but I couldn't. They're in the 12th inning. It's going to end soon. They're in the 13th. It's going to end soon.
So Mrs. Hatch doesn't watch a lot of baseball these days, but I was like, okay, I'm ready to go to bed. She's like, you got to finish this thing out. And so
demanding that you
going, and they keep loading the bases or 2 walks. They still couldn't.
Detroit just turns a double play on demand.
You know, the thing that I don't understand is how in the fetch do you take Schoolboy out 99 pitches? If he throws 120, is he going to die? Is his career going to be ruined?
Well, and that's the point a lot of people made after the game is like,
no sense.
For you guys lose that game. Oh, his season's over. Darn. Well, that extra 20 pitches, man.
He couldn't have gone. Now, maybe they score 3 runs off of him in the next inning, but he was absolutely, obviously so dominant. 14 Ks, and this is what he had. And 99 pitches. Freaking Bob Gibson has rolled over about 20 times. I'll get to your football.
The locks of the week. Yak, you remain undefeated. Unbeaten. Perfect.
Thank you, Colts.
You really weren't sweating that one, were you?
It was tricky there for a minute. When they announced that Kyler Murray was not going to play in this game, I'm like, oh, we got this thing in the bag. But Jacoby Brissett, he stepped up.
And yet, in the end, the Colts win anyway.
Yeah. Jonathan Taylor had a really good game. You just hear about the whole with the orbital for Anthony Richardson pregame?
Yeah, he got hit in the eye.
They had a band that smacked him in the eye and fractured his orbital bone.
He's not a good player anyway.
Yeah,
but I mean, that's unfortunate. That sucks for him.
They had a guy pregame get a concussion as well for the Colts.
Yeah, that's why I don't do pregame.
Well, the Colts rallied the fourth quarter and saved your day. So there you go. You're a perfect 6-0 now. I got off the schneid after a tie and a loss. About time one of those locks came through. Thank you, Rams. Nice third quarter right there. 2 touchdowns, quick succession in the third quarter. They won 17-3. And your game is tonight.
I could have sworn I picked the Steelers, but I guess I didn't. No, I'm doubting you.
And I quote, Washington.
No, I'm not doubting you. But I'm the one who made the mistake. I thought, oh, the Steelers, yeah, I got that one.
You talked about Pittsburgh, but then you flipped
late
and said, I'm going to go with Washington over the Bears.
Okay. I still like that one, but I thought I had Pittsburgh. But I'll use Pittsburgh for another time.
6:15 ABC tonight. We can all see if PK's Commanders come through. There you go. They're yours. You own them. You own them for about 3 hours.
My father's cousin used to be the general manager, and when I was younger in my teens, I did know him.
Charlie Casserly.
And I did call one time, ask for tickets. Well, I was up here in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
I called, looked it up. Washington Redskins at the time put me right through. I say, "Can I speak to Charlie Casserly, please? Who is this?" I told him. He picked up.
Patrick?
It was so simple. I thought it would be a little bit of a rigmarole to go through, but it wasn't.
Nice.
And I said, "Hey, my parents would like to go to the game. Can you set them up?" "Yeah, sure, no problem."
So is he your uncle, or he's like your second cousin or something?
He was my mother's maiden name. My grandmother's maiden name is Casserly, right?
Okay.
So his father and my grandmother were first cousins. But his father retired to Sun City, and when we moved out to Phoenix, he was the only relative. So I spent a lot of time. In fact, my freshman basketball, I played psycho dude who had just graduated from ASU and got cut from the NFL. I swear he was on roids or something. He was so amped. He chucked the ball at me. He cut a kid's hair in the locker room before a game.
What?
Yeah.
Weird.
He was so intense, right? And so I was on the team, and he didn't like my attitude. And I was.
Is that the guy who chased you, threw the ball at you and chased you?
Yeah,
That story?
Yeah, and we went out to the high school track where Pablo played soccer, and we were supposed to run 4.40s.
That's a funny story, though.
And we take off, and I'm thinking, man, what are these guys doing? We got to run a mile. And they're sprinting, and I'm just, I gotta pace myself. I'll get this. I didn't understand that it was
4:40, take a break.
Yeah.
4:40, take a break.
Because there's two groups.
4:40, take a break.
So he comes barreling across the track at me.
You're going to take this seriously.
But then when I looked at him and I explained it, he realized that I misunderstood. And so he backed off.
At least a little sanity.
Yeah. I just misunderstood. I thought for some reason in my mind, I didn't realize we were sprinting. And anyway, Casserly's father confronted the coach for not playing me after the game on the floor after the game. And he comes in the locker room. "Was that your grandfather?" No, coach, no. And he was not my grandfather, but we ended up being very close to him. And when he died, Charlie stayed at our house. So it would have been his second cousin, and I don't know how far you go back for me. But because of the location out in Arizona, we became close to his father while he was alive, and we spent a lot of time driving out to Sun City to be with them.
All right, DJ and PK, when we come back. That was quite the exchange late in the press conference.
Oh, man, I got some stuff to say.
He can't let it go. And eventually neither did you.
And I'm just getting started.
That's next. Stay with us.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're kind of quiet, Mr. Sun Devil back there. Cat got your tongue? Okay. All right.
Will you take any significant satisfaction knowing that's the last time you'll beat the Sun Devils?
Check with me later on that, Kerry. Yeah, we'll talk about that. You know something I don't know.
I don't know. I'm asking.
Ethan Miller with Teton Wealth to be live in studio with Hans and Scotty Money to help you with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. Maybe they can all spend their retirement figuring out what exactly is the relationship between Kyle Whittingham and Patrick Kinahan, that these things keep happening at
bad.
press conferences.
And it got worse.
It's bad.
It is very bad.
Who writes your stuff?
Go Cougars.
You two guys. Cat got your tongue?
Well, no, buddy. You know who got my tongue? The Cougars got my tongue.
Oh.
I was going to say.
Cat.
Well, yeah, I'm a little down. My alma mater lost. But because I'm a nice man and I love people, I did not say, how did your alma mater do today?
Ah.
I wanted to so bad. Where did you go to school? You won't even say the letters. I'll say the U of A.
You cut him some slack.
Yes.
Well, there's a Monday press conference, so, you can resume this. Or maybe he will.
I actually don't like when they play each other. I like to downplay it completely. But,
he references it win or lose. We've seen that.
And I certainly don't like it when the Devils win in terms of fandom is out the door when it comes to work. I'm not like the folks who sit next to me in the press box at Utah pumping fists and all that stuff. But they're kids, so I get it. It's a new world in which we live in. I try to maintain neutrality at all times because ultimately it's a game, and friendship should never get in the way of any games, I don't think. Maybe I'm up in the night on that one.
You're old school.
I just don't care enough. Which I think actually if you talk to veterans, which obviously I am in this business, that's a common theme. Most of us have long since lost the true fandom and just take it for what it's worth, entertainment, and go with it. But for them involved, I mean, yeah, this is the stakes. The stakes are as high as they've been in a long time.
Thank you, Patrick.
You're welcome. To have this opportunity here because it's clear that Texas Tech has separated themselves. And then I think there's 3 other teams. Now, that could change. Teams can go on a 2 or 3 game losing streak, but I don't anticipate that. And so with that in mind, I think that the second representative in Texas will come from Cincinnati or the 2 locals. And whoever wins this game obviously has a leg up. And for BYU, it would be massive because you'd have 2 legs up.
Counting all the 2-loss teams out, everybody's lost 2 or more?
I think they've all got issues. So, yes.
There's 9 of them. There's 3 unbeatens and 4 one-loss teams. And Tech is unbeaten. BYU, Cincinnati, also 3-0, right there with them.
Right.
I know you're a Sun Devil and you're enjoying this.
Which I didn't.
That's a long time ago now. That's almost a decade, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe it is a decade.
Yeah. I mean, they've had a nice little thing. The fact is they've played 14 times, and it's split right down the middle, 7-7. But for these 2 teams here, I think for Utah, it's virtually a must-win game.
It is.
You don't want to fall 2 behind BYU.
The second loss, and you wouldn't have the tiebreaker to 2 of the 3 teams that are undefeated?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want any part of that.
I like the fact that both teams are playing Cincinnati.
Yeah, Cincinnati has the advantage because they don't play Tech. BYU and Utah do. Cincinnati, Texas Tech game, if it happens, will have to be the Big 12 title game.
Well, of the 4 teams that I have on contending right now, 2 of them don't play Tech.
Tech.
And Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. Yeah. Houston, Baylor, and ASU are all 2-1. We're counting them all out? Yes.
I am, yeah.
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 Even though they're sitting there 2-1, I mean, it could happen.
Who has to play Texas Tech? Now, Houston already had
Baylor doesn't, but Baylor does have to play Cincinnati and Utah, which is how they could, play themselves back into this a little bit.
They could. Yeah, they could.
and they skip Tech. They've already beaten Oklahoma State. They don't play West Virginia. So as far as the extremes, I mean, after you get past those teams, it feels like anybody can beat anybody. I mean, Arizona could have beaten BYU. They obviously did not, but, double overtime, they could have. Anyone can beat anybody. Now, you want to set aside Oklahoma State and West Virginia at the bottom and Tech at the top.
Yeah, I would go UCF towards the bottom, too. I would want to have West Virginia, Oklahoma State, and UCF on my schedule.
Does UCF play anybody down the stretch that matters? Oh, they play
BYU.
Tech and BYU. Yeah.
Texas Tech
is
they got all the money and they got a cake schedule.
And we'll see there's 2 games they could lose. But if Arizona State, Leavitt isn't going to play, and the run defense looks like it's in tatters now.
And it's in Tempe, and they're favored by over 10.
10. Everybody's on board with Tech right now.
As they should.
They had the storyline, and they backed up the promise.
This is what they did in softball. They bought a premier pitcher in the game, and she took them all the way to the final. It's the same thing with football. Good for them.
Yeah,
they're not cheating that we know
right.
of. Everyone probably is to an extent, but what is cheating anymore?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
ASU and BYU would be the games that look big for them. They still play Oklahoma State and West Virginia and UCF.
I know they do.
We're sitting here discussing which of the 3 is the worst, and Tech's like, we got them all. We'll let you know.
Right. And they've been destroying everybody.
Yeah, and they ought to destroy those 3. That would be a massive upset if one of those 3 does anything.
Right, and it's great. And then Hammond can get plenty of playing time, so he's ready to hit the ground running next year when Morton goes, and away they go. But leading up to this game, it's the stakes are extremely high, which is why I love having them both be in the same conference. Before it was sort of bragging rights and that type of thing, and we play it up. But now it has legitimate claim for playoff implications. And obviously they didn't have the expanded playoff there, and neither team was probably going to get in. But now both teams can lay claim to legitimate chances to make the playoff. Absolutely they can. There's no doubt about it. If BYU goes to 7-0, oh my goodness gracious.
They really need to. I mean, their schedule coming up, as much as Texas soft, BYU has got to go on the road, and they've been tested here. I mean, they handled East Carolina pretty easily, but they've been tested in the other 2 road games.
No question.
And on paper, these 3 road games look way more difficult than the 3 they've already won.
And who are they?
They're going at Iowa State, at Texas Tech, and at Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Not in a row, but 3 out of 4 on the road after Utah, with a bye mixed in.
With a bye, they have a bye, yeah.
So it'll be 3 of those in 5
Everyone
weeks.
has a bye coming.
Yeah.
We talked about it. This is the toughest 5-game stretch that they've ever played as a program, and I think that's true. And if you want to extend it to Arizona and go 6, yeah, great. Absolutely, sure.
So
and they're going to have to win a bunch of one-score games.
Right.
And so far they have. And I think they'll probably have to do it this week. I wouldn't anticipate a big blowout, a big discrepancy. You never know. But I wouldn't anticipate it.
We haven't had many of them. It's pretty rare.
Yeah.
Even in years where it looked, I mean, last year, BYU's a 10-win team, and Utah's playing 5 different quarterbacks, and I guess they were down to their 3rd one at that point.
Yes, Rose, I think, started now.
And it's a 1-point game, and BYU comes from behind right at the end.
I do think that they're going to have trouble getting away with the turnovers that they've had against Colorado and Arizona.
BYU coughs them up, Utah will make them pay.
Yes, or, the one, he had 2 interceptions. The one I thought was a really bad throw. The snap that went and he picked it up. He was running almost not entirely across his body. His feet weren't set. Yeah. I don't think he had a moment to survey the field to see where the coverages were coming from. He saw a man open in a flash and chucked it. And obviously it got intercepted. I think the other one, the DB made a nice play. Sometimes you have great coverage and the ball's complete. Other times the defensive back makes a great play, or whoever, like the screen that he had a couple of weeks ago. That it was his first pick. I thought that was a very nice play.
It was a good play.
So
maybe
live with that.
Maybe when he's a veteran, he's played 20 games, he'll just think there's too much traffic, I'm not throwing it. But it was still a good play.
Right. But the one where he off the snap that bounced up and is moving, I thought, nah. Either try to run it, look someplace else, or throw it away.
And maybe the conditions will be different. They were obviously horrific up there in Salt Lake. Not that they were great in Arizona. They had a long delay. But Devin Dampier threw one down the middle, and Bentley bailed him out. He basically broke it up. That looked
Correct.
like it had pick written all over it.
Yeah. So that and then Kyle preaches turnover margin all the time, blah, blah, blah. So I think ball security, as they say, will be of utmost importance. And as always, this rivalry game seems to really be a nail biter that is decided by a play here, a play there, a call, a lack of a call, all those types of things that we had last year. But the cool thing now is Utah is legitimately playing for something. They knew at that point last year that their season was over. You wanted to upset them still. I mean, and they certainly balled out. They just came up a play short. I do think that this year, though, they know full well that they have a legitimate, and they want Texas Tech again. And I was surprised, we talked about this earlier, that Kyle went so strong on Dampier's injury. It's sort of, not entirely, but it's sort of was along the line of excuses.
If he believes it, I mean, whenever someone says something in a press conference they really believe, there's so many cliches and so much blah, blah, blah. It's great. I don't want to throw it back. I am a little surprised that the guy who loves surprises, the guy who doesn't want to give up any injuries or any position battle, did you see a depth chart on that big 11x17 two-sided thing they handed out?
They never do.
No. I mean, he likes surprises. So if he really believes that, which I think he does, whether it's true or not, he believes it. I'm surprised he doesn't keep it as a surprise. Like, they have no idea what they're getting into if they see a healthy him. And he may well believe that. He may be right. And time will tell. We'll see if they get that second shot at him.
Yeah, the problem is, though, then you have to open the door for would the Devils have beaten Utah with Levitt?
And you can go down all that road.
And I would say absolutely not. Nor do I think a healthy Dampier would have beat Texas Tech.
Usually doesn't go down this road. And he went down this road twice now, and he really didn't have to Saturday night. Could have just ended his answer before he got to that point. It would have been fine. So I'm thinking he really believes it, which intrigues me, and I'm like, well, now I want to see him play again.
So then you clearly are rooting for Utah over BYU.
Either that or we have to get 3 teams in the playoff and they have to meet there.
Well, that's not
that
going to
doesn't seem to happen. And only if Utah would beat BYU.
And I don't. And then you would have to have another success in the playoff because they're not going to have each other play. The Big 12 isn't going to get 2 teams and have them square off in the first
round, right? And not to be total Debbie Downer here as the rivalry week is just kicking off, but doesn't it look to you right now like of all the scenarios, Texas Tech Cincinnati is the most likely? There's clearly multiple scenarios on the table.
No.
Oh, really?
Well, I will say no because I haven't put a lot of thought into it. I obviously haven't put as much thought into it as you have by virtue of you bringing that up.
Yeah.
So in my mind, no. Because I think that whoever wins this game, the rivalry game, they're the team that's in.
If I'm Cincinnati, I'm rooting for BYU because BYU's got all these rough these road games, and Cincinnati knows they got to play them both. But Utah could pick up a second loss here, and BYU could pick up a second loss.
Yeah, but I don't really. If I'm Cincinnati, I don't care.
Yeah, maybe not.
Because I play them both. If I'm that good, what difference does it make?
Because I think it's
you're not going to backdoor getting in.
Oh, I think you can.
No, if you backdoor getting in, you're going to get your petunias blown off in Arlington, so it doesn't matter anyway.
And don't you think that's the most likely scenario?
I don't know.
Texas Tech beats Cincinnati but I get it from Cincinnati's perspective. You're right. Cincinnati thinks we're going to keep rolling.
I could care less.
We're going to take them down. We're going to take them down, and then we'll get to Arlington. We'll take down Texas Tech. That's what Cincinnati's thinking.
If you don't think that, you've got no chance. Everybody has to think we are the team. We're not only going to get there, we're going to win, and then we're going to win a bleeping playoff game, and then we'll see where we're at. You have to think like that. You must believe it from the top to the bottom.
To achieve it. Yeah, you got to believe it to achieve it.
So if I'm Cincinnati, I don't care who wins. Then whatever. Good for you. You won. Now we'll beat you, and you'll even be higher ranked, and you'll have more prestige. So our win over you and you, because they play them both, will catapult us even higher to the point where we'll get a home game.
Now, don't go out and lose to Oklahoma State, Cincinnati, and screw
They're
this whole
not
discussion
gonna-
up.
they're-
Yeah, I know. They shouldn't. They won't.
They won't at all. I mean, they can play. That ought to be a split squad game. Have half your teams. You're not even playing.
Little NHL preseason split squad.
Just relax. I was thinking more baseball.
Yeah, I
but
know.
yeah, with that in mind, come on. Cincinnati now, they're on top of the world. All they have is a close loss to Nebraska. Week 1, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? And so they've rallied around the quarterback, who's very, very good. The running game is outstanding. They've got a recipe, and they're feeling great. And BYU and Utah ought to be feeling great. There's 4 teams that feel great. Everybody else is still trying to find themselves. Everybody else is talking themselves into we're good. The other 4 don't have to talk themselves into we're good. I think Kyle was playing a little psychology there. Oh, man, yeah. Guys, if this kid was healthy, we don't lose 34-10 or whatever it was. No, we win that game. So he's playing a little mind games. I get it. That's everybody does it. Why should he be any different? And so in that regard, that's what he's doing. So fine. I don't believe it. I think they got their butts kicked with or without Dampier. And if Dampier was so unhealthy, then that's your fault for playing him. After you saw the first quarter, the second quarter, the third, you still run him out there in the fourth quarter? He hadn't done jack at that point.
If he can't move, give Ficklin a chance.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was the
Flip him the bird.
It was nice. Work on that. You can refine that. When we come back, everything you missed in this show. Next, Slacker headlines are on the way.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new crash northbound I-15 in Sandy just before 90th South there on the right shoulder and causing no delays at this moment. Just be aware of it as you go by. Also, heavy delays on northbound I-15 from Midville into South Salt Lake, though, as those delays are still residual after a series of crashes earlier this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA's Road Therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tonight on KSL, an ER visit is stressful enough. Now the worry of losing your valuables.
She said I had to take off my rings.
Expensive items gone.
This is the police report.
The KSL investigators uncover a pattern of patients losing precious belongings.
I think they should take responsibility.
Hear what the hospital has to say about it, plus the questions that they will not answer. Vanished valuables lost in the ER. Tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
The peak of Utah cuisine isn't just about the sky-high city views. It's about food that makes you feel like you're home. Join us 10 floors up at the Roof for unforgettable views and a culinary experience that's uniquely Utah. The Roof Restaurant, located on the 10th floor of the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building, will be reopening to the public on Friday, November 14th. The all-new restaurant design and an a la carte menu promise to deliver familiar Utah flavors with unforgettable flair. Whether it's Utah classics or historic remixes, these dishes are a tribute to the Beehive State. Indulge in the house-made Utah peach flatbread, reimagined funeral potatoes, perfectly cooked steaks, and local honey-drizzled desserts. But we don't stop there. The new menu features delicious entrees like birria beef, pork ossobuco, peach glazed chicken, fish and chips, specialty mac and cheese. The list goes on. You'll want to come back to try each item. Take your dining experience to the next level, literally. Preview the new menu and make your reservation today at theroofslc.com.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated, and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU beats Arizona in double overtime. Parker Kingston on what sets LJ Martin and Bear Bachmeier apart.
We wouldn't be able to throw the ball without them, especially with how well they run the ball. It opens it up for us down the field, obviously, because it brings those safeties down. But, I mean, watching LJ and Bear run, it's awesome. They're some of the toughest SOBs that we play with, and it's been fun to watch them. Probably shouldn't have said that. But.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. Watching Utah beat Arizona State, I was reminded of watching Utah beat UCLA. Scores are almost the same, 42-10, 43-10. Both games are over at halftime. Utah ran the ball with complete ease in both of those games. It's like I was watching it all over again, PK. How much do you think Arizona State just knew, hey, our offense can't do it? And it wasn't the best performance from the defense, but they were down without Sam because he's the guy and he's the emotional leader and he's the guy they all believe in.
Sucks for them, but
it really does.
So what?
So what? You got to play without him.
Yeah. Utah went through it last year, and everybody goes through it at some point, and hopefully they don't go through it again. And Dampier can stay healthy, but yeah, that's what they do. He's not a passer, and he's a runner. He's an electric runner. Yeah. That's why I don't think why you think Merriweather should have more catches. Anybody who goes to Utah should plan on very few catches.
He went deep and got underthrown again. He's going to keep seeing that. Is this the week Jay Hill brings everybody down? He sees all these underthrown balls, and he's like, let's just fully commit to stopping the run. Bring the extra guy.
Everybody does when they play them.
Yeah. Kyle said Texas Tech didn't. He said they just played them straight up.
Well, they didn't have to.
They didn't have to. I agree.
So if you don't have to, you don't. Yeah. I mean, obviously, don't do that if you don't have to. There's no reason to do it. There's no reason to throw the ball if you can run on them. Why? It's the safest way to win. It's boring for some folks, but it's also the safest way. And in the end, if you're a fan, what difference does it make which way you get it? You're just you're looking for the win to satisfy you.
The fans who stuck it out looked pretty happy. Didn't really care about the throwing game.
It's rarely good.
Yeah.
And if you're expecting it to be good this year, you're going to be disappointed.
Nope. It's going to run the ball, and can they run it for 276 or 286 or whatever, which is what they've done here to UCLA and now to ASU and to several other teams along the way. But
yeah, right.
For BYU, great start, great finish. The middle, not so much, but they overcame, persevered, and won. So perfect 6-0. Never throw back a road win. Well, never throw back any win, but especially not a conference road win. And they got it.
Right.
Good to see Bear Bachmeier struggle, make mistakes. It didn't go well. He said he was the problem there in that first drive in overtime. He made some mistakes there, didn't elaborate on what they were, but clearly got it figured out in the second time and got in the end zone and won the game.
Yeah, I like the plays that they're calling for. A-Rod's calling for the Rockmeier.
Run him the right way.
Yeah. It was clear on that touchdown. He acted like he was going to throw, but he was going to cut up field. And he did, because he can get that 6-7 yards that you need and got him into the end zone. He's not Dampier, but obviously Dampier's not Bachmeier either. So you've got that going on. And so put in the plays that allow him to succeed and have him continue to grow and have him continue to make mistakes. There's nothing better for him than to make a bunch of mistakes and a win. Maybe not a bunch, but a few that allow him to see it, okay, do this, do that. And the team, I think you brought up a point that is very, very crucial to what's going on here.
Bachmeier believes in himself, but now the team's believing in him too.
Yeah, and I think, the defense believes in him. Everybody believes in him. The fans believe in him. They're ecstatic that they got him. You're figuring, well, this is as good as it gets. You're 6-0 with a freshman quarterback who's going to be around at least 2 more years. You never know with the transfer portal, but that's what we believe. And it seems like in this case he'd be foolish to go someplace else anyway. So as long as he's out there, continue to get better. And they do have enough of a passing attack that they can legitimately claim we can throw the ball through the air if we need to. You know, he threw for 350 here a while back, and he hits Kingston on the crossing pattern, and the kid's got blazing speed, and he outruns everybody, and so that's what you got there. And we've seen Chase Roberts have some big games, and Carson Ryan's capable and all that stuff. So, yeah, they've got enough to beat you, and they've got enough to beat Utah. That's for sure. I probably say this every year, but I think this is the most anticipated game between these two, at least since 2009.
Which coincidentally is the last time they were both ranked.
Right. obviously. That's why, I purposely went that far. I looked it up. And, yeah, and that was a great game, too. And here we go again. And now so much at stake. It's not just, I've been involved in the Territorial Cup where it's a lot of 4 and 7s. And it's still fun to go 4 and 5 and 7.
You still want to win the game, but this is different.
Right. To have the stakes be there. And I don't know when the last time the U of A and ASU have had those stakes. It's like one's up, the other's down.
Yeah, they haven't both been up at the same time.
The last
really.
2 years, that's exactly what it had. Jed Fish has got his team winning 10. The Devils only winning 3. And then in 12 months, it totally flips. And
coaching changes transfer portal.
And both games were blowouts.
Yeah.
Okay. If it's going to be a blowout, you want your team to be on the end of the winning end. Like last year in the Territorial Cup, I was in St. George, and it was a beautiful day. And I knew that I don't want to waste this day watching a blowout, so I didn't even watch the game. I checked the score.
ASU's going to rout Arizona, and it was great golf weather, so
That's
took the golf.
Yeah. I was with a Ute fan who he told me there's no way I'd have to be watching the game. I said, well, I'm wired differently. And you'd much rather have with the stakes being high and have it be so crucial and the intensity. That's the great thing about playoff baseball is the intensity builds. You just go back to Friday night, and you can see the people in the stands because it just matters every pitch. And if it's ball 3 count, we may get a runner on with a walk and all that. And so because of the nature of it, the intensity builds. And it's not like in basketball, you're going to get runs. And they're going to come, so see where we're at in the fourth quarter. No, here, if you go up 21-0 in the first quarter, that could be it.
Yeah.
And then you win the game that way.
Yeah.
Or you win the game 28-7. So every minute, every possession, every play, it really matters. And that's what we're going to have. The stakes are extremely high because certainly, for both teams for that matter, this Utah, you cannot afford another loss. And BYU, you don't want to lose to these guys because
the 3 road games coming up.
The tiebreaker, and
and the tiebreaker too, yeah.
We've pinpointed this game as the start of the toughest 5-game stretch you've got, and so basically, that if you lose a home game in this, that's just going to make it that much more difficult when you go out on the road. Then that becomes must wins and all that stuff, and so that's where we're at. So where we're at as far as the stakes right now couldn't be any higher. It's still a little bit of a mystery as opposed to playing the last game of the season where most everything is laid out before you. But that just adds to the intrigue even more because they have other games. And, if you win this game but then turn around and lose your next 2, well, whoop-de-freaking do. You won the rivalry game, but that's not good enough.
Yeah, the closer you get to the dream, the more you want it.
Yeah. And the playoff now finally is legitimate for these teams. And I don't think it ever was legitimate. And now it is. And it's there. And it's potentially there for the taking. And both of you, I believe Texas Tech will be in. And both of you, that would be the second time you would be playing Tech. And what changes there? What do we see, if anything? So all that stuff that's out there, all Big Fox coming in on all that stuff. And the BYU fans will be jumping up and down, hooting and hollering and all that. And that'll be fun, and we'll get to that as the week progresses. And then it's on regular Fox at 6 o'clock. That's 8 o'clock back east. It's 7 o'clock in the Central. We all know the time zones. And so your program is on full display. Everybody could see it. For years, I think people knew about BYU and maybe not Utah as much. Well, now that's changed. And so, wow, what a recruiting opportunity exposure-wise for both programs. If somebody loses 28-27, it's not like, oh my gosh, we're screwed recruiting. You know what I mean? So
especially with the transfer portal,
you don't want to
have
have a 44-10 matchup if your team is winning. You do, but for exposure-wise, you just really have to play a hard game, and there's going to be a winner and loser. We already know that, but the exposure that both these programs are going to get is something that you can't purchase there.
People who are channel surfing between games, you hit a commercial break or halftime or whatever, Tennessee, Alabama on ABC, USC, Notre Dame on NBC, and Utah and BYU on Big Fox.
Right. And if you're a college football fan and you're sitting at home.
You're going to channel surf. You know it's a 2.5, 3-minute commercial
right.
break.
And if you go to a sports bar and they got multiple TVs, cold beers and cheeseburgers, as it is in the Phoenix area.
Place in Tempe.
It's multiple. It's a chain, but it's just in the valley. They've got one up in left field at the ballpark.
But you go wherever.
Several.
Yeah, you go any place that's going to have.
You're going to be checking that
10
out.
10 or 20 TVs. Yeah.
I've got to be at the game. I would much rather be at a sports bar eating a burger and chugging down a cold one and watching the games. There'll come a time for that. What are you laughing at, Yak?
I just want the image of you chowing down on a burger and drinking a cold one at a sports bar.
And of course, he meant a Coke Zero.
I know, but I just don't. Here's the thing. I love you, PK.
But he alluded.
I don't see you hanging out at Buffalo Wild Wings or anything like that.
I have gone to cold beers and cheeseburgers to watch. In fact, that's what I did.
Didn't you broadcast from there?
You did. I thought you did.
What did you broadcast from? The Fiesta Bowl.
Oh, that was a local one, McDuffie's.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was McDuffie's. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there was cold beers and cheeseburgers then. That's a chain that's popped up throughout the valley.
No, it's newer.
But yeah, that was just we did
McDuffie's,
multiple shows. McDuffie's was, and then that was incredible. But yeah, actually last year,
because McDuffie's was the same kind of place, right? There were 20 TVs and
After the BYU ASU game, I did go to cold beers and cheeseburgers so I could watch football. I've been to that place, well, multiple locations, many times over with family and friends. Yeah, what do you mean I can't go to a sports bar? What the hell?
I just don't see you hanging out with the people rather than sitting in your man cave watching the game.
Well, I know, but I'm in Phoenix. I don't have a man cave.
But I'm saying that on the road, that's a different story. I'm talking about here as you be on the home
he's more of a
turf.
troubled loner, and he's going to be downstairs in the basement. Yeah.
If I'm home?
Yeah. That's what he's getting at.
Sure, if I'm home.
Yeah.
But most of the time, I'm not home on Saturdays anyway. That just happened to be a day game, and we went out with Jill. You know Jill. You never met her, but you know her.
I know her life story. I know where she owns property. I know about her kids. I know her favorite sport. I know her kids' favorite sports.
So we went out.
Yeah.
And we watched. Of course, I can't remember who was playing. I believe the Utes were playing later that day. And I want to watch the Utes.
Got to watch the locals.
Yeah.
Even when we're on the road, we've all gone to lengths to see a game, to go to a place.
Yeah. And that was at the end of the season, obviously, but still, I feel obligated to always watch these two. That's what I had Saturday night at at Rice Eccles. I had on my computer, I had the BYU Arizona game on. I got to watch it. I got to be informed as what's going on here. Yak, I mean, now that I think of it, man, when this thing wraps up in, I think I've targeted, I know Danny Pugh is targeted today. He's going to step aside. In 2034, when I'm done.
2034, huh?
In 2035, I'm going to spend every Saturday at a sports bar. I got to check out what are the best sports bars in Maui.
I got one for you in San Diego. You can sit on the sidewalk. You don't even have to go in the place. Sit on the sidewalk. And there, the college football starts at 9 a.m. Great breakfast place, Yak. You'll love it.
Well, I was just saying for PK, he can start at 6 a.m. if he's in Hawaii.
Ask Maddie about it. She was just there.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your feedback is next. You know, people can see the exact same thing and think completely opposite. We'll get to that next.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes rout Arizona State 42-10. Devin Dampier carrying a chip on his shoulder.
I think just every game I go into, there's always a chip on my shoulder. You know, I had a long journey to get to the point I'm at right now, and I got something to prove every time I'm out there.
This Ute update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Hans and Scotty G Tuesday from noon to 3 at My Hearing Centers, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. So PK and I were both up at the Utah-Arizona State game Saturday night, and you suggested we tape a little something on the field afterwards. We posted it, and people see the same thing and have dramatically different responses.
Now, what did I get ripped about now?
TGI 56. I appreciate you both being here with us tonight.
Okay. Reasonable.
Tanner, don't you clowns have a BYU game to cover?
Oh, Tanner's a younger guy. He's got to be a younger guy who's caught up in the rivalry thing. You can tell the perspective of people. It still matters the world to him, and good for him that he chose to comment. That means he viewed it.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, that used to bother me in my younger years. Oh, am I going to be able to survive this?
It turns out we can.
Yeah. Now
and people just see what they want to see.
It's not, I don't view myself as untouchable. I still want to keep my edge, but I don't need clicks. I don't need to say anything for ratings or any of that stuff.
Nobody's untouchable. You're just not vulnerable to that.
Right.
Yeah.
That stuff is in one ear, out the other.
Petty AFU fan. Utah needs to get a big enough lead that it'll be impossible for the refs to steal the game for BYU like they did last year and like they just did to Arizona.
Yeah, I know, man. I can't believe that the refs, after that penalty, allowed the Cougars to get right down the field in field goal range. What they did there, that was embarrassing.
Utah dominates Arizona State in every aspect. How high are your expectations now? Johnny's dance party. A healthy quarterback equals a good team. They could blow through the league right now and face Texas Tech again, potentially.
Oh, I think they would blow through Texas Tech.
There it is. 12-1. What are they seeded? That's the only question in your mind.
12-1, number one.
Eric, Utes are going to have a nice season. Maybe 3 losses total, but they're going to miss out on anything special.
Remains to be seen. Possible.
Could lose to BYU, could lose to Cincinnati, be 9-3, right where Eric thought.
Which is a good season.
It is a good season.
Yeah. But now with the playoff being realistic, I get it. You've got several teams shooting for that. And if that little sorry program in Tempe can do it, certainly you can. I mean, you are in a much higher plane than they'll ever dream of, and they got there. And so everything is realistic. I have a hard time for final judgments being, if you didn't get there, as a disappointing season. It could be a disappointing aspect, but the season can still be positive.
Brett says expectations about the same as they've been. Great defense, serviceable quarterback, and offense. I think the offense is a good group of 5 offense, but I don't think it's really power 4 level. If they can hold their opponent to 20 and score 21, it should work. Those have been my expectations, and they continue to be. So it sounds like Brett's pointing for 9-3 as well. It's better than a group of 5, power 4. First off, those distinctions aren't as neat as you'd like to think they are. There's plenty of good power 5 teams who can beat bad power 4 teams, blah, blah, blah.
Not group of 5 is what you meant. You said power, but
group of 5, yes.
Yeah, we've often said that the top of the group of the 5
can beat the bottom of the power 4.
We've said that for years, and that's shown.
And it's still true. And
I don't see why it wouldn't be. But I think right now you should be thinking getting to Arlington. If you're a fan, if you're a Utah fan, I've got no problem with you believing that is not just a goal, but is legitimate, reachable, attainable goal.
It's mid-October in a 16-team league. For 9 teams, it would now take a miracle. 3 seems unlikely, but it's mathematically it's sitting right in front of them. For 3 teams, it seems very possible, and for 1, it seems very likely.
Yeah.
I don't really have the 4-4-4-4 thing you've been breaking out the Big 12 in. I suppose you still could. You can break that out tomorrow.
Utah is an extremely legitimate goal. Utah is where it needs to be right now. Much, much work to be done. But the other 3 teams, even Texas Tech, has a lot of work to be done. It's just that the workload seems a lot easier.
Because it is.
Than what the other 3 have to achieve. But all those other 3, Cincinnati and the 2 locals, absolutely. Now, obviously, you're going to be thinking about BYU, but we're talking about the fans. We're not talking about the players or the coaches.
DJ PK, Jake and Ben are next right here on The Zone.
That's it. We're gone.
We are done. Gang, show's over.
It ain't over yet.
Oh, yes, it is.
That was the whole show.
See you next time.
Bye.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at culliganslc.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems, with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From 2 guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're welcome for hitting that post. How's it going over there, Ben? Fancy cardigan. It is cardigan weather.
Yeah, it's getting chilly out. I couldn't figure out if I was just going to go with a crew neck sweatshirt or wear a collared shirt and a cardigan and the cardigan one.
How was the weekend? You had
excellent.
a
a lot of sports.
time?
A lot of sports. You?
You know, I had a really appreciation. You know, there's the 3 basics to survive. I was talking to my kids about this. You have to have food, water, and shelter. I was particularly happy about shelter over the weekend. I was particularly appreciative. I mean, watching the football games in the monsoon from the comfort of my own home, as there was indeed a thunderstorm right outside.
Yep.
I was pretty stoked about shelter.
I feel that way all the time. As I've gotten older, I recognize how difficult it must be to be unhoused in the state of Utah. We do not have weather that's particularly primed for that. And yes, I had that same feeling Saturday where it was 65, 75, and gorgeous until about 4 o'clock, and it dropped to 9 degrees outside and windy and rainy and horrible and lightning and thunder. And I just thought, oh, man. I'm going inside my home.
Yeah.
I'm going to shut the door, and I will see the lightning, and I will see the rain, and I will be protected from it all, and I'm very grateful for that. I had the exact same thought as you.
I certainly have gone soft in my old age because, you remember back to your teenage years. How much did you care about the weather when you did anything as a teenager?
No, you're just out and about, and you were cold. And
I've camped during so many thunderstorms. I thought to myself yesterday, or Saturday, I guess, sure happy I'm not camping.
I was at Lagoon yesterday.
Oh, nice.
And bundled up. You know what I mean? Made sure I'm not going to be cold. It was 55 degrees. But all these young kids, 14 to 17 years old, who want to look cute or want to look cool, and they're going to rock their best T-shirt, or this poor girl in line at Samurai. What's the one that spins and flips around? She was just wearing like a one-piece bodysuit, and I was just like, oh, I get that probably looked cool at noon. And she was dying in line, and I just thought, yeah, I'm so glad to be past that part of my life. Because she did care. She did recognize that she had made a huge mistake and didn't have the money to rectify the problem. She couldn't go buy a Lagoon sweatshirt or anything.
No.
So, poor kid.
I wonder how many sweatshirts per fall they do sell for that reason.
Just for that reason.
I bet it's just a windfall.
Yeah. You should just walk through selling blankets.
People don't realize how chilly it gets after the sun goes away.
Yeah.
And they don't want to leave.
Yeah. They've invested the money to go.
What was the best ride of the day?
Man, Cannibal is hard to beat. I rode Primordial for the first time, and it's fun. It's fun. It's among the new rides that they've added, I would not say it's like the one you have to hit every time.
I'm still bitter about my line experience.
Yeah,
I think
get it. I thought about it the whole time I was there.
Did you?
Were you in the little room with the cat?
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking about you the whole time.
I heard that cat speech.
Yeah, don't jump the line.
55 times.
Yeah, I thought about you the entire line.
It was so brutal. It's the absolute worst spot to get stopped.
Yeah.
Good.
Spider, Wicked, Cannibal. They're all great. They're really good. They've done a really nice job.
Yeah, Cannibal's awesome.
Yeah, it really is.
And Wicked's good.
Yeah,
Colossus
Wicked's really
holds
good.
up.
It does. It's a very good amusement park.
The white roller coaster is rickety.
It is. I rode Jetstar. My neck hurt for 3 days. So, 'cause it really whips you around.
It does.
And I didn't realize I had to brace myself. So
the seating is awkward with Jetstar.
Yeah, it is. Get your buddy right in your lap.
No, oh man, you have to get. You're like, hey, we have a different relationship after today.
Yeah,
because we're doing a roller coaster together. We're in this together.
Yeah, we are.
All right. Christian was up late. The post game, Christian, was an adventure from a schedule standpoint because of the weather delay down in Tucson.
Yeah, I think I brought it upon myself because I spent all of the college football Saturday show talking about we can't have a weather delay. That would be horrible. And then it happens.
Then it looked like we were going to get one here because there was lightning leading up to the entire game, and then it was scot-free. It was pretty great.
Can we give a quick shout out to our guy, Kevin Eubank? He was on with Hans and Scotty on Friday. And I was, he comes on every Friday. And I was listening. And Kevin laid out the weather on Saturday. He said it's going to get windy about 4. The storm's going to come in. There's going to be a lot of lightning. But by game time for Utah, it should just be
rain
all the time. And I'll be doggone, Ben, if he wasn't 100% accurate.
Right on.
Like, people are looking at their Google, and it's all over the map, or at least it was for me. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go with Kevin on this.
Yeah.
Man, if he wasn't spot on. We got 2 soccer games in before that sucker blew in.
It was a beautiful day during the day. Yeah, it really was. I was thinking, maybe it's going to be not quite as ugly as they had predicted. It was. It was very ugly. But I'm glad Utah didn't have a delay, but obviously BYU did.
By the way, I had a conundrum, and obviously we have to dive in rivalry week in football and all that. But I told you my daughter Maggie had another hat trick. Shout out to the Maggle.
Get the scholarship.
And we had talked about celebrations, and I decided not to teach her one.
Mm-hmm.
And this week when she scored her first goal, she did the 2 arms in the air celebration.
A classic.
Which was basically mimicking me because that's basically what I do, right?
Yeah.
But I was pretty stoked about it. I was like, good for you. That's a good one.
Yeah.
The 2 arms in the air celebration is a classic that never gets old.
Yeah.
And you're not really dancing in your opponent's face, which is funny, but also not appropriate for a 4-year-old.
Sure.
So there you go. Yeah. That's what we settled on. 2 arms up. All right, Ben, where do you want to start? Because I thought both games were interesting. BYU, that game was obviously significantly closer. And both, I think, the way both teams won, I think, is significant in trying to analyze what's going to happen on Saturday.
Let's start with BYU because BYU was undefeated, and they did have to overcome a 10-point deficit with 4 or 5 minutes to go.
Which I think is 1,000% relevant.
Yeah.
Because my whole, and I sound like a broken record, but how many games is the Bear going to lose for you? That's how many games BYU is going to lose. Because the rest of the team is really, really good. And he's still a true freshman.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bear tried to lose this one a little bit.
Okay.
He tried a little bit. But then, Ben, this is the good news. When the game was on the line and he had to calm down and go out and win a football game in crazy circumstances,
yep,
he did just that. I think that's 100% relevant. And BYU coming from behind is really relevant, in my opinion. So it's the way that they won that I think is important.
Like any young player, development is about putting things together, and development is not linear. It's about adding this and then mess this up, but you countered with this and you kind of figure it all out. And early in the season for Bear, it was, I'm just not going to lose the game for us. I'm not going to turn the ball over, not going to be asked to do a whole lot, make a couple of reads that are pretty obvious, and then we'll move from there. Like move the ball with my legs. And then they kind of started opening it up a little bit, and Aaron Roderick trusted him to throw some deep balls and kind of some safe deep balls early in the game, take some chances, or if somebody's wide open, you can throw it. And then you start to get a little bit more complicated. Teams scout you. They know what you can and can't do. And I thought Arizona played pretty well against Bear Bachmeier. The defense played shockingly well, in my opinion.
Arizona is not a bad team. I was trying to get that point across last week that I thought it was going to be harder for BYU to win in Tucson than it was for Utah to win in Salt Lake City.
Still not sure I agree with you that Arizona's a good team. But
they're better than I think you were giving them credit for. But that's neither here nor there. BYU wins the game.
But yes, Bear does not play well at all in this game, right? And if you just look at his raw stats and pull him down, especially passing the ball, and I get it was rainy, but he missed guys. He threw behind guys. He made some mistakes throwing the ball. He was 12 of 29 for 172 yards and 2 interceptions. Like a truly bad game. That's a really bad game. That's the freshman game we've been waiting for. But then as we're talking about you piece things together, he did get this situation. I'm down 10 with 5 minutes to go. I've got the ball. Can I win the game? And he did. And he scored on, 4 straight possessions because they scored the field goal, the touchdown, the field goal, the touchdown to win the game in overtime, double overtime. So he answered when it mattered most. And ideally, as he continues to develop, you start to get the best passing game that he had, which I thought came against West Virginia. And then you get the ability to close games like you have now against Arizona. And when this all melds together, you've got a very holistic approach from the quarterback position that enables you to win games.
Absolutely.
He also ran the ball, of course, extremely well, 22 carries for 89 yards.
He's going to have to, if BYU is going to beat Utah, he's going to have to be scrappy like that. And limit the mistakes because Utah will make the Bear pay for the mistakes more than Arizona would, I would guess. So got to limit the mistakes, but he's going to have a scrappy game to beat the Utes.
Now, I do want to focus on one particular possession that I thought cost Arizona the game. And if I was an Arizona fan, I would be through with Brent Brennan right now. I would just be livid. It was great coaching by Kalani Sitake and Jay Hill and whoever made this decision. I would imagine it was Kalani, but their approach to it was not the final possession, but the second to last possession of the fourth quarter for Arizona, where they get the ball back with 4:08, and they think, man, I guess they get it. Yeah, they get it with 4:08, so about 4 minutes. And they think we're going to bleed this clock. And they're going to make BYU waste all of their timeouts before they punt the ball back, and ideally they punt it back. Here's the problem. You can't do that with 4 minutes left, actually, especially now that there's a 2-minute timeout.
The math isn't great.
The math is not great. And you're up 7. And I think the way BYU is playing, I don't think they're going to go for 2. I didn't think they were going to go for 2 at any point. Kalani never signaled that they were going to go for 2 on that final drive. The only way to, because BYU is clearly so confident, and they showed it because they don't call the timeout on the first running play, right? What's his name? Riscano runs the ball for a yard on first down. And Kalani just sits and looks at Brent Brennan like, okay, call your next play. We're not worried about you getting a first down here.
4 minutes left.
There's 4 minutes left. We're going to get the ball back and we're going to score.
Yeah.
We don't care if we have 1 timeout or 3. Well, we want 1. We don't need all of our timeouts. But give us a 2-minute timeout and 1 timeout of our own, and we're going to beat you. Or at least we're going to send this thing to overtime. At that point, if you're Brent Brennan, you have to audible. You have to say, hey, look, the only way we lose this game is if they touch the ball again. So we can't let them touch the ball again. This can no longer be about bleeding their timeouts. And Kalani basically admitted that, or Jay Hill basically admitted that. They said, as long as we get the ball back, we're going to score and tie it. And Brent Brennan says, we're going up the middle. We're going to run it up the middle on second down, too, and pick up 3 yards. So now you've gone 4 yards total over 30 seconds, and you've only cost BYU 1 timeout, and now you're going to give them the ball back with 3.5 minutes left. It's like, yeah, dummy, they're going to beat you. You might as well forfeit the game right now. And BYU knows this, and you're the only one apparently in the building who didn't seem to know this. I was shocked watching this, what I thought was malpractice from Brent Brennan and the Arizona defense at that point, or the Arizona offense, because I thought they'd play well. But yeah, the only way you can lose this game possibly is by giving BYU the ball back. If you move the ball, which just run your offense and move the ball and don't give them the ball back, you can win this game because they don't get it. And you're up by 7. You have all the cards. And he just said, well, we're going to let BYU play their way, and we'll see if we can stop them. I thought it was ridiculous. I thought that was idiotic from Brent Brennan. It's why I think Arizona's going to end up 6 wins maybe, But then they played BYU tough. I certainly picked BYU to win bigger than this. So I don't want to lose sight of that last week. But I was really, really aghast at some of the late game play calling from Arizona that allowed BYU to get back in the game. Because up 10 with 4 minutes to go, you got to win that game.
Yeah, and the coaching mistakes were probably made. It is kind of funny about college football, though, if that running back had gotten 2 extra yards and they had a 3rd and short, and all of a sudden things change. So, it is the funny part about college football is it does come down to, this is a Broncoism, but execution of the players on the field. I think sometimes that shirks some of the responsibility that you're talking about to put them in a position to succeed.
Just go win. I just hated the idea that they said, we know we're planning to give BYU the ball back, but we want it to be with a little less time.
It's the mindset.
Instead of just saying, hey, we're going to go win the game. It just showed no confidence in his team.
He would tell you he's playing 4D chess, and you would tell him, well, you're really overthinking it.
Yeah.
On like a conservative side of things.
Yes.
And coaches make those mistakes. We've seen the local teams make those mistakes. Yeah. It's just not a perfect science by any means.
And credit Kalani and Jay Hill for not calling that timeout, because I think it totally ruined Arizona's plans.
Yeah.
I thought it was really smart. And then what I love about Kalani most as a coach, he plays to win. He plays to win games. Even like the weird half onside kick that they did to maybe get the ball back, I thought that's aggressive. You sacrificed, not that many, because I still think they only got the ball at the 25-yard line. But they were like, you know what? We're not going to go onside kick here. It's probably a little early to do that. And I trust my defense. We got a good defense. But let's still give ourselves a chance on this kickoff to get the ball back, because I want to win this game. I'm going to play to win this game. And I love that about Kalani, because every play call seems to be driven that way.
Called a fake punt on his own goal line, 4th and 20.
Somebody did. I don't know if it was Kalani. But I love that about the way Kalani plays.
Wasn't it Linehan, I think? Johnny Linehan, the punter? And I think he did come out afterward and said, well, I called my own number. Liked what I saw.
Did you? So I love that about Kalani. That's just it's such a great way to play, and his players pick it up, and that's why a guy like Baker, or excuse me, I'm watching. That's why Bear Bachmeier can go win a game despite the fact that he'd been playing poorly most of the game. There's just a belief that they are going to go win this game. That's how Kalani coaches, so that's how his players play, and I love that about him.
And it does. I think it shows a lot about the freshmen and how they have rallied around, the quarterback, which was an important thing. And we talked about that a lot at the beginning of the season. After the quarterback battle's behind you, you have to put it behind you. You can't have the other quarterback having a share of the support of the team. That's ultimately what went wrong with Riley Nelson and Jake Heaps. And it would appear that the Bear has every confidence from that team, even when he's not playing well. I mean, we talk about his pure passing stats, and you're correct. But, if you do the math, which don't do the math on the air, but he's, 250 total yards? In the game, find a way to impact it.
In a rainstorm, you've got to find a way to win the game.
250 total yards and 3 touchdowns in a rainstorm to bring your team from behind to win in those circumstances on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, that says a lot about the Bear, I think, but it does say a lot about his teammates and not having doubt. Does that make any sense? And we talked about his ability to kind of be unflappable in the previous game after making mistakes. Well, that's what it earns you earns you the support of the team, and I think that really matters in this case. The fact that they're 6-0 solidifies it with no doubt going into, what did we talk about, Ben? The toughest part of any BYU schedule of all time.
Yeah, the next 6 weeks of BYU schedule are considerably different than their first 6
Imagine
weeks.
if they were hemming and hawing, and we were talking about the backup quarterback right now.
Oh yeah, if they were 4-2 right now with a loss to Colorado and Arizona,
and we're like, hey, what about that Hillstead?
Yeah.
How's that looking?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be disastrous.
Correct. And they're not. They're 6-0. It's absolutely their best asset right now is that they are 6-0.
And the only one advocating for McKay to step in and get the start is his mother.
Yeah.
Which, bless her if she's listening. Way to support.
Janae.
Is that really who it is? I was just making
Janae
this up.
and McKay,
Yeah, okay.
I thought that'd be cool.
I don't want people to think like, what is she tweeting out or something? That
I don't know.
McKay should get the start? No, we're just totally making this up. I'm sure she does support her son.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
But on this team, they're all about the Bear, and that's how it needs to be if you're going to play a true freshman and succeed, because that true freshman is going to make mistakes, which he did against Arizona. And if the team just packs it in on him, Jake Heaps throws 5 interceptions against Utah. The team packs it in, and he's never the same player ever again.
I know A-Rod caught some heat over the weekend. I saw people complaining about how slow they ran that second to last drive. We're just like, yeah, they won the game. It was brilliant. I thought he was awesome. He didn't give Arizona any chance. He is a part of why Brent Brennan thought they could run the clock out late in the game, because they got it with 4 minutes left, which is just enough time to feel awkward about like how you're going to approach this. So credit A-Rod for not putting Bear in a spot where he was going to turn the ball over again by letting him play really slow, and then B, to not put Bear in a situation to have this game in week 2 or week 3. Because if Bear has this game on the road at East Carolina, maybe the team does pack it in on him. Maybe the team does give up on him and they say, we should have been better with McKay or somebody older. Now you're 6-0. You can't turn your back on him.
Or heaven forbid they're still independent and he has to play Wisconsin or something like that in game 2. You know what I mean? So I'll tell you what. I was rooting last week for both these teams to win to set up one heck of a rivalry game. And I think it accomplished just that. We'll talk a little bit more about the Utes coming up on the other side. There's lots of college football stuff out there today. The Jazz are playing. Ben, it's one of those Mondays. We got a lot. We'll get to it coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems, with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's the Bear talking about how they turned the game around in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I think we just executed and we mitigated the mistakes. I mean, had a couple false starts in the third quarter and, nothing was really going our way. But we just kind of had each other's backs, and credit to the boys up front again for just being really physical and guys on the perimeter making plays, and then LJ being LJ. So.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. It's Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday, your chance to win big every week. This Wednesday, you can win tickets to go see Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets at SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Utah got the big win at home, crushing Arizona State.
What were your takeaways?
Utah is good when they get the lead.
Yeah. It's a bad team to be behind play from behind.
I think that's part of the difference, and we can get to Arizona State in a second, but part of the difference between the Utah-Arizona State game and the Utah-Texas Tech game is the way that Utah is allowed to play when they get a lead. And then that makes a desperate team with a backup quarterback in the rain even more desperate, and then I think that's how you end up with such a lopsided victory. I mean, this was the recipe for success for a Utah team. But if you want to look where the game was won, it was won and the true difference between the Arizona State and Texas Tech game was the offensive line performance against the defensive line and the way that Utah dominated physically. I mean, if you listen to Dilly, he'll tell you they were dominated on both sides of the ball. But yeah. I think that one was particularly relevant because the way that you were going to win and win big was running the ball for 276 yards and 6 touchdowns, given the circumstances and how Utah is built. If they can run over the other team, it's going to be a really long day for the other team, and that's what happened to Arizona State, in my opinion. So give Utah all the credit, but this is how they want to play and win.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to look at the numbers. Devin Dampier, 7 of 12 passing. I mean, that's a scrimmage. He played 1 quarter of a scrimmage, and they wanted to get him out there and throw the ball around a little bit. And, yeah, I mean, it totally goes back to the adage is if you can't stop the run, don't worry about stopping the throw.
Yeah,
and
you're in big trouble.
Arizona State could not stop the run in the slightest.
Nope.
At any point in the game, and Utah recognized it early, and I think you're spot on. That's the worst-case scenario when you're playing in the rain. If you fall behind, you can't stop the opposing team from running the ball, and you have to throw the ball to catch up.
And you have a backup quarterback.
You're dead.
Yeah, you're dead in the water.
You just have no chance. So this was not a scheduled loss, but you could have looked at this game when you start to add in all those different elements. Backup quarterback who's not particularly good.
No, and he had to throw the ball 38 times.
And he's not a thrower.
In the rain.
And had 12 completions.
It's going to be a long day for that dude.
It was brutal. It was a very brutal setup for Arizona State. But credit for Utah, who did not let them off the hook in the slightest and absolutely bullied them up and down the field every time they touched the ball. Devin Dampier, I thought, was pretty spectacular, and that's how you're going to have to win some tough games. Devin Dampier is going to have to put the team on his shoulders at times to win games. I had thought that would be the case against Arizona State, and Arizona State was just too good.
Well, on his legs.
Or, excuse me, Texas Tech. I thought he was going to do it against Texas Tech, and Texas Tech was too good. Arizona State, he could just put it. Yeah, he could just hold the ball and run around, and it was fine.
His legs are going to have to win you games. I think if his arm is going to have to win a Utah game, I think that's still up in the air. If you want to get to keys of the Utah-BYU game on Monday, if BYU gets out to a lead early, that's their best shot at a victory. Because Utah's going to have a tough time coming from behind. And if they get on top, you're in real trouble because they're going to hold the ball the whole game, and you're going to have very limited opportunities.
You're right. If you're down 2 scores to BYU early, it's going to be the same situation Arizona State found itself against Utah.
Right.
They're going to try and milk the clock, run the ball out, and Bear and LJ Martin can do that.
Right. And so all of a sudden, Dampierre is going to have to throw the ball to win, and we have not seen that yet. You give him a game to win with his legs and running the option, he's really good at that.
He's really, really good.
He's really good at that. It was when they lost at the line of scrimmage against Texas Tech, he really wasn't able to do it. And maybe it had something to do with his injury because Witt's been waving that around a lot, and maybe now he's healthy and it's going to make a difference. Sure.
But they were also playing from behind. Exactly.
But
like
they were
said.
playing from behind.
And
they
it wasn't big, but they were behind.
Yep. And the line of scrimmage wasn't going their way, and it was tough sledding. So those are key things for this Utah team. And Witt was genuinely surprised after the Texas Tech game that they lost up front with the offensive line specifically. I think he said the word surprise. Mm-hmm. And you got to give the Raiders credit for their defensive front. And that's why I certainly think they're more legitimate today than I did at the beginning of the year, is because this might be the first tough Texas Tech team ever.
Yeah, they're extremely tough.
Extremely tough. Did you see how much they ran the ball
against
Kansas, which I saw most of that game as I was getting stuff done around the house. And hold on, I just want to be...
It was over 300 yards.
Yeah, I want to be exact with the rushing. It's 372 yards.
Yeah, right. That's not
against
a game.
Kansas. Yeah. 9.3 yards per rush.
Yeah. No, they're obviously the class of the Big 12. I don't want to get lost in a Texas Tech conversation, but they've been awesome.
They will not ever get my number one vote in our power poll. But, yeah, they look pretty good.
That is, you're right.
Well, they should have known about my ability to vote before they made it personal. That's not my fault.
Yeah, they were the one who started this. Let's quickly, though, recap. Utah now, through 6 weeks, has scored 43 points, 63 points, 31 points at Wyoming, not great, 10 points against Texas Tech, 48 points on the road at West Virginia, and 42 points against Arizona State. I get this is not a fully complete offense. I get that Devin Dampierre is not picking teams apart with his arm. They're scoring 40 points a game with relative ease, and I don't think Arizona State in that setup is particularly good, and I know West Virginia's not particularly good, but that was on the road. And then you did get Arizona State at home in a horrible rainstorm where they couldn't move the ball at all, and Utah's still putting up 40 points. I think we may need to give Utah's offense more credit.
Yeah, sure, fine. I mean, you're right about the point totals, but they haven't really played a defense.
Arizona State was a pretty good defense.
We thought so going in. I don't know. I mean, they got dominated, and yeah, certainly I'm not attempting to take credit away from Utah in that sense, but BYU's I think is a real defense, and so that's the
last good defense BYU plays or Utah plays this year.
So yeah, that's the thing with the Big 12. Everybody, it's not this big tough league. It never really has been.
Hasn't been. It looked like it might be more of this year, but you play BYU and then you go Colorado, Cincinnati, who's good, Baylor, Kansas State, Kansas. You don't play a good defense after this weekend.
So yeah, it's interesting because Texas Tech is a real. That's a real defense, and it's a real tough team. And I think BYU is a real defense and a real tough team, too. So that will be – I think a lot of it so depends on the flow. Because if BYU limits the mistakes early, and we have all weekend to get into this. And
I'm excited for this
if the Bear can keep a lid on it and score and get up before he makes mistakes, that makes a huge difference. If he throws picks at the beginning in the first quarter and Utah gets a couple of easy scores, maybe even a pick six or something like that, then all of a sudden the recipe of the game is totally different.
Correct.
God, I love the rivalry game.
Yeah,
this is good. It's going to be a good one, and Fox is going to be here. So, old Big Fox. Yeah, Christian Cox, our guy, is going to be on with us at 11:30. You say, Christian, to break this all down. I'm excited to talk to Christian. All right, what's next?
Number 2, Ace Bailey makes his preseason Delta Center debut tonight.
Well, he's more than exceeded the hype through his first 2 games. Scored 20 again on the road at San Antonio. And yes, that game went to overtime. It was way different than his first game when he scored 25 points. It was much quieter. And quiet, and not in a bad way. Quiet in a, kind of didn't dominate the ball. He didn't really against Houston either, but he had the ball even less. It was a lot of like, remember Klay Thompson scoring, 37 points?
Yeah, without dribbling.
In a quarter. I think he had 6 dribbles and 37 points. Now, look, he had 20 points for the game. I'm not comparing him to Klay Thompson.
No, but the way he scored is very relevant.
It just, he never needs to dribble, which is so funny because he's playing so well right now, Ace Bailey, and he really is. And like the Jazz, talked to Will Hardy yesterday at practice, and he said, like, we're trying to contain, he didn't say excitement, but basically said we're trying to restrain ourselves on asking like how much we can expect of him, because they recognize like there's a real thing here. There's a real player here. And I know we're just 2 games in, but the physical tools and the shot making are really impressive. What we have seen from Ace is not the guy he was at Rutgers that made him so special. Now, the shot making was part of it, and the physical tools are part of it, but it was Ace taking all these crazy difficult shots and still making them. Like, the Jazz are just running sets for him to pull up into 18-footers, 19-footers, and he can shoot over everybody, so it becomes really easy for him, and then he attacks these closeouts and doesn't have to dribble and gets all the way to the rim. It's extraordinarily impressive, and you haven't even seen kind of the true magic yet that made him such an eye-opening player when he was at his best at Rutgers. So I think that's where the excitement comes in. But, yeah, he doesn't have to do a whole lot to produce a lot, and those guys are really valuable.
Here's a weird comparison for you, because I think you bring up a very relevant point about the shots that he's getting and the way that he's scoring. Who would you take, a healthy Jason Tatum or a healthy Anthony Edwards? And let's just say they were the same age for the sake of argument.
I'm taking Tatum.
I'm taking Tatum, too. And part of the reason I'm taking Tatum is because he doesn't have to have the ball the whole game.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards has to have the ball the whole game.
And he's a heck of a player.
And he's great. Yes,
Anthony Edwards.
We're picking between apple and pumpkin pie here. I mean,
yeah.
Even though I don't particularly like pumpkins. But I think...
Christian pumpkin pie guy?
Love pumpkin pie.
Yeah, let's share one. Let's share one this month. The season.
My daughters love pumpkin pie, too. I'm in the minority. But anywho... I would also pick Tatum. You mentioned Klay Thompson. His superpower really was that he didn't have to have the ball the whole game to be really, really effective.
Yeah.
And Jason Tatum is a star. So don't confuse what we're talking. Jason, Klay Thompson, you could say, he was the 3rd best player on those Warriors team and the ultimate role player and all this and that. Tatum is the star. He is a star. And in fact, if he were a more selfish player, Jaylen Brown, we wouldn't even know his name.
Right.
Because he'd never have the ball. But Jason Tatum can be effective in so many different ways that don't necessarily require him to dribble. He's such a great player for that reason. Yeah. I mean, the ultimate 5-tool player.
Yeah, he really
can do it all.
Yeah.
And so if Ace Bailey can be that, where he can be like, I'll average 27 a night without having to dribble the whole game, I think that's ideal. And he guards. But I did not think that was the headline from that game.
What'd you think?
Of course it is, because can become a star is always the headline for every game.
Forgot about it. Took 1 weekend, I forgot about it. Glad it's back.
I thought Bryce Sensabaugh was the headline. Because at times, it wasn't the whole game, but at times he was by far the best player on the floor. Maybe when old Wemby was sitting. But you get my point. I mean, he was a walking bucket. But he put in 26 even though he wasn't 7 for 8 from 3, which had kind of been the thing for him, where he was just lights out from 3 and incredible. And you brought it up, and maybe it's still that 3-and-D guy. The only shots he should be taking are threes. The fact that he's capable of doing more than that is intriguing to me. And maybe he doesn't turn out to be more well-rounded, but I don't know. The concept of Bryce Sensabaugh really intrigues me.
My theory on Bryce, and I think what I haven't asked, and I should, but I'd probably have to do it off the record, to be honest with you, to get a real answer from somebody, is I think he can. The more you give him, the more he will produce. And I know everyone says, like, well, duh. It's like, no, actually, some guys have a limit. Some guys can only handle 10 possessions a game or 8 possessions a game, and anything beyond that is too much. You have to be in very specific situations. I think Bryce will keep doing more if you keep giving him more. The question is, at what point are there diminishing returns?
Yep.
And a lot of guys, I think it's obvious where that is. Some guys it's not. And Bryce, I don't know where it gets obvious. And so that's what's the question for him. Like, there's a legitimate situation where he averages 18 points a game this year and is the second leading scorer on the team. Like, he's showing that. He leads the NBA in scoring right now through 2 preseason games. It's 2 preseason games, but he's averaging 25 points a game. It's like, if that was easy to do, more guys would do it, and it's not.
And he's got size. That's the thing. He's not limited by...
And he's also efficient.
Right.
Because he shoots the heck out of the ball.
He's intriguing to me.
I'm totally with you. And maybe, the Jazz, we've talked about this a lot. They have, these 7 draft picks or whatever it is on the roster, 8 draft picks on the roster, 3-year. It was Keontae, Taylor, Bryce, Kyle Filipowski, Isaiah Collier, Cody Williams, and now Walt Clayton and Ace Bailey.
Walt was also good, by the way.
Walt was really good.
Yeah.
You need, 4 of them to hit? 3 of them to really hit? Like, Bryce could be one of those guys, no question about it.
I think so, too. I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I find the concept of Bryce really intriguing.
There's nothing wrong if Bryce is one of those guys, because he's really talented.
All right, next.
Number 3, the Utah Mammoth picked up their first win of the season at Nashville. This just in, defenseman Sean Dursey expected to miss at least 4 weeks with an upper body injury.
He got laid out in overtime, and it was the same shoulder that he dislocated last year that he missed 50 games from. So I was actually kind of relieved this morning when I saw it was only 4 weeks as opposed to season ending, because it looked like, did you just undo all of the surgery that you had a year ago? That would have stunk. But, man, that was a tough game. They scored 2 minutes into the game and then fell behind and could not find the back of the net again, and they were really aggressive. As Dylan Gunther called them, they were really greasy. They score a tough one with Jack McBain to tie it up, send it to OT. Vamelka was awesome. And then Dylan Gunther, who is developing into a true star in our state and a really, really high-level player and a clutch player, scored another awesome goal in overtime. Utah, the Mammoth, had the puck the entire overtime. It was pretty cool. But that was a gritty goal. It was a gritty game. It was a mature win for somebody who's still learning hockey. You could just tell that, like, a younger team, a weaker team gets beat up and gets pushed out and doesn't find a way to win that game. And they really persevered. I thought it was a fun game to watch. It was hard to watch, but it was fun to watch.
Greasy.
That's what he says.
I like that.
Greasy.
Yeah.
He said,
like
we got
that.
scores. He said,
like that?
McBain scored a big greasy goal, and I thought that's a weird term.
But you totally know what he's talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Those are the best terms.
Yeah.
All right. Thank God Schefter took off that stupid Masters shirt.
Yeah, he got him in an actual hotel room with some lighting.
More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tonight on KSL, an ER visit is stressful enough. Now the worry of losing your valuables.
She said I had to take off my rings.
Expensive items gone.
This is the police report.
The KSL investigators uncover a pattern of patients losing precious belongings.
I think they should take responsibility.
Hear what the hospital has to say about it, plus the questions that they will not answer. Vanished valuables lost in the ER. Tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Jackson Benny on what he saw on his blocked field goal.
Scally is he's a master when it comes to scheming something up like that, and they showed what we were looking for, and we were kind of moving around. I didn't think we were going to get it off, but yeah, it worked out. Jumped over, and yeah, there you go.
Like that? This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. It is Kenny J's.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Utah State returns home for a Friday night battle against San Jose State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth will be live in studio today with Hanson Scotty G. He's going to help you with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com today.
You feeling bad for James Franklin?
No. But you know what? Well, we can get into it now. Or do you want, we can get into this coming up a little later maybe. Did you read the backstory on why they fired him then as lost to Northwestern or whatever?
Yeah, he lost 3 straight.
But do you know who made the decision? The fine folks at Adidas.
I've heard this rumor.
Well, it was reported out there. I have to go back and find out exactly who did it.
Because Adidas has a big endorsement essentially starting next year, right? Like this huge, was it $300 million investment? I think going into Penn State, and I think the contract officially begins this offseason next year. And look, this is the dirty little secret about college athletics for a really long time, and you can track Donovan Mitchell, and you can track Arizona and all that. They were Nike school, right?
Uh-huh.
Nike kids in high school go to Nike colleges.
They
or
do.
It
It was Adidas, because Adidas was the one that got busted by the feds.
Donovan Mitchell was Adidas, right?
Yes,
and went to Louisville as an Adidas school.
Big time Adidas. Yeah.
And this has been common for a long time. So now it's just kind of the secret's removed. You expect it. If you're an Adidas kid, you're going to go to an Adidas college because that school is paying you and Adidas is paying you, and et cetera, et cetera. It just goes up the line. But yes, to this point, Adidas has maybe carte blanche over the coaching decisions at Penn State. And James Franklin, after entering the season with, was it some polls number 2? Was it even number 1 in some polls?
Yeah, I don't.
Whatever it was, they were top 2 in a lot of the polls entering the season. Is now, are they 3-3?
Yeah, and they've lost 3 straight, including to Northwestern at home and UCLA.
Previously winless UCLA, who might actually have a pulse.
Well, I like their interim guy.
He's much better than the last guy.
What's his first name? No, their interim guy's really good. He did a really good job at Fresno State.
So that win's going to look better for Utah than I thought it would.
One thing that I hate about college sports, and I don't use the term hate lightly, but I hate the feckless leadership that has given up all power to other entities because they're too cowardly to make a decision. It's the reason conference realignment is such a mess. It's a reason that Utah and BYU have to play in the middle of the night all the time. Mm-hmm. It's because college presidents don't know what they're doing because they don't know how to run professional sports organizations, so they cede their decision-making to somebody else. In this case, Adidas. In the case of conference realignment, it's all about the television. All the presidents out there have just thrown up their hands and said, whatever the mouse wants to do. We'll join the Big Ten. That's what Fox wants us to do, so that's what we're going to do. Their presidents don't stand up for what's right or for athletes or students or the league or anything or fans. Yeah. They don't care about any of it.
No, they care about the money.
They just cede the what's the complaint from people out there that Congress never wants to make a decision, so they've given all the power to the executive branch. Mm-hmm. It's because they're too cowardly to put their own political lives on the line to do the right thing, so they just cede all control over to someone else, which is, not great.
Not great.
But think about it. Like, Nike has made the last 3 football hires for Oregon. Adidas is now fired. Like, what would have happened if Utah had let Under Armour fire Kyle Whittingham last year? Utah could have fired Kyle Whittingham last year. They would have had grounds to do it.
Yeah.
They didn't. They stood by their guy, and that appears to be paying off for the football team. Kyle Whittingham said, I'll do what's best for the program. Me coming back is what's best for the program. Utah backed his play, and they're reaping the rewards at the moment. We'll see how the rest of the season goes, but I think a lot of people in Ute land are optimistic, and sticking with their guys paid off. What if they would have fired Witt after losing to Houston last year? Penn State, why don't you stick by your guy? He's been good there for a decade.
He has won there.
A decade.
Yeah, and he cleaned up a very tattered at best image.
I cannot stand Penn State. I root for him to lose every game. But Adidas wanted to fire him at the beginning of the year. You backed him. Why'd you give up?
Yeah.
Why'd you give up?
Yeah.
And by the way, Adidas needs Penn State way more than Penn State needs Adidas. So why are you letting them call the shots?
That's an interesting point.
Adidas has 5 schools.
Yeah.
If you look to Adidas compared to Nike, it's not, Nike has the whole country. Adidas, we'd have to look. Adidas has like 5 or 10 schools, something like that. And some of them are very high profile.
Like
Most of them are very high profile because they have so few.
Yeah.
And they invest all those resources into those schools. If Penn State went to Nike, it would be a disaster for Adidas. A disaster. So why would you let Adidas call all the shots?
I'm trying to figure out. Sorry, I'm trying to just look up who has it.
It just drives me crazy that people in these leadership positions don't make decisions. They just cede those decisions to other people and hide behind it.
Yeah.
UCLA should not be in the Big Ten. That is not what's best for that university. You cannot tell me that is what's best for that university. And they have to split their proceeds with Cal. Why didn't UCLA say, no, we're not going to the Big Ten?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Well,
that would be a disaster for us.
Because they wanted the money. But yes, they didn't. They did that at the sacrifice of
But
everything
why should
else.
the money rule out,
Sure,
especially at a public university?
Yeah.
If there's any place on the planet that should not be considering the money as the only thing, it is a public university who supposedly has the best interest of students, faculty, coaches, whatever you want to say.
Yeah. You're preaching
And
to
they
the choir.
talk out of one side of their mouth, and then they hide behind the mouse on the other side to make decisions that they know are going to be unpopular and possibly unsuccessful. But what do you want? The mouse gets what he wants.
Yep.
Just hide behind it. So Penn State doesn't stick with their guy, who, by the way, has delivered a decade of good football.
Yeah, Rose Bowl wins, et cetera.
Because they hide behind Adidas and say, oh, Adidas wanted this. Well, shame on you, you coward, which, ironically enough, is the reason that Penn State got into the problem that it did because of cowardly behavior, and nobody would stick up to anybody because everybody was scared to mess with the football success. Joe Paterno killed that because he didn't want it to ruin the program. It's terrible. Somebody needs to take some accountability. There needs to be leadership somewhere in college sports. It's just a joke.
So
I can't believe I'm the one guy defending James Franklin.
So I was gonna say, so you do feel a little bad for James Franklin.
He wins for a freaking decade, and then he gets put out on his ear because All Day I Dream About Soccer decides that he's not the guy going into their new contract. Screw that.
James Franklin, if he wants to coach again, will land on his feet. He'll get another good coach.
I don't feel bad for him personally.
Of course, no. He's got $50 million in his pocket.
I'm mad at the cowardly people who are supposed to be running this sport, who constantly make terrible decisions because they have ceded all their power to people that don't have the best interest of the sport or the student or the university at heart because they're scared.
Yeah.
And good for Utah for sticking with Witt. I don't know if Under Armour was pressuring Utah to fire
Boy, that would have been stupid.
Probably not.
That would have been dumb.
But good for Utah for sticking with their guy, 1,000%. I hope it pays off for them because it was a bold move. They could have easily fired Witt, or they wouldn't have fired him, right? They would have encouraged retirement.
Sure.
Which, by the way, I mean, James Franklin's run at Penn State is not all that dissimilar to Witt's run at Utah. Witt's run is longer.
Mm-hmm.
By a pretty significant amount.
Double the time, yeah.
But they've won at a similar clip.
Mm-hmm.
What Witt lost to Franklin in the Rose Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy. Where's the loyalty? Or what is the standard? You can't lose 3 games in a row ever at Penn State? Good luck. I hope Penn State goes exactly the direction of Nebraska after they fired Frank Solich for winning 9 games.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the Nebraska standard. Well, they've sucked for 20 years ever since. 25 years ever since.
Seems like Matt Rule's the obvious guy.
I hope he fails.
Former Penn State player and played for Joe Pa. Yeah, knows the world. So.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends. Excuse me, at Trajan Wealth. Terrible. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Apologies to everybody out there. We're talking about making good decisions on the show, right? Whether Ben's breaking down play calling or we're talking about good decisions, bad decisions, and overall college athletics. We all want to make good decisions when it comes to the financial well-being of ourselves and our family. Of course, bad decisions can be extraordinarily costly and cost you in the long run, which, of course, is retirement. The goal of us all, to get to a place where we can live the lifestyle we want to live in retirement. Well, contact Trajan today, 801-899-7600. They'll sit down with you for free. They'll show you exactly what they can do for you, help you set goals, and then show you how to make good decisions to get there. And again, 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Utah, it's the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
Join Jake and Ben this Thursday 10 to 2 at Comet Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley in West Jordan for open house robotic demonstrations. Meet the docs and robots used in hip and knee surgeries.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Tough way to lose a ball game. Unfortunate way to lose a ball game. Proud of our guys, proud of our players. They battled. They should hold their heads high. It's not on them. It's not on them. They played hard. They did everything they could from start to finish, and I'm proud of them. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that it turned out the way it did.
This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Join Hans and Scotty coming up on Wednesday for the Cougar Preview Show, brought to you by Beehive Meals. Going down with those guys on Wednesday. But tonight, I am not. I hope we get something crazy like that again. That was a fun one. The AD melting down in the postgame.
Who's the prime? Like that? Who's the prime candidate?
Oh, you know what? I actually don't even think it needs to be a meltdown. One thing I like about the rivalry is it seems like every year has some sort of wacky thing that happened that we remember. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's a meltdown. Sometimes it's something on the field. I'd say most of the time it's something on the field.
Ideally, it's something on the field.
But, I mean, think about it. I mean, we've labeled these games, Brandon Burton's block or Johnny Harlene's still open. Or my favorite, the 4th and 18, because I was standing right next to where that happened, which was one of the wilder plays, I think, in rivalry history.
Utes fans stormed the field thrice.
3 different times. I was there for that, too.
Yep.
That was a funny one. I remember thinking in that postgame, because I covered Utes postgame for that one, and I just thought to myself, if the fans had cost Utah a rivalry game,
oh, there'd be no fans. Whit would ban the fans.
What would the tone and tenor of that post game be like? Mm-hmm. Coach, the fans kept BYU in this one and able to win it because they couldn't stay off the field. What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Because it made it, if memory serves, it turned it into a makeable field goal, a really long field goal, right? But one that was at least in theory makeable. And they still missed, and Utah held on, right? And imagine if they would have made that field goal. I was in Utah's post game when the Max Hall, I hate everything about him, happened. PK got the pleasure of covering BYU for that particular year. That was one of the most angry I'd ever seen Kyle Whittingham in a post game because something happened with his family when the field rushed. BYU fans rushed the field, and he was mad.
Bent.
He was mad. But yeah, I hope it's something on the field. But if it's a post-game press conference meltdown, I'll take that.
Yeah, we're gonna get some magic.
So
we're gonna get something exciting. I have no doubt about that.
Speaking of 4th and 18, Ben, you've done a lot of pregame shows in various forms, and a cliche with pregame shows is keys to the game, right? Like, hey Ben, give us your keys to the game. I was so proud of myself on the 4th and 18 game. You know why? because I said the matchup of the game that will determine the outcome, my key to the game, is Bryce McCain guarding Austin Collie. And how does that go?
Yeah.
And the truth is, Bryce McCain played one heck of a game until that play. And you could argue that the coaching staff made a mistake because 4th and 18, why are you manning up on Austin Collie? That doesn't make any sense. But anyway, Austin Collie made that big play over Bryce McCain, and it turned out to be the difference in the game. BYU went on to win. Who will Utah choose to take out of the game with Smith Snowden?
You think Smith Snowden's taking somebody out of the game?
I don't know. That's what they're going to try and do because that's a huge key to the game. Stopping LJ Martin requires a corner to do yeoman's work one-on-one with somebody. And obviously with Smith, who's shown himself to be versatile and play the slot and play the outside and all of that, it might be multiple somebodies. But a big strength of BYU and, one of the luxuries the Bear has is he's got guys on the outside that can get it done. So who do you pick to put your best corner on out on an island so you can commit an extra guy to the run game? Because that's what Utah wants to do. They want to make the Bear throw, and they want to take L.J. Martin out of it. That's the goal. And if you can put Smith out on an island with somebody, then that makes that a lot easier. I mean, that's the whole point of Utah's defense.
That's the design.
So where do you put Smith Snowden, and can he be effective? And I think he can. I mean, as good as BYU's receivers are, Smith's pretty good himself. But where do you go?
I am not anticipating that BYU is going to run the ball terrifically well against Utah because nobody runs the ball terrifically well against Utah ever. So I'm not betting that BYU is going to find some magic sauce there to be able to run the ball. And so I guess to not answer your question, but by answering the question, this game is going to come down to Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston. That's the game. Because Kingston can beat you both as a receiver and in special teams, and you saw how good he was against Arizona State. And Chase Roberts has made numerous big plays throughout his career, including last year against Utah. So yeah,
where do you put Smith? That's my whole point.
Yeah. It's going to come down to those two guys.
Who's
he's going to be
Collie?
on those two guys. It's going to be those two guys, right? And it's not going to be all night. It's going to switch around. He's going to move around. He's not going to lock either one of them up. Chase Roberts is too good. And Kingston's probably too good as well to lock them up. And I don't think Smith Snowden is quite that Clark Phillips, Jalen Johnson level of corner right now. So I'm not sure he's going to take a guy out of a game. So I don't even – I guess I disagree with the way you're formatting the question that he's going to go out there and shut anybody down. So it's going to be Utah's entire game plan, I think, to win this game is going to come down to slowing those two guys. Because if you can keep those guys from having the 75-yard touchdown, which they gave up against Texas Tech, and that BYU has been able to find a way to break these big plays, including over the weekend against Arizona, with those guys, if Utah can limit that, Utah can win this game.
If they can't limit that, then they won't be able to stop the run. And that is a recipe. Yeah.
It will come apart.
Because they'll have to commit more people to those two players, and they'll have a tough time stopping L.J. Martin. I mean, that's the recipe for success. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I think it is very much relevant. Can Smith Snowden be effective against one? I mean, if you want to say he's going to spend time on both, I mean, fine. But will he be effective? I think a big part of this game depends on that player. Because if you can take Kingston out of the game, then you can spend the rest of your pass resources concentrating on Chase Roberts or the tight ends who've been effective for BYU, obviously. So it's what that defense is predicated on. If you can leave corners out on an island, then you can be extremely effective against everybody else. But if you have to sit in a soft zone because the receivers are too good, then L.J. Martin's good enough to make you pay. I mean, that's the hard part. That's the gamble you make with the Whittingham defenses. And more often than not, it's pretty good. But when it doesn't work, they're vulnerable.
Yeah, Utah's front four is going to have a lot of success without adding extra bodies.
Yeah. Well,
and if you can, then Utah can actually win this game.
I put it more on the corners than I do the front four, honestly. I get your point. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I put it more on the corners. So, yeah, you can commit those other guys to making a freshman's life miserable.
Because I don't think BYU's offensive line has been dominant this year. I do think Bear has been most effective when he's running the ball. I still think that's when he's at his best. Now, BYU, I said this last week, is at their best when they're able to throw the ball. When they're able to move the ball through the air, because then it opens up things for L.J. Martin and Bear to run the ball, etc. But that's where BYU's been at their best, is L.J. Martin and Bear Bachmeier being able to move the ball. And that has come as a result of some of the big chunk plays they've been able to get by connecting with Roberts or with Kingston in the passing game. And again, everything's related. You need one to do the other. If you can't do one, you're not going to be able to do the other very well. So credit Bear Bachmeier for being able to get it done. But one of the ways they've been able to get it done is he's had enough time in the pocket. When he's not had enough time in the pocket, he's not been particularly good or he's had to scramble. And if I'm Utah, I'm fine with Bear trying to get out and scramble and run around a lot because I just saw Jeff Sims try to do it. And whenever Jeff Sims tried to do it, who's a bigger player than Bear Bachmeier, it didn't go well. And when West Virginia tried to do it with their freshman quarterback, it worked a little bit. They moved the ball better than they did in the first half, but it was not good enough to beat Utah.
Yeah, I think that's a freshman thing because that was the Bears' worst interception, right? When he was he picked it up and then was running for his life and just threw a terrible ball. Yeah, I mean, I think anybody not named Johnny Manziel, that's going to be true for. And I'm sure you're right. That's going to be Utah's objective and how many guys it takes for that, But if you got a guy on the outside, you're still alive. I mean, I'll be curious to see which quarterback makes the throws to win because I think it is going to be close. I think if somebody gets out to a big early lead, that could be disastrous for the other team. But if it's close, it might come down to what quarterback can make throws. And I'm not sure we know either way.
Well, Devin Dampier. And look, it was PI. It was a clear PI.
That was a rough throw.
That was a horrendous throw. The interception in the end zone, which got called back because, was it Jackson Benny? Just got shoved in the back.
Yeah.
It's a pretty unforgivable throw. Now, it's a 50-50 ball to maybe your best receiver. And it's a tight end, and he did have a size advantage. I get it. But even then, it was a floater that had a safety come over, and maybe Devin Dampier didn't see the safety come over, so he felt comfortable throwing this in one-on-one and saying, yeah, it's a jump ball for my bigger guy. It was a bad throw, and it got picked off, and it ended up being PI, and it was a clear shove in the back to be able to get that ball. And maybe if he scores the touchdown, we say, wow, gutsy throw, but it was a bad throw. And he's done that a couple of times. He can't do that. If Devin Dampier turns the ball over against BYU has shown a propensity for pick sixes.
Yeah.
They have good corners that can punish you there. So that's something that, yes, it's going to come down. It's not just Bears being prone to making mistakes, but I do trust Utah's ability to get pressure, I think, maybe a little bit more than BYU. Not because BYU's defense is not excellent. It is, but because Utah's offensive line is phenomenal.
If BYU can make Utah one-dimensional offensively, it's going to be a long day for Utah. But and saying that and doing it are two entirely different things. You know what I thought, though, on that throw? So touch and accuracy are two things that you can't really teach. I mean, you can improve accuracy a little bit, and maybe you can work on touch, but especially touch is not. It's kind of something you have or you don't.
Correct.
And you know what I thought? I don't have touch, and thus I think it's part of the reason I'm such a terrible putter on the golf course because I just don't. But I'll whack a putt 10 feet too far, 15 feet too far. And you know what happens every time with my next putt?
8 feet short.
Maybe 12.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, know?
Yeah.
I thought that was Dampier trying to throw a ball with some touch and not really, overcompensating it and moonballing it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Taysom Hill would do that because he didn't have any touch either. His was either 1,000-mile-an-hour fastball or you didn't know where it was going.
And I don't think Bear has great touch either,
Maybe not.
But
I don't know.
He has thrown some good balls. Now, you know who has great touch, and it's honestly it's his one skill is Noah Fafita. He has great touch.
Yeah,
he threw some balls in that game. You're like, wow, that is an incredible throw from that 5'4" really slow person. Because he gets out of the pocket and he can't go anywhere. It's really funny that he can't escape because he looks like Kyler Murray a little bit with the size, and maybe it's just
he got caught from behind by a defensive tackle.
Yeah, but he can't get away from anybody, and he's running for his life, and the O-line's not good. But it would be one thing if he could scramble, which, if he had Devin Dampier's wheels with his arm, he is Kyler Murray. That's a hell of a player. He just doesn't have that.
Yeah.
But man, his touch is phenomenal.
It's a real thing. I'm trying to think who Aaron Rodgers might be the best example of touch.
No question about it.
That guy had amazing touch.
Elite.
He knew how the angle and how hard to throw it and exactly where it needed to go for his teammate. Tom Brady had decent touch, but his superpower was getting the ball out and making decisions. I mean, you can look at quarterback, but Aaron Rodgers' ability to just lay it in the perfect place every time is pretty amazing.
Yeah, Rodgers might be the best passer.
Yeah,
pure throwing ability that of the quarterbacks we've seen in the last 25 years. He's there. Mahomes has great touch too.
I thought that about Dampier. I thought, oh, he just overcompensated. He hit my 3-foot putt that was supposed to go 15. Yeah, just put it a little too far up there.
I'm a Travis Wilson guy. Fastball right up the middle every time.
That was Taysom. It lost them a game at Notre Dame, and it was it a 2-point conversion, or they were either in the red zone or it was a 2-point conversion, and he had Cody Hoffman, I think, wide open and just launched it.
Put some heat on this one.
Oh, he's just wide open, like right there, like, okay, just toss it to me, and he winged it into like the 4th row.
Yeah.
Some people, it's just a thing, and
Taysom had some accuracy issues too.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
No, we get so caught up. We get so caught up in arm strength. Like, who was the bozo the Raiders drafted who could throw it 50 yards on his knees?
Jamarcus
Russell.
Yeah.
We get so like, oh, the arm strength on that guy.
It's Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. Touch and accuracy are way more important.
Yeah, way better.
All right, stay tuned. Our good friend, the former Ute, the former Patriot, Christian Cox, is on the show next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at culliganslc.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake, and if he's concerned that Bear Bachmeier ran the ball over 20 times.
He can handle it, and LJ can handle. There's 25 runs too, so we'll be good there. I was really proud of Preston stepping in and making plays, and I mean, he had that one screen that went for a while, and so we feel like we have great talent. When it came down to time to make a play, we needed LJ and we needed Bear, and sometimes you're going to have to ask Bear to run the ball. He's okay with it.
Cougars at 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, your luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first orders. You can go find them, Kenny J's Barbecue at the District.
The Holy War is here.
The Holy War.
And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
I understand the significance of this game. We'll be dialed into it for sure.
Have your teammates tried to, your local teammates tried to tell you what it's all about?
Yep, I'm aware. I'm aware.
I mean, a one-loss team and an undefeated team, and like you said, I would assume we'll be ranked. We don't pay a whole lot of attention to that right now, but I would say it's shaping up to be the biggest event in the state of Utah, sporting event like it is most years.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join JJ and Alex coming up on Wednesday at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. That's RGS Exteriors. We're hoping to be joined by Christian Cox. We'll see. See if Christian decides to pick up his phone.
Good news for the Utah Jazz in the meantime. Kyle Filipowski and, more importantly, Lowry Markkanen expected to make their preseason debut tonight at Delta Center. Walker Kessler remains out. Isaiah Collier remains out. George Niang remains out. He'll be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks. Kyle Anderson remains out. Right knee tendinopathy.
Tendinopathy?
Tendinopathy.
All right. I was looking to see how the adult novelty heiress did this weekend, and I forgot she was on
bye week.
It's
the best week of
trying
Bill's.
to get it together.
Unless it's either the best or the worst week of Bill's career, because he's not getting embarrassed, which you've decided maybe is his thing.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's got a little reprieve.
What do you bet me?
Even the sickest of people need a breather.
What do you bet me that as soon as the James Franklin news hit, that the president of North Carolina called the president of Penn State and was like, "Hey, you need a coach.
I need a coach.
We need to find a way to get it off this guy. He said we got to find him another job." What do you think?
Who was the Penn State coach before James Franklin? Wasn't it the guy who went from the Patriots?
Yeah. It was, and he was Bozo with the Texans.
Went to Houston?
Yeah.
Yeah, or was it the other way around? He went to the Texans, then he went to Penn State. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Bill O'Brien. Yeah. No, he went from Penn State.
That was 12 years ago.
To the Texans. I know, it doesn't seem that long ago. All right, joining the show now, of course, Ute legend, former Patriot, and our good friend Christian Cox. What's going on, Christian?
What's going on, guys? You ready for the biggest week of your life?
I guess so.
I am.
I love the game. Yeah, I might disagree with the premise, but no, Christian, I know what you're getting at. Hey, where if you were a Utah fan, would you feel like this team has positive momentum going into this week?
I'd say yeah, right, based on your last 2 victories, but it's still a rivalry game. And, what's been really interesting, I've talked to a lot of, ex-BYU players and a lot of folks that have been, watching BYU closely this year. And the overall sentiment has been really interesting. Utah fans are super excited to go play on the road at LaBelle Edwards Stadium. Every BYU fan I've talked to, and they are all very, very, very gun shy, which is very interesting to me considering you're undefeated. And I understand the position. because you're saying, oh, well, we've got a freshman quarterback, but everything has an out. And I'm over here defending Kalani and my old teammate, my old coaches. I'm like, well, they're great coaches. Yes, those are all real things, but it's the BYU-Utah game. You never know what's going to happen. It's a very strange game every year, but it's been very interesting to hear how many Cougar fans, they're getting the yips. They're not as confident as I thought they would be.
So, Christian, I'm following some quotes coming out of Witt's press conference, and as usual, he's playing down BYU. Of course, he is a former Cougar. He's talking about how we're focusing on the week, and he didn't really talk about Bear Bachmeier, and that's usually how Witt handles it publicly, right? He plays it down, even though he does take a little jab every now and again. My question for you is, how does he really feel about it behind the scenes, given that he is a former Cougar, but now he's all Ute, and we've seen him react differently when Bronco was the coach down there as opposed to Kalani? Give us the real story. How does he feel about it?
Yeah, I haven't, I can only talk about my experience. Kyle he's kind of shifted as he's become a grandfather and he's chilled out, but you can't take the tiger out of the tiger. And that man is the most competitive guy I know. And, when we lost in 2009, a long time ago, I think Andrew George caught an overtime catch over the middle. And that game was the game where Max Hall had said, that Utah was classless and all those things. And so from that moment in time, in the locker room post that miserable loss, I think Kyle's wife was some fans were heckling her and said some terrible things to her at the game. And from that moment in the locker room, I saw the most irate Kyle I've probably seen sans one other game, where he said, we will never lose to these guys ever again. And he may have thrown in some expletives. I will not say if he did or did not. But that was kind of that hinge point. So from 2010 and then obviously the stretch of games, and obviously there's relationship with Kalani and things like that. But when it comes to your job and your conference and your positioning, why did he come back? Like this Utah team, being what they are 5-1 now versus 5-1 of last year, and then the wheels fell off. Like Utah actually has an effective offense this year. The defense is great, and I think Kyle is just not going to allow the players to get too hyped up because they're young kids. You got to keep them level, but in his mind, this is a huge game because if you get a road win against BYU in the conference, sets you up for a great rest of the regular season. You control your own destiny. And I think, kind of a redemption game against, last year's debacle and what it was. And I think he's pretty confident too about what he has. I think he likes his personnel. And that's probably why he's being as, coy and the way he works. I think his style works. You don't need to get too high with the week. You still got to go play the football game. And I think against Texas Tech, it was pretty clear this young Utah team the lights were pretty big, even though it was middle of the day, but they were kind of scared and they didn't play with the level of confidence. And I think the bye week and the last couple of weeks, I think they've kind of found their identity and how they want to operate as an offense.
I've got kind of a long-winded question, but I'll try and keep it concise. Utah has scored 43 points, 63 points, 31 points, 10 points, 48 points, and 42 points. So the offense is good. They've scored more than 40 most games. But they are a little bit one-dimensional with the running game, and they've not really shown a great passing attack. As a defensive player, Christian, does it matter if it's one-dimensional, if it's effective? Because Utah, inarguably, as you said, it's an effective offense. It's just not necessarily all that complex in the passing game.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. As you look at it, is it a super upgraded version of, Air Force with some zone read option? There's obviously the New Mexico backing, right? As you look at Dampier's runs and touchdowns, he got 3. What is effective and confuses defenders is what you're trying to stop and you can't stop it. There's nothing worse than feeling that way as a defender. And I think with what this offensive line is doing is creating space. If you want to go back and go watch the tape on that first touchdown that Utah had, it was 4th down and you could have easily just I think the Utah team in the past would kick a field goal, take points, be conservative. It's like, no, like we like our matchups. We're going to run what we want to run. And Devin just walked in. And if you saw Devin had another, fourth down conversion or something like that, where he ripped off 15 yards on that same single back, no one in the backfield, brought in an extra H-back / lineman and made it go. So I think those types of offenses that Devin is equally dangerous with his feet and his arm. Like I think his numbers were decent, but they were just ripping off such big runs with a quarterback. I think that was the most rushing yards since like Travis Wilson on the road against Oregon a long time ago. So it's different, that's for sure, but don't break what's not, it's working. So, that's hard for defenses to stop. And it's clear that how good Texas Tech's defense was, but also like Utah's scheme's a little different even with the run game. It's not the same as when it started, when they were having Smith Snowden run the ball and you had, Cody Barton playing tight end. Like you don't see defensive players playing offense anymore. It's strictly the offense. And I think they've kind of found what's working for their team.
What do you think about this year's version of the defense?
I love it. I think, it's led by Cody Barton is really blossomed into just like his brother, but he's super athletic and is found his way. Obviously Logan Fano at the end is amazing. Hunter Daly he is killing it at the right end. I think he has more sacks in 6 games than he's probably trending like Nate Orchard. And he plays with such a good motor, and he reminds me of, he's a mix of like a Hunter Dimmick and not as tall as Paul Kruger, but just finds a way to the ball. And so I think they've been playing amazing. I think Morgan has exactly what he wants in terms of pieces. I think they're just set up really well. But I think why Utah fans are stoked is when was the last time you didn't have to rely on the defense to win you a game? And at least West Virginia and Arizona State, the offense is just blowing off the doors, and you don't have to play 120% perfection as a defensive team. And so I think the team's really coming together and on both sides of the ball, and you haven't had to rely on field goal kicking to win. You're scoring touchdowns this year, and I think fans are kind of relieved. But as you go into LaVell Edwards Stadium next week, what is that game going to look like? I don't see Utah walking in and just running all over, Jay Hill's defense, because it's the same defense basically. But it's going to be a fascinating matchup really, because is Jack Kelly going to be healthy? This BYU defense isn't as athletic and good as years past. And so it's fascinating storylines. There's so many crossover between coaches and teams. And, you're on the biggest stage with, big news come to town, and it's on Fox. And I think it's perfectly positioned in the year. It's not like November where everyone's hurt and injured. It's just middle of the season. And it's very different than what I'm used to, growing up here in Utah.
So, Christian, what kind of a game are you expecting? Are you thinking something in the 30s? Is it 20s? Is everyone going to look nervous and nobody's going to play well offensively?
Listen, you're talking to me on a Monday coming off of a big win on a Saturday night. And so, do I take a more arrogant, cocky approach to, how you see this game, or do you just look at it very objectively? I think, I think Utah, if they can win the line of scrimmage genuinely, Texas Tech, you thought they would win the line of scrimmage. They got owned, actually. Our offensive line got owned at the line of scrimmage. But if you're getting pushes and lanes and the type of misdirection with Devin Dampier with these zone options and these reads and these big plays, it could be a really painful night for BYU fans. But if the BYU front seven is really, getting good penetration and holding the line of scrimmage, and Utah can't rip off, 4 and 5 yard gains like Texas Tech was just eliminating, it'll be a hard night. It'll be a really hard night, because on the flip side, you got like a Bear Bachmeier who is learning on the fly, but like A-Rod's play calling is very clear. They're going to run the ball with him. We're not going to make him make ultra complex throws. And they're just going to play clock game and control, where things are going to go. And so, if the Utah offense can actually come in and handle the line of scrimmage, it could be very lopsided. But, I haven't seen a lopsided win for Utah on the road at Louisville Edwards Stadium since, was it 2011 when it was 53-6 or something like that. And that was a Jake Heaps year. So, it's the rivalry week, and I, as a fan and not an analyst, you hope Utah can come in and control the line of scrimmage, and you got to quiet the crowd fast, because if you remember the Jaron Hall year, I think 2021, the crowd was so loud. They owned the line of scrimmage, and Utah just didn't have answers, and even Cam Rising, I think, didn't play that game or came in.
It was before he came in the next week against San Diego State. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they had the Baylor transfer kid who it just wasn't right. So I don't know. I'm stoked. I think back on my cousin played for BYU in '96 and '97 with Sarkisian and Kalani and A-Rod, and Utah went down in '97 on the road, and Andre Dyson and Kevin Dyson just smoked BYU. I remember my going to the locker room when they're handing out the BYU blankets, and all the players were just bawling their eyes out. And so you just never know how this game shakes out. Even if you're picked to win, it gets awkward and weird. And I think that's what's so exciting about this week is they'll be build every day. But then Saturday, 6:00, not a better game to watching nationally. I know you're a big North Carolina fan now. You think they're going to win at Cal on Friday? You think they bounce back?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
At this point, I don't see them winning many games, which makes you wonder, right? It's like your legacy is so sterling to you dip back to college, you make it $10 million, and it's a rebuild. The headlines just make it sound like there's going to be a buyout at some point. What is Bill doing in this last part of his career? Does he really like coaching this much? Or is it just it makes you wonder on what does he really want to do, and it's very uncomfortable for everybody.
My theory is that he actually enjoys being humiliated. That's actually something that he likes. That's my theory, working theory.
That's a good one.
Christian, you rock. You are the best. Thank you for coming on with us as always, and enjoy the game this weekend.
Of course. Thanks, guys. Anytime.
See you, buddy. That's our friend Christian Cox. Oh man, his analysis of what both teams want to do going into this game, I think is spot on.
I say it every time, so I've got to stop saying it. Maybe this will be the last year I say it. He has gotten so good at doing this. Christian has.
Oh, Christian? Oh, yeah, he's great.
He has really evolved, because I remember talking to him right out of the NFL and interviewing him and having him in studio a couple of times. He's just dynamite. I mean, that was an incredible breakdown and really thorough, and knows both sides, or I should say both teams here really well. So really good stuff from Christian, and the right mixture of, former player at Utah who obviously wants to see Utah win, but has a real respect for what BYU does, and of course knows Kalani so well. So really, really good stuff there.
All of our Rivalry Week interviews are going to be brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank, and the Rivalry pregame show is going to be from UCCU right across the street from campus on Saturday. We're going to have lots of stuff, like games and prizes and all sorts of stuff. So plan to get to the stadium a little early and drop by and see us.
Yeah, very cool.
Stay tuned. We'll wrap up the show next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
The great Danny Ainge right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just talk about the Ace Bailey journey to this point and kind of your expectations of the kid individually.
I'm not going to raise expectations for a kid that's a number 5 pick. Expectations can be pretty high for most of the fans out there just because of the recognition. But he's a great kid, and he loves playing, and he brings energy that is contagious, and a laughter and a fun and a joy to the game that I really am impressed with. And we need to be patient and realize he's going to have some good moments. And I think the fun part is to see those moments where you see that hope and brightness in his future. And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Keary from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey.
What's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Kyle Whittingham on the defense's effort against ASU.
The defense played outstanding, start to finish. I thought the secondary played real well. We were in great position on those balls up the field all night long. I'm very proud of the way Smith Snowden played, Blake Cotton, and Scooby. I mean, those guys really, I think it was their best game of the year.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, your luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Check out KennyJ'sBBQ.com or go check them out in the district.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Utah State returns home for a Friday night battle against San Jose State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in
on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. What was the other one you needed from me, Christian? Sorry. Oh, yes, of course. Want to remind you about our good friends at My Hearing Centers. You can join Hans and Scotty there tomorrow from noon to 3, 8941 South, 700 East. Ben, I spent a little time ranting about Penn State and the stupid university system and them handing off decisions. I discovered this article, and I wonder if you think this person has a point or if you're surprised we don't hear this stuff more.
Okay.
So let's say for a second that Adidas is not paying the $49 million buyout and that Penn State will indeed pay that money. Well, a Penn State faculty member named Heather Page made a comment to the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette talking about the buyout. Okay. Quote, "It's a slap in the face to everyone who was told that their campus is too expensive and not good enough to keep open. They want to pay this man. They don't want to pay for their campuses. It's how they show their values." She went on to say that leaders, quote, "will find a way to pay for whatever they want to pay for," unquote. Another source says, quote, "that kind of payout is just ridiculous. It's another wild let them eat cake moment." Basically, the background of this, Ben, is Penn State has been shaving budget everywhere, closing satellite campuses, firing staff, saying that there isn't enough money to pay any of these guys. And now they're bent because they're just going to pay $50 million to somebody not to do anything, just to go away. So I guess, do these people have a point? And are you surprised we don't hear this more?
They kind of have a point, but the counterpoint is, and our friend Kyle Gunther taught me this, he said, no, they don't have enough money for you. It's like, yeah, they've got enough money for the football team, but the football team generates a ton of money. It's like, I've worked at stations that didn't have enough money for me, and then you see they pay somebody else or something else, and you're like, yeah, they had enough money for them. It's like, correct, Heather Page. They don't have enough money for you.
Yeah.
They do have enough money for their next head coach.
But the problem is that Heather Page is a part of the mission of the university. That's what makes this all so egregious, is what is the mission? To print money with the football program?
But that's the thing.
Or is the mission to educate young people?
Well, I will steal a phrase from your favorite, the Windy podcast, which is action over words. The mission is what they say the mission is, but their actions are actually what the mission is.
But I find that gross.
Oh, that's fine.
And that's not the mission of universities, and it should be.
It wasn't, but clearly it is.
But you're just excusing it.
No, I'm not.
It doesn't make it okay.
Well, it doesn't matter what I say is the truth. What I say, and I can rail against it, and I can say, whoa, Salt Lake Community College, my alumni base, I can't believe you didn't pay the English teacher, and you did pay whatever the NCJAA basketball coach, even though they've got a very good program over there, apparently. How dare you? That doesn't help me. It doesn't change anything. Yeah, they put the money where the money comes back, and the money comes back from football.
Hanson, Scotty are coming up next, 97.5,
Thanks, Christian.
the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, Utah, it's the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU, love where you bank.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I don't know who had these headphones, but man, they got a monstrous head. Wow. All right, now we're ready to rock and roll. I think Jake sits over there, right? No, Jake sits here. Yeah, Jake uses his own.
What's up, Blair?
Blair's the man.
How you doing, brother?
Blair's in our world now.
Yeah.
Usually Blair's yelling at us to do stuff.
Yeah, he is.
Hey, let's get it, folks. It's a Monday. We got so much going on today. Bronco Mendenhall will join us coming up in 20 minutes.
That was a long trip.
Are we sure?
That was a long trip.
He's still coming on?
Yeah. You know what? He said something, though, that I thought was really fascinating. And your buddy, Pat Hickman, who, by the way, has got some great Hans Olsen stories.
Oh. Don't listen to him. Pat? Shh. I've known him for a lot of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, many, many years.
Yeah. Is he the guy that got you to come back and finish your degree?
Yeah. No, that was Hambone.
Oh, that's right.
Jim Hamblin. But Pat was there.
Yeah.
There's no story. No, you can't tell any of the stories on air. No. None of them are okay.
One of them's really funny.
I don't want you to share any of those. That was in confidence between you and Pat.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, but he said it in front of a lot of people.
Oh, not Bronco, though, right?
No.
Okay.
But they said something that I thought was really good because they went through all these travel issues, and we talked about it on our podcast. Utah State was supposed to leave Thursday morning for Hawaii, the team. They all got on the charter flight, and all of a sudden, you know that winter morning when you turn over your engine and go gunk, 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 and it was like plane wouldn't go. And so they sat on that plane for a couple hours while the pilots are all tinkering with stuff and nothing's going on. And so finally they say, we're really sorry, but we don't have anything for you. We can't do it today. So now this isn't a trip to Fresno. This isn't a trip to Colorado Springs or Laramie. This is a trip to Honolulu.
Yeah. Got to have a certain jet that takes a certain amount of fuel.
And a 4-hour time delay. Like you want to get there early so that you can get accustomed to it. And, but anyway, they couldn't get a plane in there until the next morning. So I was always going to leave commercial and leave on Friday and then get there as late as possible. I got there 20 minutes after the team did to the hotel.
Oh, that's terrible.
Now, also, they were supposed to stay in a Marriott in this Marriott resort, but because they were late, Marriott released their rooms, and then they had to get a different hotel at a different location on a moment's notice that wasn't quite as nice and didn't have quite the facilities that everybody else had. And so there was that issue. And so, I mean, and
that's so unacceptable.
And I'm sure that there were other issues in terms of food and things like that went along with having to shift venues and times and situations. And Bronco and both Pat, who's kind of his chief of staff and director of operations, said to me, like, hey, we got to be cool. Because if you look annoyed and ticked and put out, then the players are going to think they should be ticked and put out. And we need to be as calm as we possibly can because they feed off our emotions.
1,000% true.
And I thought that was a really mature way because I would be like, this sucks. This is the worst time ever. Blah, 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 blah. And they're like, hey, we can make through it. And for the most part, but I do think, and we're going to talk to Bronco in about 15 minutes. Bronco will not make a single solitary excuse. But if there is a time that team can make excuses, it's that trip.
Well, it was crazy because I was just starting the BYU pregame. BYU postgame. And I had just a minute, so I took a look at the score. It was 26-24.
Yeah.
And I was
Utah State was leading, yeah.
It was somewhere in there, like 26-20.
26-24.
Yeah.
You're spot on.
And I looked at it, and I'm like, well, things are going good. And then we started into the post and wrapped up the post game, got on the road, get back to the hotel because we had to do the morning after podcast. Dang, I forgot to retweet that this morning. We had to do the morning after podcast, and we get back to the room, and we sit down, and I hear you on the mic, and you're like, and I'm like, what? So the wheels just fell off.
Wheels fell off.
Well, it was a good trip to Arizona.
It was.
I kind of want to jump into this.
Yeah, we got to get to it.
I want to give you my thoughts on just the Arizona trip in general, if I could.
Let's do it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We saw Preston Rex have his first catch of his career. Stays to block. Bachmeier deep over the middle. Ball is caught. Parker Kingston. And it's a long distance distance dedication for the redshirt junior. BYU's up 2 scores on a 75-yard touchdown. Ryan, the tight end, in the slot left, and Martin out wide. Another design run, and Bachmeier with a lunge does it again. He won't be denied.
Hans and Scotty, Alt 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all BYU down the stretch in that one as the Cougars overcome a 10-point deficit and win in double overtime. It looked like all was lost. It looked like it was dead man walking there in the fourth quarter, and Bear Bachmeier brings this team back from the grave and win and remain undefeated.
It's incredible. The game was incredible. You know, the competition was high level. Arizona's defense is very good. The outcome was great, 33-27. Changes the whole flight home. And, you know, because you're leaving Hawaii. If you leave Hawaii with a win and you have all these hiccups, flights that don't go and hotels that are changed, and, you know, when you're leaving and you're leaving with a win, you can almost accept anything.
Yeah.
When you're leaving and you lose, it's like everything intensifies. You're angry, and it's really hard to get over. It was really nice to get on an airplane and fly out of Arizona knowing that it was a W. And, yeah, not everything went perfect. Yeah, there were 2 scoreless quarters, which, by the way, one of the stats that Greg Wrubell was keeping track of, it was like 30-something consecutive quarters that BYU had scored in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had a consecutive quarters that they had scored in, and it went back a couple of years that they had scored in every quarter for a couple of years, like 2.5 years. And then you get to the second quarter, you don't score, and the third quarter, you don't score. And it was like, blew that whole thing up. But, yeah, had scored every quarter for a long period of time. And then just that weather delay, it just come at the wrong time. It was just, it was bad. And I talked about it during the weather delay. I said, one team will come out focused. One team will come out cold. Both come out pretty focused. One comes out more intense, more focused, more energized, more ready. Something about it. And typically it's the home team. Road team, maybe a little bit more unsettled because you're not in your own locker. And, you know, your equipment guys don't have their own back storage area where they can get whatever extra pad or mouthpiece or something that broke off your helmet. That it's so nice to be in your own home because they've got everything. And so you feel a little bit more comfortable. Well, Arizona comes out of the weather delay and they go 10 points. Well, they go 7 points. Then they go into the second quarter, they go 10 points, 17 unanswered points. Then they come out in the third quarter, both are blanked. Then they put on 7 points in the fourth quarter. And, you know, you're looking at it like that's 24 unanswered points. It was 24 unanswered points. 24 unanswered points, 11 minutes left in that game.
You're dead.
And it sits 24-14. And
you're
like,
done. You're done.
Everybody's dried up. The weather delay has got you. Momentum is completely gone. And then you see that Aaron Roderick, Bear Bachmeier, methodical, like very paced and based drive. That people are losing their minds.
Yeah, you used the word methodical, and you had told us about that during the podcast yesterday. I had not watched the game. When we recorded that, I was just immediately back in my hotel after our game. So I had not watched a second of that BYU game, and you mentioned that there were people getting cranky because BYU was very methodical on that drive. And,
huddled every play.
And I can see it. Like, I understand the concern because you're like, come on, we got 2 possessions. We got to make up here. Let's go.
Play clock was getting down into 8 and 7 seconds.
But when you've got a freshman, you gotta make sure it's right.
That's it. That's exactly it. When you got a freshman and you got a game plan, it's like, no, I've got to live with the outcome of it. You know, he took 7 minutes off the clock. With 11 minutes left, took 7 minutes off the clock for 3 points. And it ended in a field goal, stopped up in the red zone. And by the way, Kalani was awesome. Again, another decision where it was 4th down and 3 because there was still a first down opportunity at like the 8.
Yeah.
So it was like 4th and 3. That's another decision. Instead of going for it on 4th and 3, getting stopped, and the game's over at that point. You're like, no, we'll take the points. We'll make this a touchdown game. It's smart. It goes back to one of your philosophies is always take the points.
Yeah.
Always. Unless you're forced, but always take the points. So he took the points. And you know what that 7-minute drive did? It sat the defense down on a bench for 7 minutes while they went on over every note and every video of what Noah Fifita had done to that point. And it was like, we're rested, we're informed, we're ticked, and we're ready. They go out, they get a 3 and out. Arizona punts it 2 minutes and 30 or 2 minutes 40 seconds, 2 timeouts left. And it was like,
plenty of time.
It's on.
Yeah.
It's on. And then you get the crazy Parker Kingston punt return. He's a beast. I was so proud of that kid. You know, I've been proud of that kid now for the last couple of games. 117 yards receiving.
Is this a situation where JoJo Phillips essentially got Wally pipped?
Oh, JoJo's just out for the season, I think.
Well, I know, but it's just like, you know, Wally Pipp goes down and Lou Gehrig ends up having the great career.
Yeah.
You know, JoJo Phillips sadly goes injured, and he should come back and he should be great. It's no knock on him. It's just all of a sudden that there's guys that just are sitting there waiting for their opportunity, and boom, when it happens, they come in big, and that seems like Parker Kingston.
It is Parker Kingston, I would say, with the targets for sure. For sure. Because I think a lot of his targets probably would have gone to JoJo Phillips. So where he comes on the field, because it would have been, Parker would have played the slot.
Yeah.
And he would have had Chase and JoJo on the outsides. But the targets would have been slim. Yeah. You know, but he got 5 targets, 117 yards, and a touchdown. Plus, remember, he lost his punt returning duties to Tiger Bachmeier.
Mm-hmm.
And then because of a fumble early in the season, and then he stopped fumbling, and then he's still a threat. So they punt to Parker Kingston. He cracks off this 20-something yard return and gets you to the 45 of Arizona, and it's a game changer. Now you got all the momentum. You had a 3-and-out stop. You got 2 timeouts. You got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And what's crazy is people are like, no, you got to hurry. You got to hustle. Again, methodical drive. There was still some no huddle, so they went more no huddle. They were definitely in a 2-minute scenario. They get all the way down the red zone, and they have a touchdown with 55 seconds left. That gets reviewed it was called incomplete pass. It could have been called a complete pass and touchdown. I think if it would have been called complete on the field, it would have been probably confirmed through video review, but it was incomplete, and there was just not enough evidence there to show that Chase Roberts had his hands under it. It looked like maybe the nose of the football could have touched. And the first thing I said on the review, and finding it inconclusive and upholding the call on the field, I said, this is still a good case, because now you take from 55 seconds, and Arizona had 2 timeouts. Now you take a little bit more time off the clock. Well, they ended up taking 3 more downs, getting it all the way to 19 seconds and scoring, and it was so critical. 19 seconds, 2 timeouts, Arizona comes out and kneels it. Because they're like, we don't have the time. We don't want to throw a pick. We don't want to make this. We're going to take this into overtime. Now, this is what's wild, and this is what I want to address. You know, there's a point there where with 19 seconds left, BYU scores, and Bear Bachmeier's holding up 2 fingers, and he's saying, let's go for 2. In a wild setting, in a crazy stadium that is fevered fans that have just watched 4 quarters and gone through weather delay and watched their team fight their butts off, because Arizona fought their butts off. If you got 55,000 fans that are packed in there, sloppy, drunk, seething, slobbering at the mouth with anger, I might think about trying to end that game and getting off the field and not going to overtime. But you get to that overtime period, and all you can hear is BYU chants. And I'm looking around the stands like, how is Arizona not jam-packed in this place, supporting their Wildcats, supporting Noah Fifita, who's a fantastic quarterback, supporting a head coach that is top-notch, high quality? Where the heck were the Arizona fans? And, you know, it goes back to some of that old Pac-12. Stanford and, you know, the California schools, Cal. You throw in Arizona. It's like, what are you guys doing? You sit there and complain about not winning. Well, you've got a winning team, and you're in a winning situation against a 18 ranked BYU Cougar team, and you're not there to support them. Well, the weather. Yeah, give me all the excuses in the world. I don't care.
BYU fans handle it fine.
BYU fans packed 65,000 into LaVell Edwards Stadium against Portland State. They're up by 50 and 2 minutes left. There's still 68,000 fans in there. And it was a garbage game.
Yeah.
Terrible. But they stayed. And it's like, how do you not, in overtime, how do you not have a full stadium support and home field advantage? Shame on them. And, I look at this. I look at the Pac-12 teams that have come in. And Utah with Rice-Eccles Stadium, that's a whole different animal. That is a great fit for the Big 12. I don't care what BYU fans, I don't care what anybody thinks. It's a great fit for the Big 12 because it's a tough place to come into. You got great fan support. It's going to be a difficult stadium to come into. But like Colorado with the F the Mormons thing, and then the commissioner having to hand down a $50,000 fine, and it just it's so ugly. Like Colorado, just misbehaving. It's disgusting. The place smells like marijuana for a full quarter. And it's like, this is an embarrassment. Get your act together. Puff, puff, give. Yeah. Like, get your act together in Colorado. Then you go to Arizona, you're like, this is not Big 12. You are treating your team like it's an old Pac-12 team.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's a Big 12 team. I'm headed to Ames in 2 weeks. I guarantee
now that place is going to be...
It's going to be crazy.
Crazy.
Then I'm headed to Lubbock in 3 weeks. Well, 4 after the bye week.
Be tossing tortillas at you.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Then I'm headed to Cincinnati in 5 weeks, and Cincinnati's balling out, and you know that their crowd is going to be crazy. And then you go to Arizona, it's like, no, this doesn't fit, man.
Yeah.
You better get your act together in Arizona because that double overtime, it could have been a lot different. But instead, you got BYU support. In fact, to the point where BYU lost the toss, BYU won the toss, took defensive possession first overtime, Arizona's decision on the field side. Okay, Arizona gets defensive possession. BYU gets choice. They get to go to fan support side. So BYU choose the side that's jam-packed with BYU fans.
And what's the old adage? Go for one at home, two on the road?
Yeah.
Well, it was a home game for BYU at that point.
Now, what was crazy was BYU fans were smart enough and had the wherewithal to pack a side knowing that in an overtime scenario, you get to select a side. So, Kalani's looking over here like, geez, I've got 8,000 BYU fans in this corner. Let's go that way.
Yeah.
So in the offensive possession, when Arizona takes offensive possession, they feel like they're on the road. They got 8,000 BYU fans in the end zone booing them. And that's their home field. So it's such a wild scenario, Scotty. And it just didn't feel like a Big 12 fit. I went to Kansas, called a game in Kansas, called a game at West Virginia. I've called these Big 12 games. The fans are respectful. The fans are rabid. The fans are diehards. And they jam-pack the stands.
Yeah.
And that's the Big 12. It's good old-fashioned fun football fandom. That's what it is. It's not filth. It's not empty stadiums. It's not apathy. The Big 12 is a different beast of football program.
Act like it.
Act like it. I think Yormark should fine Arizona $50,000 for their fans not showing up when a ranked opponent's in there.
So essentially, we're looking at two places that were old Pac-12 schools that need to figure out what it's like to be in the Big 12. You got Colorado, you got Arizona.
Yeah, they do.
Now, Arizona State should be fine. Arizona State seems like it's getting rowdy down there.
But it was.
Yeah, I they're a little bit more on the Colorado side.
Yeah, the F the Mormon thing was childish compared to some of the stuff in Sun Devil Stadium. They love to attack the religion thing.
Yeah.
And I have not seen that from the Big 12 teams.
And
their fan bases.
So. Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Look who's hanging out with us. Our guy, Ethan from Teton Wealth. Hey, you know what? It's coming up on the end of the year. And, it's funny. Hans and I, we're both coming near. We're not there yet, but we're coming near a significant milestone in our lives. in terms of years on the planet. And so
we don't want to talk about
we're not going to talk about the number,
I won't bring it up.
but it's a number that kind of rattles the cage a little bit in terms of, oh, wait a minute, this mortality thing may not be going on for as long as you think it is.
Yeah.
And I might be not, I can actually see a time where I may be retired.
Yeah.
And so when you see those milestones start coming up, you start to take these things more seriously. And a call to Teton Welt's going to help you out there.
You're absolutely right. And this is the tricky thing. When you're a lot younger, you see your finances so much differently. Isn't it amazing? Because when you're a lot younger, you got all the time in the world. The party's never going to end. And then I'll tell you what, I've had the same experience because some of the families that we work with at Teton are starting to retire a little early, and they are unnervingly close to my age. And I'm looking at that thinking, boy, gosh, these guys,
Yeah. They did things right.
Wait a minute, Bob's retiring?
If you're gonna start, if you need to play a little bit of catch up, if you feel like you do, then now's the time. And this is the perfect opportunity coming up on the end of the year. Let's sit down, let's do the math, and let's show you what it would take to play just a little catch up, to get back to where you would feel more comfortable. So if you'll call right now, 435-255-6331, let's do an ascent plan for you. It's the best way to sit down and say, okay, where am I right now? What's my trajectory right now? Where will I land? And if I make one or two small changes today, how much does that change? How well does that improve my picture? Because that's what this is all about. It's just little decisions you can make every day that over time compound into more financial security for you and your family. So 435-255-6331. We'll do an ascent plan for you. There's no cost and no obligation for this. And we'll throw in a copy of our book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. And then you will know. You will know where you are, and you will know where you want to be and how to get there, and you're going to love it.
It's really simple. Make that phone call right now, and let's get you squared away. It's Teton Wealth, 435-255-6331, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is that time of year again. You want to get the grill going. You want to get the flat top cooking. You want to get the great beef and the steaks and the ribs and everything else that goes along with it. Bar W Beef. Even if you need a tomahawk steak. Hans showed me. You've shown me the picture of your tomahawks you got there. Unreal.
2-pound tomahawk steak.
Oh.
Just pure ribeye. All marbled, perfectly cut. Those tomahawks are so much fun. If you got a big event coming up, just go to barwbeef.com and order 2 tomahawk steaks. It'll feed 5-6 people. And you get that fun tomahawk feel.
Yeah.
It's awesome. But I've got a couple of sirloins right now thawing in the warm water at the house. When I get home, I'm doing a couple of sirloins. You know, it's interesting how much people are paying attention to their health lately.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to eat more clean. This is clean beef. This is raised, it is born and raised in Spanish Fork Canyon, right here in Utah. It's raised on a massive ranch. They're taken out to Nephi, and they're processed in the most clean environment you could think of, state-of-the-art facilities. And then it's just shipped to your front door. Go check it out at barwbeef.com.
That's barwbeef.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. How do you know if you're good at what you do? If your company is good, how do you measure improvement? These are fundamental questions asked by every sustainable business. Shideo Shingo was one of the masterminds of Toyota's 30-year leap from low-cost, low-quality to very high quality. They are now the largest car company in the world, and every year their cars get better. Why? Because they always ask how they can be better. They measure improvement. The internationally known Shingo Institute and the MBA program, both at Utah State University, have teamed up with a powerful degree that teaches MBA skills, continuous improvement, and organizational excellence. Consider a Shingo MBA. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hey, Utah, it's the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at culliganslc.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As the freshman quarterback gets it done, Bear Bachmeier leads his team back, and BYU beats Arizona.
Yeah, marathon for sure, and a lot of highs and lows, but kind of got to stay level-headed, and we hit adversity, and when you kind of lean on your brothers, and I felt like we bounced back pretty well.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Get 10% off your first catering order. Go to kennyjbbq.com.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Utah State returns home for a Friday night battle against San Jose State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, enter to win a Jeep. How about that? A Jeep from UCCU. Visit UCCU Sandy Branch on 106 South and State Street on Tuesday, tomorrow from 3 to 6 with JJ and Alex. UCCU, love where you bank, and the presenting sponsor of Rivalry Week right here on The Zone. All right, Bronco Mendenhall will be joining us here in just a moment. Tough one for Utah State. They lose in Hawaii, 44-26, and now it's time to catch up with the head coach of the Aggies.
It's time to talk Utah State football with the head coach of the Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, coming back from Hawaii, never easy to try to get your team ready. Certainly not easy when you've got a Friday game. Coach, how much does this accelerate your process in trying to get ready for a short week when you have to, I guess, bump everything up a day?
Yeah, that's exactly what you do in most cases. And coming back from Hawaii, I chose not I've chosen not to use today as a practice day. It's a typical Monday for us where team meetings and position meetings in the morning in terms of game review, introduction to new opponent this evening with our initial walkthrough. Coaches typically in our program are not working Sunday, but yesterday evening and afternoon, we came to get an early head start to make sure at least preparation-wise we're ready. But then it's basically Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then play, which is with today's rest and coming back, I think it'll be appropriate.
So, Bronco, after looking at the Hawaii film and taking a look just at the fourth quarter in particular, a couple of areas that you feel like you can clean up.
Oh, yeah. So that for sure. We expected the game to be a one-score game, and it really had played out exactly that way going into the fourth quarter. Up to that point, I was frustrated with the 2-minute drive that Hawaii had right before halftime, and really thought we would have the lead in the fourth quarter going into it, but we were trailing by 1. And then they caught us a little bit off balance. They ran the ball more They hadn't run the ball effectively at all through the course of the game. They had a few runs that we didn't fit correctly, and were able to move the ball with a little bit more balance than what we thought. So our execution wasn't ideal. And we pride ourselves in being really strong in the fourth quarter, and that's a practice emphasis. So I reminded our team of that. So I didn't think we played great contextual football with the score being even, and to escalate and elevate our play in the fourth quarter. Then we turned it over a couple times. And one of the short fields, we held them to a field goal. The next, we did not. And so amazing how thin the margins are in a 17-point swing in the fourth quarter, which, again, I framed it to my team today, really is the context, right, is knowing the situation. John Wooden's definition of competitive greatness is being your best when your best is needed. If you want to win conference championships, if you want to win on the road, playing well in the fourth quarter, that doesn't mean just harder and doesn't mean just being longer. It means better. And Hawaii made the critical plays really in every situation in the fourth quarter, and we didn't. And that's it just showed up on tape, and that's what I showed our team.
I hesitate somewhat asking this question because I know that you're not excuse guy, but the travel and all the issues, could that have played a part in that fourth quarter?
I don't know. I mean, it's easy to think about that. How I feel today is I'm not feeling great after the red eye and rolling back into it. And I don't know. But my team, man, they were physical. They were tough. They played with good intensity. They were unified. They really wanted to win the game. But our execution and playing within context, it wasn't strong enough. And so whether that affected it or not, I'm not going to say, nor am I going to even go there. We handle whatever situations come up, and that's just what grown-ups do.
Miles Davis continues to be consistent for you, Coach. 15 for 102 and a touchdown. He's continuing to be consistent. Is he healthy moving forward?
Healthy-ish. So as you go into Game 7, and most backs that are physical and tough and are starting to get increased touches, they all probably feel about like he does, so we'll accelerate him as fast as possible for an early game. But what a blessing to our program, the type of person, the type of production, and just really has found a great home with us. And I think he's thriving, and I think he's happy.
There was a play, and I brought this up on the air during the broadcast because I went back to you and your conversation about Miles and how much he changed his outlook from a physicality standpoint in putting to the time and effort. He scores a touchdown on, I believe it was a fourth down, and it was kind of a fake inside and then pitch to him on the outside. Yeah. And Hawaii had it nailed. I mean, they had two defenders right there that had the beeline, and he just ran faster and got the edge and got around and got the score. And I'm like, I don't know if he's able to do that in April.
No, there's no question he was not able to do that. And I know the exact play you're talking about. And their linebacker, jersey number 11, literally as soon as Miles even hinted of going that direction, that was his assignment. He was gone. He was gone at the same time, if maybe even anticipated more, and just simply got outran. So they were prepared, they were assignment sound, and they were ready. Miles was just faster and better on that play.
We've talked a lot about John Miller. He's been fantastic, but Chris Joe steps up and has a good game for you. Talk about some of the film that you saw from him.
Yeah, Chris Joe is, as a true freshman, his education is fast, it's rapid, it's overwhelming at times for him. And he just continues to impress. He's capable. He beats blocks and makes tackles, which are really is the definition of, I think, what a good defensive player does. An average defensive player, right, makes the unblocked play. Good defensive players and the ones that you want on your team, and the best defenses that I've coached, you have players that can beat a blocking assignment and make the tackle. And, yeah, Chris does that, and he does it pretty frequently. So he's growing, he's learning, he's becoming seasoned and becoming more assignment sound. There's growing pains along the way for everyone, but he's certainly worth it, and he's fun to watch.
You are coming off an emotional loss. So is San Jose State. They had a lead against Wyoming and were unable to hold on, and the Cowboys get the win in Laramie. So I got to imagine you've got two teams that are very, very keenly interested in playing well in this game, trying to redeem themselves from the week before.
Oh, yeah. I think it's the entire Mountain West Conference in our case for sure. Losses are just in the world of college athletics and maybe in professional sport or maybe just any competition. It's very hard to describe because you put so much into it. It's almost where you can't hardly breathe, until there's another victory or your team plays the way you'd like them to. And so for our listeners, San Jose was up 28-0 in that game and ends up losing 35-28. And they have a 2-minute drive at the end to try to win it. But that falls short. So, yeah, it hasn't gone exactly the way San Jose State wants, but almost every one of their games seems like it's 28-31 or 35-30 or just like the rest of our league. So I think both teams are probably preparing for something similar.
I know Trey Anderson was back for Hawaii. Jake Eichhorn, I believe, was close. How's the offensive line unit moving forward into San Jose State?
Very similar to what we just had versus Hawaii. So not full strength, but full enough, and probably what a lot of other teams look like. So I think we'll have consistency. I think we'll have it with the players that have been playing. Whether we get Jake back or not, we'll see.
Before we let you go, I know you have nothing but respect for Ken Niumatalolo. You've got his son as your tight end coach. Just talk about what he's meant to not just you, but the coaching profession and those that try to balance, like you do, the work-life balance that's so hard to maintain in college football.
Yeah. So Kenny's a friend of mine. Similar careers and longevity and head coaching and being an assistant, but also working to manage faith and family. And at one point, a leader in our faith sometimes over multiple congregations as a stake president. And Kenny was coaching at Navy while being a stake president, which I don't even know how to describe that. But he's sacrificed a lot, and he's found a way to balance and develop young people, but also live his beliefs while having success in college football. Last in-depth conversation besides casual conversation I had was when I was hosting my podcast when I'd left coaching for 2 seasons, and we had a really nice visit and just lots of similarities and approach in trying to build amazing young people through the world of college athletics, kind of environments that are becoming increasingly just about money. And so the college game we're lucky to have Kenny in it and his approach.
Coach, appreciate your time. We'll talk later on the week. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you both.
Thanks,
See you
Coach.
later.
There he is, Bronco Mendenhall, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ali'i Niumatalolo is his tight ends coach, the son of Ken Niumatalolo.
So offensive line struggled a little bit?
Yeah, they did. And I don't know. I'm going to send you some clips and have you take a look at it.
All right.
Because there's sometimes, and let's just be blunt here. There's sometimes you're going to have a position group and you're going to look at and say, there's really nothing we can do. Like, you can't trade. There's no free agency. Like, you are who you are. And you can get a little healthier, sure, but it is what it is to a certain extent. And then you can hit the portal and rebuild going into next year. But this year, and I wanted to show you a couple clips, and maybe we can talk about them later in the week, and say, is this fixable? Or is Kevin McGivern now going to have to game plan knowing his inefficiencies along the offensive line? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense.
And put a game plan knowing that he's going to have some guys up there that are going to struggle, that
Which
are young.
is possible.
Yeah.
You can game plan. To a certain degree, you can game plan.
Yeah. And but I mean, you've got one offensive lineman who had 4 holding penalties, including 2 back-to-back.
Oh, no.
And that was
4 holding on one guy?
Yeah. I think 7 total. And they gave up a lot of sacks.
7 holding penalties on the O-line?
Yeah.
Dang, that's heavy. The holding penalties just destroyed
and a lot of pressure. And that's the thing. Like
I saw the 3 sacks.
Utah State was going back and forth in what was a shootout. The difference in the game was the penalties and the TFLs and the sacks. Now, Utah State got sacks too, but they were different. They were, chasing a quarterback. He runs out of bounds 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Technically, that's a sack. Whereas Utah State gets sacked and it's a 10-yard loss, and it's just, there's not all sacks are created equal. And Bryson Barnes left the game for 2 series at the very end of the first half, and then came back and finished the game. But it's something that they've got to address in a big way. All right, you're going to hear it is rivalry week right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU and Utah, a Mammoth showdown coming up on Saturday. Coming up at 1:05, you will hear from Kalani Sitake, BYU head coach Kyle Whittingham. You'll hear him at 2:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, before I left to Hawaii, I had a big bowl of enchilada soup.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh, chicken enchilada soup. It's incredible.
Did you notice that there's kind of a kick of chipotle in
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we threw a little sour cream in there, a little bit of sprinkle a little cheese on the top of it. I mean, I'm telling you, you can take these individual meals and kind of make them your own, too, with so many different variations you can do. But that's what you can do with Beehive Meals. So many great meals out there.
Well, it's just delicious flavors. Like the Tuscan chicken. It's a Tuscan sauce, and it's freshly shredded chicken. And you put it on a little bit of bow tie pasta, maybe some fettuccine, and it's just perfection. The sausage and peppers the same way. Sausage and peppers, really good on rice. But everything comes in a frozen pack. You take it out of the pack, put it in a slow cooker. It's all fresh ingredients, fresh vegetables, fresh peppers, fresh chicken, fresh beef. You got fresh jalapenos, fresh tomatoes. All those things are freshly chopped, prepared, put into the package, so you're not getting all these packed ingredients. And it just slow cooks into perfection. Delicious meals, very convenient, very affordable. You owe it to yourself to just check out Beehive, MEALS, beehivemeals.com, and see how it fits your family.
We're going to be talking to them this week, Wednesday and Thursday. It's your opportunity to find out for yourself what makes this food so great. Beehivemeals.com. Use the promo code THEZONE. Save you money at checkout. That's beehivemeals.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at culliganslc.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's been a lot of Devin Dampier haters out there, but Devin went out, played himself a game against Arizona State as he had a point to prove in that big win.
You know, we know how to move on and we know how to respond, and, you know, that's the biggest thing I'm proud of. We had a big motive going into this game that we're going to bring a win in Rice Eccles, a conference game, and you see how we came out. We came out with just that energy for sure.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Catering your work party, luncheon, wedding, family, get-togethers, holiday parties. Get the menu right now at KennyJBBQ.com. You get 10% off your first order. And if you're looking for a great place just to grab a bite, Kenny J Barbecue in the district in South Jordan.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, got a clean house. Broncos and Raiders both get a win over the weekend.
Look at that.
The Raiders got a nice win.
Yeah. Yeah, I look. Lloyd was like, Gino sucks. I hate him. He's not good.
Well, he's not done
And I
yet.
told you, what did I say? Give it a little bit of time. It's going to be all right.
Shut your mouth.
He's not done yet.
I just said give him a little bit of time, and hey, you got the W. Everything's
Dude
cool.
has 9 interceptions through like 6 games.
It's not real good. And then the other big news, James Franklin.
Oh, yeah. $50 million not to go to work.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is that's not even close to the largest buyout of all time. That was Jimbo Fisher who got $74 million from Texas A&M.
So they're citing that it had to do with losses in big games.
Yeah.
It was multiple losses in big games. How long is he? He's been there forever, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been there a long time. And there's also some rumblings that they're switching their apparel deal to Adidas, and that Adidas was the one like, nuh-uh.
Not doing it.
We don't want this. And the word is Adidas is coming up with the majority of the money.
To buy him out?
To buy him out.
Oh, I had not heard that.
So now you have shoe companies that are picking their coaches. And they're not just picking anybody. I mean, they're not like, okay, yeah, we want him gone. Now go fire a new coach. That means Adidas very much wants to be involved. If they're going to pay the bill, then they're also going to want to be very much involved in who's the new head coach is going to be there.
And I guess as a school, if you're like, well, if you want to pay the bill for the new guy too, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
We'll let you have, if you want to have a say, then you'll pay for him too.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's why I get a little nervous with this private equity thing that we keep hearing about with the Big Ten and some of these other conferences. That the money's great, but hey, remember, everything has its cost.
Yeah.
And so when you take that money, it's like everybody loves the broadcast money, but then everybody complains about 8:30 starts. Well, guess what? When you're cashing that check from the TV, ESPN and Fox and all those guys, they will tell you when you start.
And you'll say yes, sir.
And you'll say yes, sir. So you can't have one without the other. You welcome in Adidas money or private equity money, and then they're like, yeah, we don't like the direction, and you need to be fired, and he needs to be fired, and that guy needs to be fired. Well, they've been doing this for nope. You like the money, right? Well, guess what? You need to clean house. Get them all out.
3 losses in a row. You lost a big one at Oregon. It factored into a loss at UCLA. That was the bad one. Yeah.
And
then having Northwestern beat you was just too much.
You can't lose to the nerds.
Nope.
Yeah.
So they fired him.
Yeah.
The dorks got him fired.
The dorks got him fired. Ethan joining us from Teton Wealth. Now, look, if you get fired from your job and somebody gives you $50 million to leave,
call me.
Teton's your guy.
You're there.
Ethan's your guy.
I'll make sure you never fill out another job application.
Yeah.
So let's just say that. So with that money, we can work this out.
You can make for a comfortable retirement for somebody.
I bet we could probably do a good job with that. But some of us are going to move into that kind of situation. But most of us are going to settle into the same little narrow band, and that is we're going to have Social Security and our 401k. And that 401k is going to be as big as it is when you retire, and then that's where you go.
Yeah.
That's where you go from there. And that's why it's worth sitting down and kind of looking ahead a little bit, because windfalls like that are really cool, but they're just not realistic. We're all going to get there by the sweat of our own brow. That's just how that is.
So I went through the process with Teton, and I was able to better understand what retirement would look like.
Yeah.
So, and I am one of those guys that puts things off, the living will and meeting with an attorney and building out your future and all this. I'm one of the guys, I just put it off and put it off. It was such a weight off my shoulders to understand, okay, this is where my 401k is, and this is what the distribution will look like when I'm 65. This is where I'm at with my work. This is what Social Security projects to be when I'm 65. And it's like, okay, I can see the picture.
Yeah, let me tell you something. When we sit down and we do a little bit of math, it starts to illuminate the path forward. It reduces your anxiety, it increases your confidence, and you start to feel like you're on more solid footing than you were before. So if you haven't had this experience yet of an ascent plan with Teton Wealth Group, call right now, 435-255-6331. That's 435-255-6331. You'll sit down with our team. We'll go through the full ascent plan, the plan for your income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and estate, all of those things together. And we'll say, okay, this is where you are. This is where you want to be. Here's what you need to do to get there. And I'm telling you, it's going to change your life. It's going to change the way you look at things. And if you're getting ready to retire, you definitely need this. But also, if you've just got an old 401k out there with a previous employer, you can use that to kind of anchor an ascent plan and say, okay, this is an old 401k. Now we're putting it to work for the future. It doesn't have to kind of sit out there. All of your money's got to be working together, and that's what the ascent plan does. So 435-255-6331. I know you're going to love it.
435-255-6331. Call right now. Teton Wealth right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey, Utah, it's the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit UCCU.com and elevate your banking experience.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
One simple thing can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection with a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
I understand the significance of this game. We'll be dialed into it for sure.
Have your teammates tried to, your local teammates tried to tell you what it's all about?
Yep, I'm aware. I'm aware.
I mean, a one-loss team and an undefeated team, and like you said, I would assume we'll be ranked. We don't pay a whole lot of attention to that right now, but I would say it's shaping up to be the biggest event in the state of Utah, sporting event like it is most years.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is rivalry week. It is BYU. It is Utah. Hans, nobody has this game covered better than the Zone.
No, man. We're going to knock it out for you. And I just went through the Utah-Arizona State game with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah.
I got to show you a couple of things, man. Watch right here. Watch Spencer Fano in open field. Bust that touchdown.
Yeah.
Off the zone read.
Oh. Yeah, that's filthy.
So to have an offensive tackle that big.
What is that, 20 yards downfield?
Yeah. And, that's a safety. So that's a lot of speed coming over the top.
And that safety's looking at him like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, he didn't want it, but
he got it.
Spencer Fano blew him up, sent him flying. I've got another one where it's Jaron Kump. Watch this center. Watch the center log block.
Ooh.
Yeah, just walled. So, went through this game with a fine-tooth comb. First of all, totally new, very reliable wrinkle in full zone read with Dampier keeps. That's a whole other ball of wax. There's been a lot of different fly sweep motions, and there's a lot of unpredictable aspects of Jason Beck's offense. But essentially, they lined up and they were like, all right, Arizona State, let's see how you stop Devin Dampier on the keep off the zone read.
Yeah.
And they didn't. 2 quick touchdowns in the first quarter, multiple carries. I don't know what yardage he ended up with. It had to be 120 on the ground, 120 yards on the ground, and a couple touchdowns. So, when you're preparing and you're like, well, we got to watch this Wayshawn Parker guy. Well, we got to deal with this offensive line that's extremely elite, and they showed their eliteness against Arizona State. We've got to deal with this number 9, this Davis guy. He's a possession receiver. Yeah, we got to keep an eye on this, this dude that goes over this top, the Merriweather kid. And it's like, no, wait a second. It's starting to pile up. All of a sudden, this offense has so many different areas that you're like, well, we got to put a Band-Aid here and put a Band-Aid here. And now we got to figure out what to do with Dallin Bentley.
Yeah.
Because he's a major mismatch and a problem. So BYU's got their defensive hands extremely full because Dampier's healthy.
Yeah, Dampier's healthy, and Jack Kelly is not. Now, I anticipate, you mentioned Jack Kelly was close to going against Arizona.
Yeah,
he was warming up. You saw him down on the field?
Yeah, practiced. Well, he didn't warm up.
Oh, he didn't warm up. Okay.
So he practiced all week long, and it was going into the game, he was upgraded from doubtful to questionable. And there was a real question. Like, he might play. And then Kalani said in the postgame, I made the decision. So it felt like there was a decision to be made. And the feeling and expectation is that he will be there for the rivalry game.
And when you've got a quarterback like Devin Dampier, you need Jack Kelly out on the field.
That's your biggest weapon.
Yep. All right, here is Kalani Sitake. Let's see if there's updates on Jack Kelly and the rest of this team as Kalani gets ready for another showdown against Kyle Whittingham and the Utes.
Game week. We're excited. I had a good weekend and a great victory against a well-motivated Arizona team, and had to take a double overtime game, but I thought it was good for our team, good for the program, and celebrated that, had fun, and now our focus is on to our next opponent, which is our rival, and this is a rivalry week, homecoming. It's going to be a lot of fun, so we're excited about the matchup, and there's a lot of connections between BYU and Utah, and so that'll be another fun part of it. But that's no different than what you see in a household here in the state, and there'll be people cheering for their team, and that's what makes the rivalry so much fun. It makes it, like I said before, I've said this last year, that it makes a lot of sense. We're in the Big 12 together. It just makes sense that we should be in the same conference, and we should do this every year. So I'm excited about the matchup. Watching Utah on film, really talented team. with so many different weapons, and that's in all three phases. They can well coached, and when you know you're going up against Kyle Whittingham and his staff, the players are going to be well coached. They'll be tough and they'll be physical. So it's going to be a great matchup, and we're looking forward to the challenge this weekend. It's taking our best focus and it has every bit of our attention. So we're excited about the prep that we can do today, and recognize the talent that they have there, and have a lot of respect for the program and their fans, and my personal connection to them. And we have a lot of that here, and they have a lot of that there. So it'll make it really, really fun. And I'm excited to see these guys play on the field in LaVell Edwards Stadium. It's good to have the game at home this year, and I'm looking forward to it. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So what questions do you guys have for me?
Our first question will be from John Coon.
Kalani, you've talked a bit about this in the past, considering how much of a mentor Kyle Whittingham has been to you in your coaching career. In what ways specifically is he kind of influenced your development as a coach and your coaching philosophy?
Yeah, in so many ways. I mean, I worked 10 years with him. Learned a lot from him, and watched him grow in the industry and in his position. I watched him and saw the transition that he made from going to a coordinator to a head coach, and then how he handled going into the from the Mountain West to the Pac-12. And I had a front row seat to all of it. And so, there's a lot of things that he has helped me with as a coach in the profession. And I know that he's had a huge impact on our staff too, with a bunch of guys that are here coaching. So, I'll always have a lot of love and admiration for Kyle. I mentioned he's a mentor of mine, but it's also the connection I've had to that university, and I was there for a decade, so I was able to make some unbelievable friends that I consider family, and meet some wonderful people. And so that's what makes it fun, and hopefully as we go through it, and people can understand where I come from and why I have so much respect for them. And I think our fans here understand that. And, so there'll always be a connection there. And I'm glad that other people are experiencing it themselves. I mean, there's coaches that are there that I'm close to, and that I consider close family. And so it's a lot of fun, man. This is how it works. I mean, that's I have a niece that's in their color guard that performs there, and I have a lot of family that have graduated from there. So, and I'm no different than a lot of people in the state, and so it's going to be a fun rivalry game, and we're looking forward to the matchup. But yeah, there's a lot of things that Kyle's helped me with, and that I value from him as a mentor, and then even connections to Coach McBride and others that have been there. So it's been really cool for me.
Next question from Jay Drew.
Yeah, Kalani, two-part question. Aaron Roderick has done quite a job with Bear, with the kind of the situation he's been thrown into. How would you just describe how well Aaron has done with Bear? And then also, when you hired Aaron to come on the staff, he obviously has the Utah ties like you. Does this game, because of that, have any more significance for A-Rod?
What was the first question? Was
about Bear and how A-Rod has brought him along?
Yeah, I trust A-Rod, and I think one of the most difficult positions in BYU football is to be the OC. It comes with a lot of criticism, and but I don't know if it comes with enough praise. And so the things that A-Rod has been able to do when everybody was so concerned about a true freshman leading our team. I think everyone should give him a lot of credit for what he's been able to get done with Bear, and Bear himself deserves that too. But with all that said and done, man, I want to keep him humble. Our goal is to stay humble and stay hungry, and in order to do that, you have to keep working and have to keep trying to get better. So there's a lot of room for improvement, and that's for all of us, not just Bear himself, but also for A-Rod, myself as a head coach, and Jay Hill as the D coordinator, K-Pop as the special teams coordinator. All that goes around. And then, looking at the rivalry week, it's It is what it is. I mean, it usually comes at the end of the year. We're all used to that, but this is a fun game. And so the fact that there's connections and that we're familiar with them, they're familiar with us, it just makes it even more fun. I don't know if the attention's any different because I think we're all professionals. I think you look at their side, they're going to do the same thing. When it's all said and done, the guys on the field are the ones that make the plays, and so we all become fans when they're out there playing the game 11 on 11. So I like to think that we're all professional about it. It's not like we're sinking everything we got into this one. That's what we do all the time as professionals in our jobs. And this week, just like every other week, but we know the implications and the attention that comes to this game.
Next question from Dana Green.
Hey, Kalani, back in the Mountain West days, obviously you were at Utah. A lot of people were calling for this rivalry to be tempered down a little bit, especially with the fan base. It was getting a little crazy. And then the game, went away and you guys are in different conferences. Now that you're back in the same conference, do you see this intensity ramping back up like it was back when you were at Utah in the Mountain West days?
I mean, I think the competition has always been there and the intensity can be there. There's nothing wrong with the intensity being there. I just, me personally, I would like to see it be like with tons of respect. Whether we want to admit it or not, we actually need each other. This is a great rivalry when we have each other on the schedule. And regardless of the outcome this weekend, I mean, there's a lot of different things that can happen that we'll probably need each other's help. And so I don't think I've said it before that, wishing bad things on others is not good for the soul. And I'm not trying to tell fans how to do it, but it's got to be a lot more fun when you can actually have and talk about the respect that you have for each other and that there is connection from both sides. I mean, you just look at the coaching staff and on both sides, you see the impact on that both schools have on each other. I mean, that's just the type of rivalry that it is. And now the transfer portal, there's players that we have here that were there, and there's players that we had that they had there that are here now. So, and honestly, I have a lot of love and respect for everyone that's involved. And so, it's an honor for me to be the coach here and to be part of this game. And I think it'd be a lot more fun if we can have just value and you could be a fan, and I'm just telling you, it's just so much more fun. Be a fan cheering for your team rather than cheering against the others. That's how I view it. But fans gonna do however they want. I'm just telling them, just try it, man. It's a lot of fun when you cheer your team on, and you show a lot of respect for the opposing team. It's a different way to do it, and it's a lot more fun and enjoyable.
And then I wanted to ask you quickly just about Devin Dampier. I mean, he is fully healthy again. This is a guy that can beat you with his legs and his arm. What do you see from him? How special of a quarterback is he?
Yeah, super talented, and he's tough, man. He has great vision, and that's in the passing game and in the running game. He's an efficient player. So when you look at his stats, I mean, he knows where to go with the ball, and he's well coached. I think Jason Beck's done a great job tutoring him, mentoring him, and there's a reason why they brought him, with him. And so I think he looks really comfortable out there, and whatever you need him to do, he's willing to do it, and super tough. I think a lot of attention will go to his legs because he can run. But he can throw too, and I like this overall presence on the field. Definitely respect what he does, and he's going to be dangerous. He's got our attention. I know Coach Hill and the rest of the coaches are trying to find ways to try to see if we can disrupt his timing and disrupt everything that he can do positively on the field. But that's easier said than done. He's a really good player. He's tough, and then you complement that with a really talented O-line, very athletic and tough, and then tight ends that can block, receivers that can catch the ball, all that stuff. They got a really good team on offense, and then you already know how I feel about the defense and defense coordinator with Morgan Scally. He's a good friend of mine, and all the coaches that are there that I know really well, Lewis Powell and all them. Those are my guys, But this is when it comes down to it. We're not the ones playing the game. We had our moments already. We're old has-beens or never was, but it's kind of fun to see these young guys get after it. And I'm a little jealous. They're in the Big 12 and they get to do this. We were in the WAC in the Mountain West when we got to do it. And so this is a really cool upgrade for the rivalry game.
Next question from Jake Hatch.
Kalani, you talk about the high-profile nature of this game, big noon kickoff coming back to Provo. Does that add anything to you guys and just the feeling around this?
Yeah, I just have to show up in the morning for it. That's the only thing that adds to me. It just messes up my haircutting appointment. But other than that, we've had them here before. I believe they came here last year when we played Arizona, and that was a lot of fun. I mean, it's really cool whenever you can bring attention to our stadium and to our fans here in Provo. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know our fans will represent well and cheer for our team and then respect their opponent as well.
I also wanted to ask you, these are two teams, you guys have run the ball very well on both sides. Does that, in terms of your defensive philosophy, are you aware of what you need to do to slow down a guy like Devin Dampier in their rushing attack?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's aware and that they've all tried it. It's easier said than done, and he's super talented. There's a reason why he's one of the most efficient quarterbacks in college football. So, we'll have to figure out a way to slow him down. I don't know if you can stop him, but we're going to try our best, But super talented kid, man, and I like his presence. I like his leadership. You could tell that they respond really well to him and him being on the field. So, but this is a complete team. They have, they're ranked for a reason, and they have, all three phases are rolling. So it's going to be a great matchup. I'm excited about it.
Next question from Mitch Harper.
Kalani, how much education or insight about this game do you give to guys like Bear and other individuals who are new to this rivalry?
I don't think I have to have anything special for them. I mean, they know the importance of the game, but I think Bear knows enough. He knows enough that he keeps playing at a high level. That's all we need him to do. And part of his progress and his growth is that he learns things week to week. So this would be another cool experience for him. I'm excited that we get to be at home, being on the road last week, and it's going to be exciting that we get to have this game and this type of rivalry alive and well. So it'll be fun.
There he is, Kalani Sitake, addressing the media. You'll hear from Kyle Whittingham coming up at 2:05, and he threw. The one thing I like about, well, there's a lot of things I like about Kalani, but he'll take jabs, he'll take straightforward jabs, and then he takes some subtle jabs. And what he's saying, like, everybody was concerned about us having a freshman at quarterback. Mm-hmm. And he was like, look, we knew what we were doing. Like, we understood that this was going to be a risk, but we saw things that all of you did not see. And we could have played it safe with McKay Hillstead, and McKay would have done a fine job as a starting quarterback. But there's a different ceiling with Bear Bachmeier that McKay Hillstead just doesn't have.
Yeah.
And they wanted to tap into that as soon as they possibly could. And as we've seen him progress game after game after game, it's now seems like a complete no-brainer why they went with Bear Bachmeier.
It does. And, this will be the first ranked opponent that Bear Bachmeier will play against.
Yeah.
And we've talked about all of his incremental accomplishments and challenges. It's gone along the way, from Portland State to Stanford to East Carolina to Colorado to West Virginia to Arizona. It's been a step up all along the way. You've got 3 great road victories, East Carolina, Colorado, and Arizona. You've got a couple of nice home wins, West Virginia and Stanford. This is now a big stepping stone.
Yeah.
Bear Bachmeier versus a ranked team. Bear doesn't understand what this game means. And I don't know if that helps him or I don't know if that hurts him. Devin Dampier doesn't understand what this game means. I don't know if that helps him. I don't know if that hurts him. But I can promise you, Logan Fano and John Henry Daly, 2 former Cougars that are currently leading the Big 12 in sacks and pressures, it means a lot to them. Kiana Tanavasa, who's, everybody's been talking about, got ejected from that game in the first half and hasn't played up to what everybody projects his money might have been. And I guarantee it means a lot to him. And you know how much of that there is in this game, Scotty.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I could go to Spencer Fano. I could go all the way across that offensive line. I could go over to BYU, and I could go to their old line and their defensive line. So even though the quarterbacks might not have a degree in the rivalry, there's players on the teams that have degrees in rivalries, and I promise you, that's who it's important to.
Mm-hmm.
Lavelle spent a little bit of time with the rivalry, and we did prepare for the rivalry game in a portion of the preseason. And we would talk about the rivalry game before and after the rivalry game. There was no question. We talked about that game. But it came down to the veterans in the locker room that had played in it before, understood the vitriol, grew up in the state, to explain it to the young guys. And by the time I got there to my junior and senior year, I would spill it over onto the rookies.
And it was your turn.
I would spill it onto them. And they knew you don't lose to Utah. Like, that is the absolute big no. This game is your world. This game is your season. And you had to really impress it upon the young guys. Because if they don't take it serious, then you're 2-3 quarters in and they're taking it ultra serious. And you're like, you got to catch up, man. You got cleat marks on your face, dude, because they hate you. So you better figure it out pretty quickly.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ethan joining us from Teton Wealth. And Ethan, there's so many people out there, and you know, I'll throw myself in this mix where you hear, you know, wealth management or financial advice, you know, all these terms out there, and you're thinking, like, I don't make enough to qualify for that. Why am I I'm just a Joe nobody. You know, that's for the uber rich. When in reality, the average Joe specifically should be the one reaching out to you to get that help.
Well, I mean, look at Utah. We're just average Joes. I mean, you know, Utah is a state that's full of really great families. None of us are really wealthy. I mean, there's so few like really massively wealthy families. We're all trying to solve the same problem, and that is we have a job now, and we're saving money. Mm-hmm. At a certain point, we'll be too old to have a job, and we'll just have Social Security and any money we've saved. That's the work that we do. The work that we do at Teton is not making rich people even more rich. It's making sure that the rest of us can have some kind of financial security out there in the future, because we're all playing that same game, saving into the 401k, getting ready for retirement. We have to make that work. Mm-hmm. We have to make that work because, you know, there's not really a safety net beyond Social Security and Medicare. And so if you're not ready, boy, you can end up being really disappointed with where your retirement ends up. And that's why we put together the Ascent Plan, is so that the rest of us can give ourselves the best possible chance at having long-term success and having the kind of retirement that we want. Not the kind of retirement that was gifted to us from a wealthy family, but the kind of retirement that we scraped and saved for as we raised our family. That's why we did the Ascent Plan. And so if you don't have an Ascent Plan yet, call us right now, 435-255-6331. That's 435-255-6331. We'll do one for you. There's no cost, no obligation today to the Zone listeners who call in. And you'll see what the possibilities are once you do a little bit of math. And that pathway starts to illuminate ahead of you, then you'll see what I'm talking about. You say, hey, you know what? I don't have to be Bill Gates to make this work. I can have a great life filled with purpose and prosperity and love and great times. And I can do it with the career I have, the family I have, and the plan I've got. And we love doing it.
435-255-6331. All I'd ask is, what is at risk? Honestly, you're driving around, like, what is at risk? It's free. It's free time with experienced professionals in the investment and retirement world.
Yeah, that's right.
It's free time. So why wouldn't you take advantage of this Ascent Plan? First 10 callers, 435-255-6331. We still have a couple spots left, right?
We do. So 435-255-6331. We can't wait to do this for you, and I know you're going to love it.
Love it. 435-255-6331. Teton Wealth right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at culliganslc.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is the good, it is the bad, it is the ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, brought to you in part by Kenny J's. Kenny J Barbecue will cater your party, luncheon, weddings, family, get-togethers, holiday parties, you name it. They'll come to you. They'll bring that barbecue to your house. All you have to do is go to kennyjbbq.com, get the menu, and you're good to go. 10% off your first order. And then if you just want a good bite to eat after a long day, driving around, going to kids' games, me and my kid's last game of the year this year is going to be at Olympus today. In fact, it starts at 4, so right when that show's over, we're out.
Rocking and rolling.
And, so if you're driving around, you're just looking for a quick bite to eat, Kenny J Barbecue in the district in South Jordan.
Is it just me, or does Mark Ingram II bug the crap out of Urban Meyer?
Yes, I can see that.
I feel like those two are oil and water with the Big Noon Kick.
Yeah.
Big Noon Kick coming to Provo, featuring Mark Ingram, Matt Leinart, Brady Quinn, Urban Meyer, Charles Woodson, dude.
Love Charles Woodson. He was a dude.
Randy Travis.
Wait a minute. Forever and ever, amen.
Singer?
I'd rather it be Randy Travis. Is Clay Travis part of the Big Noon?
No. He used to be.
He's not anymore?
No. You're thinking Dave Portnoy.
Oh, is it Dave Portnoy?
Yeah. The pizza guy. He's coming to
They're
Provo.
different guys?
Clay Travis and
Dave Portnoy?
Yeah.
I thought they were the same guy.
They.
I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Who else? Verducci? Does he still do it?
Tom Verducci? I don't know.
I don't know if he does.
Does Aaron Andrews show up?
The Bear, the gambling man.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, Big Noon is coming. I know it really excites the masses because it does bring national attention. Yeah. There's no question.
You tell them Hands is coming.
I just think it's a pretty decent.
How about Game Day? Show. You like Game Day?
No, I really don't like it. I just don't like much of.
Yeah, that's how I am too.
Because they honestly don't know much about the teams they're covering. They just know surface level stuff.
And all this stuff. And look, I think it's good for the community because they come in and they showcase local things and local schools and player stories and stuff like that. Like, I think that's great.
That's important. Yes.
But if you're just a football fan and you just want to know football, that's really not your show.
No. Dave Portnoy will tell you the type of pizza he likes.
Yeah. Yep. So if you've got a thin crust place down in Utah County, reach out to him.
Or start a thin crust and make it cracker thin.
Yep.
Burn the bottom, so he'll call it a toasty undercarriage. He loves to talk about the crispy undercarriage.
Great undercarriage.
Look at this undercarriage. No wilting here.
One bite. Everybody knows the rules.
Everybody's got. All right. So take a big tortilla, and just take a flame torch and just torch the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And then melt a little layer of cheese and sauce on it, and then call it good.
That's it, man.
That's all he wants.
That's all he's looking for. He'll give you an 8.2.
Yeah.
But to the point of this, it brings great national attention because most people do just like the surface stories.
Yeah.
Most people don't really care about actual football or know actual football, so they just want to hear Bear Bachmeier, where'd he get the name? Why does he wear 47?
47, what? Yeah.
That's it. That's what they want.
We got a bear and a tiger? What?
But that interests people, and then they stick around and they watch the game because everybody's talking it up. And I promise you, I can guarantee you, Provo is going to represent.
Yeah. Salt Lake did a great job.
Oh,
Utah
it was great.
Was incredible. BYU will do just as well.
They'll do just as well.
Yeah.
Utah was great.
Yeah, Utah knocked it out of the park.
It was amazing. But Provo is very aware of what everybody says. They heard Dave Portnoy tweet out, no chance BYU matches this energy with all the Utah fans behind them, even though they talk all this trash.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it. Provo knows it. So they're going to show up. They're going to be crazy. And it's going to knock the socks off nationally. It's going to look amazing. Mm-hmm. Plus, game day at LaVell Edwards Stadium, with everything they do, fireworks and knife throwing and drone shows, and they give every fan on the east side the cards that they flip, and it says something crazy across the whole east side of the stadium, and they just knock it out of the park. They spare no expense in game day operations.
That's so crazy.
I can't imagine the thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands that they spend for all these gizmos and gadgets and craziness that they do just to present an incredible product. Now, you got to give them props because, Scotty, you and I going back 12 years ago when our show started, we talked about, man, the TVs are getting cheaper. You can get a 100-inch TV now for $1,800. Service is getting cheaper. You can stream it. Hell, if you don't have enough money, then you can just pirate it. Like, you can get the games. And you could sit at home, and it was warm and comfortable. And we used to talk about it.
Yeah.
You better make it worth their ticket money.
Yeah.
BYU's made it worth their ticket money.
There's a reason why BYU fans are sticking around when it's, Portland State and you're up by 50 points. Because obviously the product's good. Obviously you want to support your team. But it's not about the game itself. It's the experience.
Yeah.
And so you're like, well, geesh, I just saw this drone show. What's going to happen the next time out? Well, they just scored. They're up 42. You want to beat traffic? No. Who knows what Cosmo's going to be? They're going to light him on fire and make him run around and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, I got to see this.
They do, too. They lit a pole vault pole on fire, and he pole vaulted over it and hit it. I thought he was going to light on fire. I thought we were going to have a Will Ferrell incident. Nobody freak out. Sitting there just burnt to a crisp. They do an amazing job.
Yeah. We've come too far.
We've come too far. Nobody lose your minds. I just think that this is going to be an incredible atmosphere. I think they're going to blow the big noon kickoff people away.
Yeah.
And there's a part of me that wants to put this rivalry on a national stage, and there's a part of me that doesn't. It's like a nice fishing hole, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, man, when I go to this fishing hole, I know this fishing hole. I know what I'm going to get out of this. I know it's going to be an incredible day here in the sun on this grassy, warm, kind of cool area. I've got my cup of worms, and I'm going to sit back and just that's the rivalry game to me. Like high energy. I know what this thing brings. I just know when
I want people to know about the
I
fishing
know, but when the nation gets involved with it,
I want them to have it.
Everybody's got their own 2 bits they got to throw. This isn't anything like Ohio State, Michigan. This isn't even. You can't even get close to Army, Navy. It's like the dumbest things.
Auburn, Alabama. Yeah, stop it.
It's like if you people knew what this game meant to the guys that play it, like I did. This game is the world, man.
Yep.
It's everything. It's your whole season. It's all bound up into this game. And depending on how this game goes, really dictates how the season went.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Regardless if you're 6-0 or 5-1.
I mean, throw Tanavasa in the mix, like you mentioned. What's his emotions like this week?
That guy's got to be.
He's tied in knots. His family's tied in knots.
He's got to be, and he needs to energize that defensive line.
Yeah.
He's got to be the energy, and then he's got to step up and play big.
If he comes out and has a crazy great game and finishes the game with a sack, as Utah's trying to tie the game and send it into overtime, and he gets a strip sack and ends the game, it will always be remembered as the Tanavasa game.
Yep.
If he gets blown off the ball and Utah runs it in for a scoring touchdown, he'll be the GOAT forever.
Yep. Yeah, as in the
not the greatest of all time.
Not that guy.
Yeah. I guess the kids forget that the GOAT used to not always be such a good term.
Used to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
But you're right. Yeah, names will be built. Yeah. Legacies will be cemented, depending on who shows up.
Yeah.
And like I said, John Henry Daly and Logan Fano, your 2 bookends. Nobody in this world wants this more. Nobody.
Yeah.
Keanu Tanavasa. Nobody in this world wants it more than Keanu Tanavasa. That guy made a huge leap. Not a far drive, but a huge leap, leaving Utah and joining that BYU defensive front. And it's like, those guys, you're right. They're either going to be sealed, like BYU fans will be like, see, we told you John Henry Daly didn't make a difference. If John doesn't make some type of splash in this game, see, we told you Logan Fano, you took your brother and you guys go to Utah. Well, we didn't need you anyway. It's all those storylines, all are going to be built on Saturday night at 6.
And if you think the players insulate themselves from that, they don't.
No.
That was good timing, Lloyd.
No, they don't.
All right. What do you think, Lloyd? Should we sneak in? We got to get this bad in. We got to talk about this.
Okay.
Now the bad.
I want to get your thoughts as a player. I always love getting your perspective on these, but last night it got ugly in the Kansas City game as the Lions looked like they were in complete control early in that game, and then Kansas City did what Kansas City often does, and they end up winning going away. But tell you what, there was a skirmish afterwards that was just ugly.
Well, how do these things happen?
I was going to acquiesce to you on that one. I don't know.
What bugs me? Well, there's a lot of things that bug me about this. What I don't like, what makes no sense, is when a game's complete and then you throw a punch.
Yeah.
When everything's already sealed up, it's already said and done, and you decide that you're going to walk past Patrick Mahomes, not shake his hand, which fine, whatever, and then Juju Smith-Schuster starts to approach Branch, and you could tell the Branch was aggravated, but Branch throws a punch. Hits him across the face mask.
Yeah.
Now, I think Schuster thought he was still in the game. I think he still thought that there was time on the clock because he flopped.
Oh, yeah, and that guy's a infamous flopper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you think he thought that the game was still going the way he flopped? Because he flopped and then looked around at like, where's the officials?
It's like, oh, the game's over.
Oh, the game's over. But I don't even know what to do with a guy like Branch that does this. He's a safety for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
His name's Brian Branch.
He's got to sit out a while.
It makes no sense to me.
No.
And then, the problem is when you do this in the postgame, in-game, there are all kinds of rules about leaving the bench and suspensions leaving the bench, and everybody's separated by team colors. And, the chances of it starting a massive brawl are very small. It'll typically isolate to 1, maybe 3 guys, and then it breaks up. When you do it in a postgame, when emotions are high, you just got your butt kicked. Emotions are high, and everybody's on the field. Everybody's around. When you do it in a postgame, you're setting yourself up for a massive brawl.
Yeah.
Where then reporters are sitting there. You saw the one guy holding a camera, and his legs got tied in with the whole scrum. Now you're risking lawsuits.
Oh, yeah.
Injuring women that are just down there trying to do their job as a sports reporter. Like, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
If you start a fight post-game. That is just dumb.
And I can guarantee you somebody's getting hold of that cameraman today, and he's like, hey, just for the record, you have headaches, right?
And how's your knee?
You're not able to do your job at a high level.
Is your knee clicking?
Do you feel a high level of anxiety?
Was your camera broken?
Yeah. Well, go in the back and break it, man. Yeah. What's wrong with you? All right. Whole world news coming up next. Kyle Whittingham joins us at 2:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a trip to Hawaii, Bronco Mendenhall has a short week to get ready for a Friday night showdown in Logan against San Jose State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday at 6 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at culliganslc.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Tonight on KSL, an ER visit is stressful enough. Now the worry of losing your valuables.
She said I had to take off my rings.
Expensive items gone.
This is the police report.
The KSL investigators uncover a pattern of patients losing precious belongings.
I think they should take responsibility.
Hear what the hospital has to say about it, plus the questions that they will not answer. Vanished valuables lost in the ER. Tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy."
And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole world in our hands. You got you and me, brother.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, by the way, advanced windows can do so many good things for you, Hans. Right now, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. And look, a lot of people are turning their furnaces on. Have you turned yours on yet?
No, not yet.
I haven't. I'm holding out as long as I can.
Me too.
But as soon as that thing goes on, that gas bill's going to go up, your heating bill's going to go up, and you want to keep that warm air in. Save on those bills? Well, you have to have the right windows, and advanced windows can do that for you.
They're the best, and the other thing is, if you're dealing with a lot of exterior noise, if you're by a busy road, the windows will cancel out the sound.
Yeah.
Good windows with the right seals and right frames will cancel out sound. That's their job. And if you're sick of the noise, if you're sick of losing heat out your window, just know that advanced windows can help you.
801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
Okay, so I actually came across this story out of curiosity because I was flipping through those stupid social media videos.
Yeah.
And I saw just this adorable mom, and she's in frame, and then she grabs this baby from out of frame and sits it on her hip. And I didn't have the noise on, but the baby was massive. And in the world of AI now,
you can't
like,
trust anything.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's an AI. It's just a stupid AI. I hate the AI videos.
I hate them. Hate them.
They're so dumb.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's entertaining.
Although I do, every time I see one of like a pet flipping somebody off, I do send that to Lloyd.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Just
because those do make me laugh.
Just as a reminder to Lloyd.
Yeah.
So I thought, this is an AI baby. It's got to be an AI baby, or it's a miniature mom. One of the two. Well, so I Google it, and I find that this is a real mom and a real baby. And and this baby's 35 pounds. The baby is just over a year. It's just like 13, 14 months. And 35 pounds. The mom is 25 years old. She's from Australia. She's 5'6". So she's not huge, but she's a 5'6" woman. And this baby is just 35 pounds of massive beef. Her husband is 6'2". So they've been getting the heat because everybody is thinking what I'm thinking. So everybody's like, this is an AI baby. Yeah. It's an AI baby. So then she brings in her husband on a different video, and the husband picks the big baby up, and the baby makes the baby looks big in the husband's hands.
Yeah.
It's just a big baby. I don't know what the record is. I did look up the average size of a baby or a child. What do you call it? A toddler? What is a
in between an infant and a kid? I guess toddler.
It's going to be a baby. It'd be a toddler.
Yeah,
maybe.
I guess toddler.
He's built more like a teen that eats a lot of Oreos.
Are they feeding that kid butter?
I don't know, man, but seriously.
Just gnawing on a stick of butter.
Yeah. But this is a gigantic baby. Oh, so the average weight of a baby that age is like 22 pounds.
And this kid's 35.
35. This is a big baby.
It's going to be a big one. When did Rock, because he was only like 8 pounds, right, when he was born?
And he was not a big toddler.
Yeah.
He was bigger than some kids, but it was not a gigantic toddler. Around the age of 8 or 9, all of a sudden you're just like, oh, geez. You couldn't keep up with his clothes and couldn't keep up with his hunger. You just saw it fast.
Yeah.
But he was nothing like this. A 35-pound baby, nothing like that.
Wow. All right. Ethan joining us, Teton Welt, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We talked about the fact that earlier that some people feel like, well, Teton Welt is for people that actually have money. I don't have money, and so I shouldn't go to some place like that. No, that's when you absolutely should be going to somebody to get you on that well-worn path. But then there's also people like, look, I got credit card debt, and I got these issues I'm dealing with. I need to get my house in order, and then I can call Teton Welt. No, the same thing applies there.
That's exactly right. It's like the idea, and I do this to myself. I'm going to schedule my physical with my doctor when I've lost 15 pounds.
Yeah.
Right? It's irrational.
Yeah.
It's irrational. People do the same thing to us. Well, let me get this other thing handled, then I'll come in.
I'm going to brush my teeth before the dentist.
Yeah. And it's, it's like, let's sit down and do this work now, because how else are you going to achieve your goals financially? And, I loved what we chatted about before. And this is, I think, what people need to understand. We're all in the same boat. We all have credit card debt that we wish we didn't have. Right? We all have those little financial things that we wish we did better. We all have that. And we all land at retirement with the same thing, and that is Social Security and our 401k. This is who we serve at Teton Wealth Group. We serve families who are coming into retirement with their Social Security and 401k. That's where almost all of us are going to land. How do we make that 401k last the rest of our lives? How do I still enjoy myself? How do I feel like I'm living a life of purpose and prosperity? So this is by no means work that we do for rich people to help rich people stay rich. This is work we do for our own families who are scrimping and saving and trying to get there. We want to maximize that opportunity and say, hey, you've worked so hard over your life, and this is where we are. This is how we're just going to make it sing for you. And so that's why I love this work. 435-255-6331. Again, that's 435-255-6331. We'll do an Ascent plan for you. It's the same Ascent plan we do for our client families, and there's no cost and no obligation. And wherever you are, whether you're starting over financially or whether you've been able to save for a long time into your 401k, wherever you are, let's sit down and say, hey, where are you trying to go? And how do we connect your today, you, with that you in the future? You're going to be so proud of yourself when you do this.
Or you could be like my parents that were in retirement, found Teton, and moved all their money over to be managed by Teton.
Yeah,
just because they trust, the management of Teton.
This is our niche. If you want to get yourself to a place where you can stop working as a normal person, as a normal guy, not as Bill Gates, but as a normal guy. If you want to get to that point to where you can stop working, enjoy retirement, and if you want to have that kind of retirement where you don't have to really worry too much about what's happening in Washington, D.C. and on Wall Street, you can enjoy a little bit of security and prosperity. That's our niche. This is what we do. So we're very good at it. So 435-255-6331. I know you're going to love this.
It's a simple plan that's given to you for free, but man, it is detailed. It goes over everything, and it's specifically catered to you and what you need. They'll spend a ton of time with you, and they're going to do all of that for free. 435-255-6331. Teton Wealth, 435-255-6331, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems. With refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com. KSLSportsZone.com.
One simple thing can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection with a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can't take those shots, Lloyd, and then know that I can't respond in kind, and there's also a camera on us, too, so I can't also tell you you're number one. Hey, our good friend, Kyle Whittingham. All right. Okay, what are we going to hear today? It's rivalry week, so is this an okay day or is it an all right day as we get you ready for the rivalry game? So, okay or all right. Lloyd, where are you going on this? Hans,
so
by the way,
firmly in the okay.
Hans had a little bit of an emergency. Let's just say that. He'll be back. He'll be fine.
I'm thinking, you know what? I'm going to go all right. It's an all right. He's had a big win.
I'm going to go okay. I'm going to stick with okay until he proves me otherwise. Again, Kyle Whittingham starts every press conference with either okay or all right. But he has been strictly in okay land over the last season. So does he switch it up? Let's find out.
Okay. All right. Whoops. I thought we played really well on Saturday night against Arizona State. Guys played with a lot of passion, a lot of energy, executed exceptionally well, handled the, I guess you call them distractions with the weather was a little bit of a distraction. Changed warm-ups, that we had a different warm-up routine. And so I thought they handled all that stuff as well as they possibly could have. Ran the ball exceptionally well in the game. That was probably the biggest key in the entire game is our offensive line just imposed their will from start to finish. And Arizona State had been playing really good run defense all year long up until this game. And so we put 275 yards of rushing offense together. Didn't throw the ball a ton, but when we did, it was efficient. Devin was very efficient with throwing the football. Let's see, defensively, played exceptionally well. In addition, tackled pretty good. Played really good pass coverage. I think that was really, if you highlight what happened on defense, I would say it was the secondary and the corners in particular with their pass coverage. Played a lot of man coverage, and they were tested quite a bit up the field and held up just about every time. We had a couple PIs, and it wasn't perfect, but very, very pleased and thought it was our best game as a secondary on Saturday night. Special teams was solid, did really good things, had a nice punt return by Mana Carvalho, blocked a field goal. That blocked field goal was a big play in the game, and we're just on the verge of scooping and scoring it, but we just couldn't quite get a handle on it. But anyway, it negated a scoring opportunity for them and really gave us a little momentum boost. We already had momentum, but increased it. Came out of the game healthy. That was a positive. What else happened in that game? A bunch of sacks, and we got credited for 5 sacks, which is more like us. We had hadn't been sacking the quarterback at our usual rate this year, but that gave us a boost there. And overall, it was a very positive night and a game that our guys really had prepared outstanding for as far as the bye week and then the game week. It was really excellent preparation and great attitude, great leadership, and the coaches did a nice job. Very proud of the offensive staff, defensive staff for their plans, and really we're right on the money with the strategy and. Bottom line, good to get the win. So it's rivalry week. Got to go on the road. I guess it's going to be the big noon kickoff will be there, even though it's not the big noon game of the week. They'll be down there, and so we'll have to have a great week of practice as always. Between the two teams, there's a lot of similarities statistically. Both rushing for roughly the same amount, throwing for roughly the same amount, scoring roughly the same amount. Defensively, there's a lot of similarities as well, both in the upper third of the conference in most of the key stats, and so should make for a great matchup, and away we go. Questions?
Justin's question.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He says, great win on Saturday. With this possibly being your last rivalry game, will you please take a few moments and describe the difference between playing or coaching these types of games, and which do you prefer?
Okay, well, remains to be seen, the first part of your assumption, but always prefer playing. I don't think you'll come across anybody that was a player and a coach that wouldn't give you the same answer. When you're in the arena and you're playing and in the fray, there's nothing like it. And so coaching is the second best thing, but if I had a choice, there's no doubt that I'd rather be participating as a player rather than a coach.
Kyle, you're in the middle of a rare stretch where you get 6 straight weeks inside the state of Utah. Is there any advantage or benefit that you can see just being able to stay in the state that long and not having to be on the road?
Well, I guess that means that part of the season we were on the road quite a bit. I mean, it all balances out, and so I don't, as I said many times before, I don't really pay much attention to the schedule other than just tell us who we play, when, and where, and that's pretty much it. And so, but as that's kind of a unique situation, I'll agree with you on that. And I think, yeah, the less travel, the better if you had your choice, and not having to get on an airplane for a while, I think should be a positive for our team.
Smith Sonnen, I guess, had the opportunity to leave this offseason. What does it say about him that he stayed here at Utah, and how positive has that been for you?
Yeah, well, lots of people had the opportunity to leave. Smith one of them, and that's pretty much standard in the industry now. But Smith is a big part of our program. He played maybe his best football on Saturday night. We're elated that he's with us still, and how close he was to leaving, that may be overblown a little bit, but he's a very good player for us, and we're, like I said, glad he's on our football team and does a lot of good things for us.
What have you seen from BYU quarterback there, Bob?
I'm just going to focus on us this week, our guys, our coaches, so I'm not going to give much thought on the opponent this week, and so really you have to ask them, what they think of Bear. So.
You said that.
What's on your mind, Sparky?
You normally bring up your you said when you first had the NIL and all that you would see a time when the top 25 would reflect the same amount of money.
Are you not seeing that now?
I'm wondering if you've seen that,
yes.
In particular in the Big 12.
Oh, who's leading the Big 12 right now? Who's the team to beat? Texas Tech. Who had the most budget by far? Texas Tech. So I think yes. The short answer is yeah. I think we're seeing that play out. And it's not a complaint. It's not a, Tech, you just have all the money. It's not fair. Congratulations to them. They're committed to winning. And so it is playing out within the conference as well as on the national scene.
Coach, would be curious your thoughts on Spencer and Logan Fano and what they mean to you in your program.
Tremendous players, tremendous people, captains, both of them. That says a ton about what our players think of them, because the players vote for those captains. Both high caliber players, It's been well documented that Spence is potentially a first-round draft choice, and Logan, in my opinion, is not far behind. We're blessed to have them in our program. They do so many good things for us on and off the field, and they're really instrumental to our success, both those guys.
Kyle, tampering has been a hot topic in college football, and it's kind of become a chasm as part of this rivalry, given guys are transferring back and forth. I'm just curious, with teams with so much money and obviously indirect sources from BYU and other players and programs across the nation, does that, I guess, enhance the stakes of the rivalry or kind of give you guys an edge in that landscape?
I don't know that it gives us an edge. And I haven't done the math. I don't know if we've lost more going down there or vice versa. I couldn't tell you. I probably should be able to tell you, but I can't. But, I just think that, you focus and win with the players that you have. You focus on those guys. You can't worry about who's not here, who was here. And that's an old Norm Chow axiom. He told me that. He said, just worry about the guys that you have and win with the guys that you have and don't worry about anybody else.
Kyle, there's a lot of coaching connections in this rivalry.
Sure are, yeah.
Kalani's talked about in the past how much of a mentor you've been to him in his progression as a coach and in his coaching career. In what ways have you tried to mentor your former assistants and your current assistants to help them be successful?
Well, as the head coach, that's your responsibility to mentor your staff. A lot of them don't need much mentoring. They're really good coaches just on their own. They stand alone. But you're right. There's a lot of coaches down there that were here. Grateful for what they gave us while they were here. They were all outstanding for us and did an excellent job. And Kalani is a good friend of mine. That's no secret. And he's become a outstanding head coach. And that's just, back to your original question is you want to do everything you can as a coach to help your assistants progress, get to the next level, whatever that may be, coordinator, head coach, somewhere else, whatever the case may be. I think that's an obligation and one of the core responsibilities of a head coach is to try to get his staff to be able to excel and progress.
Kyle, there was a time when both of you guys were in the Mountain West where both sides were kind of clamoring for the rivalry to be tampered down a little bit. It was getting pretty intense between the fan bases, and then you went your separate ways, and the games weren't as significant. Now that you're back in the same conference, the intensity of last year's game, obviously, taken into consideration, do you feel like the rivalry is back to that same intensity it was?
Yeah, I think it's always been intense, for sure, and conference implications certainly add to it. And you're right, there was a period of time there where we weren't in the same conference. I think in the past, when we were in the Mountain West, and the game being held in the last slot of the season, last game of the season, that added to it as well. As of right now, it's not the case. It's dead center just about in the season, and so I think it's almost the same as it was when the Mountain West was in, when we were in there, but just not quite because, the build-up throughout the entire year to having the last game is a little bit different than playing it right in the middle, in my opinion. So,
Kyle, Parker is averaging almost 50% more yards per carry than Rogers. Rogers routinely is getting more carries in a game. I'm wondering, maybe the statistics don't tell the whole story. Why are carries being divided the way they are?
Yeah, that's a good question, and we've analyzed that ourselves. And the short version is Rogers is in on a lot of short yardage. He's really good downhill. Get a couple yards when you need them, which is going to hurt your yards per carry because if you're giving them the ball on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 in the goal line, deep in the red zone, that's going to affect your yards per carry. But we really like them both. I mean, they're 1 and 1A in our opinion. And Wayshawn has been hampered a little bit physically, and so not ready to, or wasn't in the past ready to carry a heavy load. But he's feeling better now, and he's certainly been really productive for us. And the best answer I can give you is a lot of Knox carries are in those short yardage goal line situations, which lend itself to less yards per carry.
Kyle, I'm curious your thoughts on your guys' run defense so far. Obviously, last week, Malik Brown was one of the leaders in the conference on rushing. How would you assess the run defense so far this season?
5 out of the 6 weeks, really good. The Tech game, we weren't very good defending the run, and I'm a big believer that physicality wins games, and if you can impose your will and run the ball on people and defend the run on defense, your chances of winning go way up. And that's something that we strive to do, is be stingy against the run on defense and be able to run it on O. And when we're doing that, we're pretty darn good. And when we're not, we're pretty average.
There he is, Kyle Whittingham, hoping that he's pretty darn good coming up this weekend as they head to Provo to take on BYU.
You can hear it in his voice. He feels much better about where this team is coming out of that game against Arizona State. That defense made that offense look really pedestrian.
Yeah.
And
I don't think if they have their starting quarterback, it's much different.
I don't either. Maybe a little bit, but I don't think much. For instance, Arizona State knew that Jordan Tyson was going to be a problem, or was going to be the Utah Utes defensive focal point. So they tried to go away from him, and they had this new receiver back, Moss.
Yeah.
He'd been out with injury, I think. And they ran Elijah Davis man-on-man with Moss. And they went on a go route, threw it deep to Moss, and Elijah Davis was right in the chest and arms of Moss. It was...
Yeah, Jalen Moss.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It was classic, perfect coverage by Elijah Davis.
Yeah. Had 2 catches for 15 yards in that game.
That's it. What did Jordan Tyson do?
Hold on 2 seconds. Jordan Tyson, game log. 8 for 40. So
40 yards.
A lot of receptions, but only 40 yards.
Levitt maybe improves that a little bit, but not by much.
Yeah.
Not by much at all.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ethan's with us from Teton Welt. And look, there's always uncertainty. Buckle up, we're going 100% tariffs on China. Oh, no, we're backing off a little bit. And the market is it's all over the place.
Yeah, it is all over the place. And that's one of the frustrating things. But at a certain point, you also kind of have to accept it. You've got to have a chance to build into your financial future the understanding that this is going to happen. The market recovered back some of what it lost on Friday. But if you remember how much was lost in April, right?
Yeah.
That was a big deal. Before that, back in 2022.
Took about 2 months to get back from that, didn't it?
It did, but back in 2022, the market had a very, very bad year because we had the interest rate hikes, and then we had COVID before that, and we had a recession before that. There's always going to be something, and that's the frustrating thing is we don't know when, but we know there's going to be something that's just going to pop up and take all the wind out of the market. And so when you're trying to get retired, that can be massively stressful because you want to stay invested, but also you can't be victimized anymore by the volatility. And so that's why we really believe that everyone needs a good, solid plan in place that you can enjoy your money. You can enjoy purpose and prosperity without getting pushed around by Wall Street or Washington, D.C. You want to stay invested. You want to be invested, but you got to do it prudently.
Because they're always going to mess with you.
There's always going to be something. We don't know what it is, right? We don't know what it is. It could be next month. It could be next year. It could be in 2 years, but there will be something. And you've just got to be in that headspace where you've got the portfolio in place that is appropriate for the time of life that you're living. So if you haven't had a chance to sit down and do an Ascent plan yet with Teton Wealth Group, to really look and see, hey, this is the purpose that I want to live in retirement. This is how I want to enjoy those years. How do I get there? Then give us a call, 435-255-6331.
I just want to share my experience with Teton because I sat down and I was able to get this Ascent plan with Ethan and with Teton. And one thing that I loved, and you'll love this too, but you got to be one of the next, what do we have, 5 or 6 spots left?
We do, yeah, we do.
435-255-6331. One thing I really love sitting down with you is you start to dream a little bit.
Yes.
you start to dream a little bit. Like, because you were like, well, what do you want to do, Hans? I'm like, well, I want to be down on the beaches in Florida.
Yeah.
I want to get out to some Major League Baseball parks.
Yep.
I want to go watch some games and not have to cover them.
Yep.
And not have to worry about analyzing the depth, but just getting the surface and eating a hot dog. And you get to dream a little bit. And then when we sat down and you were showing me the numbers and you're like, Hans, you're not that bad. Like you're going to be okay. It's just you can't retire until you're 92. You didn't say that, but that's what I just want people to be able to come in with Teton, sit down with Ethan, and start to dream a little bit.
And you know what's so great about those conversations is, number one, it gives me a chance to dream too, because I've got my own hopes and dreams for myself and my family. But also, once you start talking through that and you say, okay, what does this really look like though? What does this life look like? Specifically, strike into the details, then we can turn it into a math problem. We can say, okay, well, what does this cost? What does it cost today? What's it going to cost in 20 years or in 5 years? And then we start putting that together and say, okay, how do you afford this and this and this over an extended period of time? This is math. And math problems can be solved. And the math problems that are underpinning your financial life can be solved now, and they can be solved for the future and future events. So 435-255-6331. That's 435-255-6331. We can't wait to do an ascent plan for you, and we know you're going to love this experience.
435-255-6331. Just enjoy the experience. And like Hans said, dream a little bit on what you can do, because those dreams can be a reality. 435-255-6331 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, Hans?
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
The Hawaiian flight got you?
Well, yeah, that got me in a bad way. But you hung out with our guy Ryan this morning.
I did. We were at Bucked Up and had a great meeting with him. What do you got? You got the LFG?
I got the LFG Burn, 0 sugar, and I am fired up for this thing because it is I
wanted you to try this. This is the peach mango.
The protein.
Yeah, this is
I'm going to do that tomorrow.
The peach mango protein, 25 grams of protein. You ready?
Yep, here we go. Let's crack them.
So this is a canned, lightly carbonated protein drink.
That's crazy to me.
It's got 100 calories, and it's got 25 grams of protein. And what's interesting is there are no sugars, no fats. It's caffeine-free, high-quality protein. It's clear. There's no dyes. So it's extremely refreshing. These have been sitting in the cooler for, a couple hours?
Yeah.
And that's just
straight protein.
That's straight protein.
And it's good.
It's delicious, lightly carbonated. You know, because everybody thinks you have to get your protein out of a thick chocolate shake.
Yeah.
You can get your protein out of a really...
And that's got 25 grams of protein.
25 grams of protein. So in order to take advantage of this stuff, go to buckedup.com. Use promo code ZONE on checkout. And I'm going to just really urge you to use the promo code ZONE because we love Bucked Up.
Yes.
And we've been going through this business with Bucked Up, and we know Bucked Up doesn't need us. They don't need us.
Yeah.
Bucked Up is a global brand.
We would like you to need us. But we know.
We know. Yeah. So what we would love is for our listeners to embrace them because Scotty and I love it.
Yeah.
This is our brand. I use their creatine. I use their pre-workout.
I got the what's the pre-workout?
The Woke AF?
Yeah, the Woke AF's coming to the house.
Okay. Half scoop. Half scoop. Start half scoop.
Oh, come on. I want to dive into this thing.
You can dive in, but it is like an alarm clock going off. It will get you ready. And I'm just warning you, like have your lifts and have your runs all ready.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Because it's go time.
It hits fast.
Yeah.
10 minutes and you are jacked.
By the way, this energy drink, I am not normally an apple, green apple fan flavor, but this is tasty. And you can have a can of energy drink that's like the same as a competitor, or you can get one that's got a little bit more.
Yeah.
So it's not like one size fits all. You can find, if you need it a little, just something to get you through 2 o'clock in the afternoon, boom, you can do that. If you need something to really get you going at 8 a.m., you got that as well.
Buckedup.com, use promo code ZONE. It's going to get you 20% off your order. And that's 20% off.
That's good.
That's 20%
really
off
good.
your protein powders, 20% off your creatines, your vitamin packs. And by the way, I just picked up a couple of different things for my wife. They've got the Babe line.
Yeah.
And it's for women. And it's all just adjusted for women. So I got Amanda a pre-workout. I got her the collagens. Women are big into these collagens now. So I got it that. Like they've got this women's line that's awesome. So buckedup.com, promo code ZONE.
Buckedup.com, promo code ZONE. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Kyle was asked in the press conference about Bear Bachmeier. Here's his reaction.
What have you seen from BYU quarterback Bear Bachmeier?
You know, I'm just going to focus on us this week, our guys, our coaches. So I'm not going to give much thought on the opponent this week. And so, really, you have to ask them, you know, what they think of Bear.
It's kind of a different angle.
It is. I like it.
And I want everybody to know, because everybody loves to get caught up in anger. And
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't care what tact anybody takes. I don't. Take your angle. Whatever angle you want to come at. He's lost twice in a row. I don't know. I think it partially is probably keeping him in the coaching game.
I 1,000%. And by the way, that's you and I both just completely speculating on that, but I could not agree with you more.
I don't think he wants to call it on a down year to BYU.
No, nope.
Because there was a time, folks, there was a 10-year period of time where he owned.
Pure domination.
Owned the state. And now he's had to lick his wounds. You know, you got a last-second field goal that sails through those uprights, and BYU walks out of your stadium with a big W last year, and I'm sure that was a pretty hard thing to deal with. So however Kyle wants to approach this, Kyle can approach it. Whatever he wants to take. I do think that's interesting.
Especially when typically you're saying how every game, you treat every game the same.
Yeah.
Treating this one a little bit different.
Well, and
you talked about other players and other schools.
Kalani was asked about Dampierre. Do you have that cut? Because Kalani was asked about Dampierre and was like, blah, blah, blah. Went on for 3 minutes. The interview with Kalani started with, how much did you take from Kyle? What'd you learn from Kyle? And he was like, I learned a lot. So Kalani's taking a different angle, totally different angle. Kyle Whittingham's just shutting the door. Like, I don't want to hear anything about it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to talk about Bear.
Yeah. I mean, look, name any other team Utah's played this year, and if in these press conferences they've asked about the quarterback, he's gone on long, glowing reviews.
Do you remember, before we knew Dallin Levitt was out, do you remember Monday's conference where he talked about Dallin?
Or Sam, yeah.
Or Sam, I mean.
Yeah.
He went on a little diatribe on how Sam can beat you with his feet.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing. If I'm a coach, like, Kalani gets beat up by BYU fans all the time because he takes the rivalry, like you can tell there's a large amount of love and respect he has for the University of Utah. And so he's not going to get caught up in the weeds and the hatred and stuff. He always takes the high road to the point where it annoys a lot of BYU fans. They're like, I want him to hate Utah like I hate Utah. It's not going to happen, folks. Now, behind the scenes, does he want to win that game? Oh, more than you do. More than you do. But he's not going to publicly do that. So that's his stance, and he takes heat for it. I'm sure Kyle will have a bunch of fans that will give him heat for this. BYU fans like, he can't even talk about our quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, but so you're going to lose either way.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I don't care. Take whatever angle you want. You're right.
Take the angle you want.
Yeah.
And I'll never wrong you for it. And, you know, I've taken a very similar path of Kalani. And I know I call the games for BYU, and I played at BYU. And, you know, I love the university. I had an amazing experience. I love the university. And the only time that I look down my nose at Utah is rivalry week, because that was a hard week for me. And that game meant a lot. And it's just so deeply ingrained since 1996. Like, this is the week that you fly the flag and you have pride in where you came from, and you remember. You know, it's like every week, people want me to hate Utah. I'll never hate Utah. I'll never hate them. Just won't. Nobody can make me.
Yeah.
They offered my son. They recruited him hard. They showed a lot of respect to him. They called me about him, talked at length to me about him. They didn't look at me like, oh, former BYU Cougar, wouldn't touch him. Nah. It's like, no, man, business is business. But I will tell you, Scotty, when rivalry week rolls around, it's that.
You feel it.
It clicks in my head. And it's like, no. This is different. It clicked with Kyle right there.
Yeah.
Kyle got asked a question about a BYU quarterback. That little switch flipped, and he was like, "No, I don't want to talk about them. Screw that. Let's talk about us."
Yeah.
Okay, that's the angle you want to take. Kalani is just more down the line. Kalani and I are cut from the exact same cloth. But I can promise you, as soon as the mic's cut, Kalani walked out that door, he's gritting his teeth. And he's swallowing those kind words. And he's ticked. And he wants to win this game. He knows what rides on this game. He's got a new athletic director that expects a lot.
Yeah.
He's got a new extended contract that expects a lot. He's got a couple of new staff members that expect a lot. And he's got a team that is leaning on him. Like, get us ready, coach. We're in our stadium. It's our rival. Bear Bachmeier's like, this is the first of maybe a couple times that I get to see this team. I want to know what to expect. Get me ready, coach. Lavelle took it different. He did. He took it different. He respected Utah, just like you respect Utah as the Utah State voice.
Oh, yeah.
Just like I respect Utah. We all respect him.
Yeah.
Lavelle respected Coach Mack. And so when we came into the huddle and he would give us this talk, it's like, you know what these boys are bringing. You know this is going to be a hard fight. You know there might be some dirty pool. There might be dirty pool. So be ready for it. And let's play our game, our style, and go out and win this game. Like, there was something different. And to Lloyd's point, Kyle doesn't say, I don't want to talk about Sam Levitt. Kyle doesn't say, I don't want to talk about Noah Fifita. He doesn't say that.
No. He'll only say that about Bear Bachmeier.
Okay, so what angle are you taking, Kyle? Like, are you taking the hard edge angle? Are you getting back to that day that you lost to Max Hall and you went into your locker room, and we got the story from Christian Cox.
Yeah.
You went into your locker room and you were livid and said, this will never happen again, not on my watch.
Overtime loss. Max Hall to Andrew George, I believe.
Yep.
And Kyle Whittingham walks into that locker room, according to Christian Cox, and say, we will never lose these guys ever again.
This will not happen again. And, sometimes you flash back to those moments in your life where, like, what was my angle? Coming out of that moment when I was at the low point in my career, low point of my coaching career, losing a nail-biter, tough one like that, and then deciding it will never happen again. What headspace was I in? Because it was a 10-year run that really felt good.
Yeah.
And these last couple of losses over, a 4-year span? Is it 2 losses or 3?
2 losses over 3.
2 losses over 3 years or 2-year losses over 4 years?
That's a good question. Either way, 2 losses in a row over more than 2 years.
Over more than 2 years.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're sitting on a few years plus of not beating BYU. So I wonder if he's getting back in a headspace like, how do I want to handle it? Yeah. How did I handle it? Well, I'm going to do it this way. Because Kalani just shows love and respect. Oh, Kyle Whittingham, love, respect. Oh, Devin Dampierre, love, respect. Kyle in his presser, shut it down. Don't want to talk about him. Let's go.
There was the sports radio world, I think people would hope that we would all hate each other. For the most part, we all get along really well. There's only been one guy that I wanted to sink. I wanted nothing but bad things to happen to this guy. And I woke up every day when I was program director thinking, what can I do to embarrass this guy? We were already beating him in the ratings, but I'm like, I want to embarrass him to the point where he gets fired. And guess what? He did.
Yeah.
Eventually he did. But sometimes I have to remind myself, like, okay, how do I get that same fire that I had then now?
Yeah.
Because, it doesn't, there's not that same kind of pure, unadulterated hatred. And I think Kyle's like, wait a minute, what did I have, to your point, what did I have 10 years ago that maybe I don't have now? And how can I channel that, at least just for one singular game?
It's kind of what it felt, didn't it?
Yeah.
That's kind of what that presser felt
I think
like.
you nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
Like, where was I? How did I feel? How did I prepare? What extras did I do? Because I'm going to do that again. Because if I do want to retire after this season, I'm not going to do it with an L in this game.
Yeah.
So where do I got to go? How do I got to act? How do I need to convince myself? Because a lot of times, Scotty, it's about convincing yourself, whether you're a coach or a player, that I've got what it takes, and I'm going to win this game. And it almost sounds like he's reconvincing himself, like, I know what it takes. And I think Kalani feels okay talking about his mentor because the student has beat the mentor.
Yeah.
A couple of times.
Okay, all right. So that's a really good point. Let's say BYU or Utah has reeled off 12 in a row. You know, these last two
Kyle's
games.
talking about Bear.
And somebody asked him about Bear Bachmeier. He's like, oh, he's a freshman. He plays well above his age.
Oh, he'd patronize him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a cute little football player.
Yeah.
He's a cute true freshman. He throws cute passes.
Yeah. Now, not so much.
Yeah. Plus, you got the Big 12. You got rankings. You've got Big Noon. This is not your everyday, ordinary rivalry game.
Yeah.
This is for all the cards. This is to be in pole position, number 2 behind Texas Tech, with BYU's opportunity to play Texas Tech. It's everything, Scott.
Yeah. There was a coach at Utah State that turned things around and got a win or two against BYU. And I asked him, I go, what's it like? He's like, it's funny. He goes, I talked to those BYU coaches on recruiting trips, and they were always so cool and fun. And then we won a game, and then we won another game, and then they're not quite as cool and fun.
It turns.
Yeah. They liked me when we were getting our butt kicked all the time. All right. Coming up, final segment of the show. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at LaVell Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, Hans, one day down, 4 more to go until the rivalry game. Utah, BYU. We got so much planned for you coming up this week. Cougar preview show on Wednesday, Thursday, Ute preview show with Frank Dolce, Friday, Alema Harrington, Ron McBride. Nobody's going to get you ready for the rivalry game better, more than the show. We've got you locked and loaded, folks.
I'm just looking at this throw that Bear Bachmeier made to Parker Kingston. That touchdown off the post. Dude, look at the accuracy on this. By the way, you see what's different in this? Traditional pocket.
Yeah.
Didn't move the pocket, just went into the 3-step and ditched that thing high into the outside so Parker never missed a single stride.
And the dude had an angle on Parker and he outran him.
And that is about 32 yards through the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the dude that he had an angle on, that's Arizona's tackle leader. That's their safety and their tackle leader.
And he ran right past him.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you exactly who it is. His name is Genesis Smith. 6'4", 204-pound safety. 30 tackles coming into that game.
Yeah.
1 interception. And he just runs right by him.
Hey, make sure to join the show coming up on Wednesday. Our Cougar preview show will be brought to you by Beehive Mills. All right, Ethan's with us from Teton Wealth, and it's always fun catching up with you because you know what? You come across as, and you are, as we've gotten to know you, you're one of us, man. You're just a guy trying to help people out and trying to get in a situation where they feel comfortable because at the end of the day, look, I have a hard time sleeping and staying asleep. Because when my head hits the pillow, I'm thinking about all the wrong things I'm doing in my life and how I need to fix them and all this other stuff.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
never like, wow, I had a really good day. I can just fall asleep and just know I did everything right. No, it's like, oh, you were bad at this, and this, and this. And one of the things that keeps people up at night are, hey, I'm only maybe 15, 17 years away from retiring.
Yeah.
I'm not ready.
And you know what? Put that burden on us.
Yeah.
Because this is what we're good at. This is honestly what we're good at. So if your finances are keeping you up, if you're looking at that thinking, boy, there are things I want to do in retirement and I don't know if I'm going to be ready, put that on us. Make that our problem. If you'll call right now, 435-255-6331, we'll do an ascent plan for you. And then you're going to kind of see what you're up against. You're going to see what the options are. You're going to see what some moves are that you can make. And if you want our help over the long term, we'll be happy to provide it. Pretty much all the families we work for are in the same spot. We have a Social Security benefit that we're going to cash in eventually, and then we have a 401k that is of varying sizes. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much how we all land at retirement. And it's from there that you got to make sure that you're putting your best foot forward. So let's do an ascent plan right now for you, 435-255-6331, so that when you're laying in bed at night staring at the ceiling, beating yourself up for the things you missed, your finances will no longer be one of those things.
Yeah.
Because that'll be on us. We'll be the ones staying up at night, staring at the ceiling, going, oh, man, we got a lot of work to do. So 435-255-6331. I know it's going to bring you a lot of peace of mind. You're going to love this experience.
And that's what it's all about. Peace of mind and knowing that you're taken care of by the professionals. 435-255-6331. You're the best, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thanks, Ethan. I love this so much, you guys.
We love it more than you, I promise. We love having you.
Because you will serve Utes and Cougars. I won't ask you to make a prediction on Saturday.
And we can and we do. And our families are served by Utes and Cougars at our office. So, yeah, we got a mixed crowd.
So you got blue and red in the office.
We got a mixed crowd, yeah.
All right, so if you got one or the other, you'd be like, yeah, I want to get one of these plans, but I want it to be by a Ute.
We'll find a friendly for you.
There you go.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson for...
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at culliganslc.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Keary, Jeremiah Jensen, our producer is Alex Napolis. What's going on, everybody? Hit by pitch. Can I just give you a quick rundown as to why our, close friend and colleague, Stevenson Sylvester, why Sly is dead wrong about April being a great month of sports? Can we do the rundown real quick?
I've never had an April like this week.
Can we have a little bit of a rundown now?
Rundown, what do we got?
Okay, right now up on the screen is Game 2 of the ALCS between I can't remember who's playing in it this year.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
The Toronto Blue Jays and my Seattle Mariners and Cal Raleigh, by the way, up to bat right now. So there's that going on right now. Right after is Game 1 of the NLCS. So no big deal. 2 pennant games tonight, all right? 2 Monday night football games. On top of that, Jazz preseason right here on your dial tonight.
You know who's in town tonight?
Los Maverick.
You know who's in town tonight?
Mark Cuban?
No.
Is he going to come check some things out of his old team?
Probably not, but Cooper Flagg will be here.
What'll be interesting is to see, I know it's preseason, but this is the kind of matchup you want to see, right? All right. Regular season hockey, the Mammoth tonight going to Chicago, taking on the Blackhawks to try to go 2-1 on the season so far. Nice overtime win on Saturday. Yes?
Yeah.
And that's going. So sorry. Did I mention also that it's rivalry week between BYU and Utah?
Oh, is it?
So
I didn't even consider that.
Sly, I'm just telling you, buddy, you have a terrible argument for why April is a better month of sports when I just rolled that out for you, okay? So, anyway, you don't have the same argument, right? There's no way you can touch October.
No, October's my favorite
Come
sports
on.
month. It's not even close.
Come on. And we're huge, of course, this week getting into rivalry week for you. We were just discussing how much that we have this love-hate relationship with rivalry week because it's just so much fun to cover this game. All of the peripheral stuff that I think when I was a kid is fun, it's sometimes too much. It's absolutely wild to try to wrap my brain around this rivalry sometimes. However, right now, it's a big one, and both teams are ranked. You have Utah at 5-1. You have BYU at 6-0. And everybody is scared to death on both sides because you hate to lose this game. And the amount of revenge on Utah's mind right now down in Provo after last year, after what happened in the waning moments, and yet another instant classic in that rivalry game is going to be a lot of what the narrative is for the rest of this week as well. So welcome to Rivalry Week. It's all brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank. Anytime we mention the word Rivalry Week, I feel like we need to say UCCU because of how awesome of a job they've done picking up that awesome sponsorship of our Rivalry Week stuff. So it is the cut, though. We're going to start things off on the program right out of the top of the gates here. It's brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJA, wealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. JJ, let me start things off here by kind of going over what we saw over the weekend. What was the thing that caught your eye this weekend of all the games that went on? Before we even kind of jump into what the full rundown is, I want to get the things that you loved watching this weekend the most, when it comes to the college football side of things, at least.
Well, let's focus with BYU and Utah first of all. I got pretty animated last week about Utah having to just come out and kick Arizona State's butt. That there was no excuse, right? They didn't have Sam Leavitt. They're coming up to Utah at night, bad weather. Everything we talked about played out exactly as we thought it would. Utah needed to do what they should do, is kick their butt.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to give them a lot of credit. Boy, did they ever. That's as good as I've seen Utah play in quite some time. I don't think I've seen Utah play that well since 2022. Maybe that win down at USC in 2023, that was a pretty good battle. But I needed to see Utah just put the hammer down on a very good team that was ranked in the top 25. And they did exactly that. And it shows you how good they can be. Now, I know Arizona State wasn't 100%. That was my point. They won 42-10. 42-10.
Hey, did any of us make that pick
against the defending Big 12 champions?
Yeah.
That was impressive.
They got the monkey on the back.
Yeah.
They got the monkey off the back of the whole, we haven't won a game at home in conference Big 12 play yet.
That narrative's dead.
And not only that, I mean, emphatically, and against that opponent, I think is an even bigger deal. And I get it. Sam Leavitt wasn't there. Who cares? The reality is that Arizona State is as talented as a team as any team in this conference. And by the way,
would Sam Leavitt have made up for 32 points?
I don't think so. And nobody has beaten Arizona State like that in a long, long time. And I honestly, I bet if you went back and looked, Utah is the only type of team.
Utah's the last team that has beat Arizona State that bad.
It
2
has
years
to
ago.
have been. Yes.
At Rice-Eccles Stadium.
That's what I'm saying.
52-3? 55-3?
That was quite the. I was at that one too. That was one that I was actually at on the sidelines, and I'm watching this game. And I remember Arizona State, everybody looking around going, and everyone's like, you knew that because that was pre-Kenny Dillingham.
No, that was Kenny Dillingham.
It was his very first year. Okay. Because I remember thinking, this poor 17-year-old on the sideline has gotten himself into something.
We were all wondering, did they hire the right guy?
Right, and he's done impressive stuff. And he's going to continue. He is the exact right guy.
They got Texas Tech coming up here next week. It's going to be rough.
Oh, my goodness. That's not only is that going to be rough. BYU's got Texas Tech down in Lubbock. BYU's got Iowa State in Ames.
Yeah.
BYU's got to go to Cincinnati. All of those things are still second up, and the Big 12 has just continued to be an absolute mess. Of course, Kansas State blows up TCU, just like none of us predicted. Of course, Iowa State beat Colorado. I tried to talk you out of it, by the way.
Colorado beat Iowa State.
Sorry, I'm saying.
Yeah.
I tried to talk you out of that. I was like, nah. Coach Prime, come on. He's out. He's not feeling great. These guys played awesome. So all of the narratives surrounding BYU and Utah and all those things, we've got you covered this week of talking about all of it. But, again, more importantly, I think it was huge that the AP voters did their job this week, and they did it, thankfully, by putting Utah in the top 25. And not only that, we have a top 25 matchup between BYU and Utah where it should be. Big noon kickoff is going to show up and ruin our parking situation there at LaVell Edwards Stadium, I'm sure, for all of us media people. Hey, can I get in the parking lot? No. Dave Portnoy's here. Sorry.
Yeah.
How about coming to Utah 2 times in the last 4 weeks?
There's not enough pizza for Dave Portnoy in one season.
By the way, I don't know where they're going to keep suggesting pizza places down in
Someone
Provo.
said Pizza Pie Cafe.
Okay, Dave Portnoy, I love this place for sentimental reasons.
Hey, in Utah County, they're all about volume.
And don't go
it's
to
all about volume.
And don't go to Brick Oven. Like, you guys, don't try to convince them that Brick Oven is where it's at, okay? Don't do it. I think that there's great pizza, I'm sure, down in Utah County. But don't do this thing where you go, brick oven's pretty good. Okay, brick oven pizza. One bite, everybody knows the rules. And you're like, no,
don't
do it. Okay, they give me this like frosted mug, I guess. They freeze the mugs here for root beer, I guess. And root beer is the strongest thing you can get here, so I don't know. 5.1. You know? Anyway, it's all of the things surrounding the rivalry game are exactly what we want. It's exactly what we want for people who are covering the game, people who are going to the game, and sometimes the rivalry itself gets bigger than the actual game itself. Does that make sense? Isn't that the way it feels sometimes?
Always. Because the game isn't always great.
No.
Doesn't matter.
No. And it was last year, and all the things that come with it are awesome. And all week long, we're going to be bringing you players on both sides of the rivalry from different points of time. And obviously all the stuff that comes with you get the players talking about what happened, through the season as well, or as they anticipate this game. It's one that these guys, this is what you sign up for: an undefeated BYU team, a one-loss Utah team who's gotten their mojo back, and they come into Provo, and man, it's been quite a season so far for these two teams, and I still feel like we don't necessarily totally know who they are. And that's why games like this make it more so. I do have something to play because one of the guys who obviously what makes this rivalry awesome too is a guy like Keanu Tanavasa, who went from Utah to BYU, who had I guess we probably don't even have sound though, I guess, huh? Yeah.
We have
No.
I won't bore people with the technical details, but we have a board in the in the studio here that needs to be updated. And
did Alex break it?
We can blame him for that.
He broke it. All right.
I can let me. I didn't. My thoughts on BYU. We talked about how they were. I was pointing to that game for a month. I said that game. Weird things happen in Tucson. That game's going to be a true test for the Cougars, and they passed, but barely. That was
weird things happen in Utah.
Give BYU credit coming back from 10 down in the fourth quarter. But, man, if you're a BYU fan, you walk away from that, how do you feel?
It's weird. Remnants of a hurricane delay the game down in Tucson. You get to that point, and then you go, okay, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know how we're supposed to figure this thing out. And sitting around for an hour and a half, or what it ended up being was like an hour and 40 minutes or whatever. Yeah. And then we were watching this game, and then one of my kids goes, hey, why is nobody at the stadium? I go, everybody left, and then they didn't know when they were going to start back up again. At some point, you go, honey, let's bag it. Let's get out of here. You know what I mean? And the only people who are invested in staying there are the people who maybe traveled. If you're a BYU fan and you traveled to the game, you're like, nah, let's wait it out. We got nowhere else to go. Who cares? So it ended up being a weird situation in the stadium. And we'll break down those games more and more here. But like I said, all week long, we're going to be bringing you interviews from all of the players who have been a part of this rivalry, who continue to be part of the rivalry or are in it right now. Joining us on the program right now, Jordan Gross, former offensive lineman for the University of Utah and NFL, of course. All of our interviews brought to you by UCC. You love where you bank. Jordan Gross joining us on the program. Jordan, this is a big week. Do you still get into it?
Oh, yeah, man. I love that the rivalry is back as a conference game. I was at the game last year at Rice-Eccles and unfortunately got let down at the very end. But no, man, it's an awesome week and a lot of fun as a Utah alum for sure.
You didn't run out on the field at the end of that game with Mark Carlin, did you?
I did not. I was in the stands cheering and, doing my thing.
You kept your composure.
I did not run out on the field.
That would have been pretty scary for a lot of people. So, hey, first of all,
I'll tell you, that game, though, like people that watched it on TV knew way more about what the heck was going on than I did sitting in the stands, commentary. So, it was definitely lived up to the hype of the big rivalry last year.
Just the latest chapter. You were involved in several. Just what's it like as a player being a part of this?
Well, I feel very fortunate that I was part of the Ron McBride, Lavelle Edwards rivalry games. That's pretty iconic names in Utah and BYU history. So those were very, very intense. My freshman season, we were down at Provo and ended up winning, and had the cheerleaders got in a fight with a BYU fan in the end zone.
That's one of the all-time greats.
Crazy stuff.
Yep.
That was awesome, man.
Did you see that when you were on the field? Did you know what was going on over there? What was that like?
There was like a skirmish happening, and like you're trying to pay attention to your responsibilities in the game and all that things, but you're like, man, I think a cheerleader's getting in it. We had some stud cheerleaders back then too, man. Those guys obviously weren't afraid to throw down. They were big, strong dudes. So pretty cool.
I love rivalry talk goes as far as going, yeah, dude, our cheerleaders will beat the crap out of your cheerleaders. I don't freaking care what day it is of the week. We'll
it wasn't even a cheerleader on cheerleader situation.
That's right.
It was fan.
Oh, that poor kid was headed to the MTC a few weeks later. He never made it. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, he's getting sowing his wild oats before he headed out.
What are some of the other? You were part of the 2000 game, 2001, 2002.
Yeah.
You sent Ron McBride out a winner. What do you remember from those games?
Yeah, that last game with Coach Mack, that was an emotional experience. Everybody knew. It was pretty clear that was going to be his last game. We'd had a season that none of us were real proud of or happy about. Just it didn't go well. But to finish with a win, it was senior night for me and all that stuff personally. So pretty awesome game there to really play as well as we could have with that season and hoisted up Coach Mack and took him off the field, on our shoulders. So definitely a cool moment there, but you just kind of a hatred, I don't know if that's the right word, but the red and the blue. I loved last year how both teams wore their home uniforms. The colors were popping. The fan bases are so passionate. It was weird for a few years when we weren't playing the rivalry game early. Just an odd situation. And so to have it back and be in October when the weather's cool and there's significant, both teams are now back in the top 25. I don't think it could get any better.
Jordan Gross joining us on the program, and obviously somebody who's not just played in the rivalry, but played at the highest levels of football. When you got to the league, and obviously it's always interesting to see these guys who played in the Iron Bowl, these guys who played in the in the big game and things like that. But I look and where do you kind of put this rivalry when you talk about how big of a deal this is, and how much of a difference has it made now that Utah and BYU are back in the same conference? Not just the same conference, but a conference that gets an automatic qualifier for the champion every year to go into that college football playoff.
Yeah, I think everybody that hasn't experienced the rivalry, maybe geographical reasons, when I moved out to Charlotte after getting drafted, a lot of people just didn't know. They don't follow football in the West as much. And then, you get game day or you get one of the big noon kickoff. We started Utah in the last 10, 15 years. It just had so much publicity. And then that is a big rivalry. I didn't realize how intense that thing was, and it is. And so it's so fun to see it back on a high pedestal now. And as you said, just huge implications, not just for bragging rights or to kind of have the proud team in the Valley there, but to have big time implications for postseason football as well. So Jay Hill's on staff down there. I mean, it's like there's so much family affair with everything that goes on with the coaching staffs. Every year it seems like somebody that was a Ute is now a Cougar, and back and forth. The whole thing's just crazy, man. I sure love it.
Yeah, it makes it more enjoyable, more fun, and obviously you just go around and there's some members of a family that's a Ute and some that's a Cougar, and we all understand how that works. It's crazy to think that it was 23 years ago that you last played at Utah. Time goes by fast, but you see what's happened with this Utah football program. How proud are you of what has become of that program when a lot of you that played in the 90s and then the early 2000s kind of laid the foundation for everything we're seeing now?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I played a role while you were there. While I was there at Utah, I did what I could with my time, and I'm really happy with my career. And as you said, it was a long time ago now, and it's crazy to think about. But the consistency that the Utah football program has had over the years is just incredible. Coach Whittingham has been a model of that. Every time I go down and I'm around the facility, around the program, it still has the same culture and feel that it did when Coach McBride was there. Family environment. You get a good impact from the Polynesian culture. That's a big part of the Utah football program and has always been. And just that bond of, more than, especially in today's college world. I'm a high school football coach up here in my hometown now. We have a recruiter actually signed with Utah, tackle that's coming down to play. And so I was a big part of his recruiting process this last year. I got to see a lot of programs, and it's not all like that. And at Utah, you step on campus, you talk to coaches, the players, they really do feel like it's a part of a family, and that's just something that I'm just so proud of. I think it's a special place.
I think that the same thing has happened in Provo, where a guy who is part of the rivalry, Kalani Sitake, is a guy who played at the program, a guy who obviously understands who a guy like Lavelle Edwards is and what he meant to that program. How big of a deal is it to have two head coaches who, one, really, really respect each other, but also are very aware of the impact of what this has on the community?
You got to. I mean, you don't have a program doesn't have to hire one of their own for that to take shape. But when you do have somebody that played in that rivalry, understands the schools, the history there, the religious affiliations, and just all the dynamics of the schools, it's just important to have somebody that understands how big this game is and what it means. So, Kalani's done a great job down there as well. I'm excited about it. We got a big game on our team Friday night that I'm looking forward to, and so we got to get our win. And then the Utes game on Saturday night, man, it's going to be some good living.
You playing Weezer on Friday night?
We're playing Hans Olsen's old team.
That's what I was going to say.
Man, it's like
Hans just left the building. We should have had him stick around and have a little trash talk session here. What are the odds?
And you would talk about rivalries. I mean, there's another one right there. I'm surprised we're not talking about that,
Yeah, you guys played head-to-head, didn't you? You probably have some memories of that a little bit.
Well, he's just a little bit older than me. By the time he got back from his mission, then that's when we got to face each other at BYU in that cheerleader game, like I'm telling you about.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, he's a legend around here in these parts, man. He was the man in high school. I know that.
Well, I got to give you some love. At 7-0 this season, how much are you enjoying coaching? Last time I had a chance to go out to Charlotte and visit with you, you were trying the media thing. And why did you come back to Idaho to coach? You couldn't get the bug out of you?
Well, yeah, I still do in-house stuff with the Panthers. They're good to me. I was there, as a player for a long time, so I get to do some podcasting and I do some game day radio for them when I can. But no, my wife and I both grew up in Fruitland. All our family's out here, so we just wanted to get back home and kind of give our kids a similar experience growing up that we had. I thought I was going to be an assistant coach. That was legit. Hey, I'll volunteer to be an O-line coach in high school. That sounds great. Low stress. Next thing you know, I'm the head coach, and now it's my fourth season. So I'll be honest, it's a lot of work, but it's really rewarding, and we've got really special kids right now, so it makes it fun.
And it helps when you got a 5-star offensive lineman, I'm sure.
That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and we got a really good quarterback, too, that's got some offers. So at our level of school, that's pretty rare.
Is that considered tampering if you tell them that you should go to the University of Utah?
I didn't tell him that, believe it or not, man. I mean, that's not the right thing to do, I mean, we have a good relationship with this player, with all my players, and I know he probably looks up to me a little bit. But I'm not going to try to persuade him. It's got to be his decision because it's a big deal.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. What's the most important thing to a 5-star kid in 2025 who has multiple offers at these schools? Like, what is the thing that kind of speaks to them? Obviously, everybody's a little bit different, but I mean, they're also facing different challenges or different offers than what you were getting when you were in high school.
No. As I say to the guys on my team, back in the 1900s when I played high school football, I mean, I can't speak for all offensive tackle 5-stars. I can only speak for the one that I've had a relationship with, and his name's Kelvin Obot. He's done a great job, in my opinion, of listening to wise counsel about what you need to focus on. And so his reason for landing at Utah was just what we talked about, the consistency in the program, belief in Coach Whittingham, and then the plan with Coach Scally, as whatever that takes shape. And then the development that could happen for him as a player with Coach Harding, the O-line coach who's been doing it for a long time there and has got a proven record of developing top talent. Right now with Fano and Lomu as the two tackles, I mean, they couldn't have a better blueprint for, hey, if you come here and work hard, here's what we can do with development. So, and it was just a place he felt comfortable with, close to home and familiar. So I'm excited for him. He's early enrolling. He'll be there in January, and if the Utes are still playing football, then he'll be on the team for the bowl game. So pretty cool for this guy.
Oh, that would be awesome. I'm not going to ask you to predict what's going to happen Saturday because I know what you're going to say. Utah 70, BYU nothing. But what I will ask you, Jordan, and I don't know how much I know you're busy with your high school coaching, how much you get to follow the Utes during the season, but What do you like about this Utah team that you've seen so far, especially coming out of that Arizona State game? And what do you think is going to be the key for them in this game on Saturday?
Yeah, I've watched them close. We came down for the enshrinement for Coach McBride into the Ring of Honor, so I've been following closely this year. I like that the Coach Beck's brought in just a fun offense. I think it's really relying on the offensive line, which I'm always a fan of, and there's a great unit right now that the Utes have up front. That the quarterback's fun to watch. And then the defense just looks like we've gotten back to the Utah defense that we've always, been able to count on. Physical, aggressive. Coach Scalley's doing a nice job. We've got good cover corners, and the D-line's disruptive. So it just kind of looks like the carbon copy of the Utah teams that have had a lot of success. And, that Texas Tech game was sure a letdown, but to come back and win at home against Arizona State, and now got to win against BYU. If you want any chance to be in the mix at the end of the season, we got to win this game, but it won't be easy. Playing at Provo is a unique place, that's for sure, so it'll be a fun game.
Jordan Gross, former Utah offensive lineman, former NFLer, and current high school coach, which is where his heart lives, up there in Fruitland, Idaho. Jordan, thanks for being with us, man. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Good talking to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Jordan.
Jordan Gross, everybody. All of our interviews, by the way, like I said, brought to you by UCCU this week, part of our rivalry week coverage. Love where you bank. Man, that's a guy who's got – you think about what he – man, there's such great people that are a part of this rivalry. He's one of the greats.
All-American person, not just an All-American football player, and he's got a chance to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame someday. He had that kind of a career in Carolina.
What's crazy too is watching all these players go to their different places, and then everything takes a little bit of a different turn, right? When they come back out of that pro world, so to speak, and they finally get there. But man, it's pretty crazy. Let's take another break here. We're gonna hit you with some traffic here right around the corner. Oh no, we're not doing traffic. No traffic. There's no cars. There's no cars on the road currently, according to our traffic report. So there you go.
All clear.
But we do want to make sure that we get all of our love to our sponsors this week during Rivalry Week. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, and plumbing and electrical, call Whipple Service Champions for the win today. By the way, I want to remind you also about the awesome folks at Kenny J's Barbecue who are going to cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, etc., all part of what they do best there at Kenny J's, which is awesome barbecue. New catering clients get up to 10% off of that first order, so give them a shot today. KennyJsBarbecue.com. That's KennyJSBarbecue.com. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems, with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Tonight on KSL, an ER visit is stressful enough. Now the worry of losing your valuables.
She said I had to take off my rings.
Expensive items gone.
This is the police report.
The KSL investigators uncover a pattern of patients losing precious belongings.
I think they should take responsibility.
Hear what the hospital has to say about it, plus the questions that they will not answer. Vanished valuables lost in the ER. Tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
The Holy War is here. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Rivalry week, homecoming, it's going to be a lot of fun, so we're excited about the matchup, and obviously there's a lot of connections between BYU and Utah, and so that'll be another fun part of it, but that's no different than what you see in a household here in the state. There'll be people cheering for their team, and that's what makes the rivalry so much fun. It makes a lot of sense. We're in the Big 12 together. It just makes sense that we should be in the same conference, and we should do this every year.
Between the two teams, there's a lot of similarities statistically, both rushing for roughly the same amount, throwing for roughly the same amount, scoring roughly the same amount. Defensively, there's a lot of similarities as well, both in the upper third of the conference and most of the key stats, and so should make for a great matchup, and away we go.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's been a long time, so long. There's only one life.
Welcome on in, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Happy rivalry week to you. Thanks for being a part of the program. Tonight, from a programming perspective, we're going to have some hockey. Of course, it's going to start up. Pregame is going to be at 5:30 of the Utah Mammoth in Chicago, taking on the Blackhawks. And I will say, overtime win makes them 1-1 on the season. If they got back to Salt Lake before their home opener at 2-1. 4 points in the books. That's as good as you can do to start out, and they're going to have that juice of being at home. That's going to be awesome. Tune in right here on the KSL Sports Zone, your home of the Utah Mammoth, to be able to get all that coverage. That's going to be starting at 5:30 today. Our program, of course, this portion of Hot and Cold, brought to you by the good folks at Enbridge Gas. Prep for winter, get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor. Check that safety and efficiency on your unit. A reminder from Enbridge Gas. All right, let's talk a little bit about hot and cold. This is your college football the weekend of week 7. I will say this is a week 7. Normally, I feel like we know what's going on with college football. JJ, I am at a freaking loss. I don't know who's good. I have no idea who's good in college football, and I'm afraid to go. Well, obviously it's Indiana. Obviously it's Ohio State because look what they do. I don't know enough about these teams still. I mean, going to Oregon and beating Oregon at Autzen is as good of a pH test on or a litmus test on what those guys are. I feel like they are. And what's crazy about Indiana is how good that defensive front is. No one talks about the defensive line. They whooped the absolute.
How did Indiana get good, Don? Where did this
come
from?
In the trenches.
Yeah.
In the trenches. They were always like 8th or 10th best trench play. You never said, well, he just goes and plays at Indiana, the offensive line. You're like, well, tell me he's going to Wisconsin or to Minnesota or to Michigan or to Ohio State as an offensive lineman, and then I'll take you seriously. They beat the crud out of Oregon up there in Eugene. In the trenches first. And
there really was no doubt in that game.
They sacked.
Even after the pick 6, I was like, Indiana still feels like they're in control here.
They sacked Dante Moore 6 times.
He wasn't very good on
that's wild. So good for them.
Heisman Doze is a real thing now.
Hey, come on. Heisman Doze has been.
He's top 5 right now, right?
Yeah, well, he threw the pick 6, and they were talking about how he came off the field and
put it right. Bounced right back,
yes.
Let him to win.
That's what I think. I think that's the kind of stuff that amazing years people have those types of moments, and that's a big deal. Other people who are hot, obviously, you look at teams like Alabama. I can't help but say
they are hot.
I can't help but say, and there are a lot of haters who will go, yeah, but it was just Missouri. It was just the 15th ranked Missouri Tigers who put up not just a fight. They were in it, man.
It was on the road too.
And it was on the road. They win there. I can't help but like what Kalen DeBoer's doing, and he's buying himself with these wins. He's working his way toward not being able to deny Alabama a shot at a title and a shot in the college football playoff. They're hot right now. How about USC? You can't leave the Trojans out of this conversation. When Michigan comes into town talking trash, they're 5-1. They're back in the top 25, and it's actually a USC team that I'm okay saying they should be in the top 25. Utah and BYU have earned themselves into that conversation in the Big 12 of being not just hot, but people to contend with, because it's all about who's chasing Texas Tech, who's going to be there at the end. And if you're a Utah fan, you're going, give us that rematch with Texas Tech and Arlington.
With a healthy Devin Dampier
if you're BYU, you go, hey, our quarterback has won Freshman of the Week honors in the Big 12 3 weeks in a row, 4 weeks overall in this conference, and they're undefeated, and they're a top 15 team. That's a pretty impressive place to be. All of it can come tumbling down. Ask Iowa State, who has had maybe the coldest last 2 weeks of not just the Big 12, anybody in college football. They have fallen from big time out of the rankings and really just out of the conversation of the Big 12 overall.
How do you lose to Colorado
on a week like that?
I mean, BYU tried their hardest, but they found a way, right? You were never really too worried about that. But Iowa State is all out of sorts. It's crazy how things can flip in the Big 12. I thought for sure they were. I mean, they got their butts kicked by Cincinnati. How did that team go from top 15 to terrible in a matter of a week? It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't have an explanation for it.
No,
so they're definitely cold.
I just wonder, too. Well, other teams who
Florida State's cold. They're 0-3 in the ACC after beating Alabama week 1. That's ice cold.
Mike Norvell, you beat Alabama, and people were kind of like, hey, this is going to be a special year. But to go 0-3 in their conference openers, to be defeated in conference play so far, Mike Norvell is finding himself perilously close to the fate of James Franklin. And speaking of the coldest team of the entire world of college football, Penn State goes 0-3 in a stretch that was losing in overtime at home in Happy Valley to Oregon. Okay, you look at that and go, that's just a really, really good opponent in conference play, and you're expected to kind of have those be a toss-up, and it felt like it. But then to lose against an abysmal UCLA team, to lose against an even worse, maybe even worse Northwestern team at your place, no wonder James Franklin got fired because of the expectations in that place. But, I feel bad for him because that's a guy who brought a lot to the program. That's a guy who means a ton to turning this thing around. I watched some dumb video of this lady this weekend who is kind of the Penn State version of fire, burn, fire, right? Like that there was a Penn State version of this. Some lady at home who was in her mid-80s to 90s. So what did she do? I don't care what you have to do. Fire Franklin and bring back Joe Paterno. And everyone's like, all right, stifle it on the bring back Joe Paterno stuff. Okay.
One of those Penn State fans.
That's what I'm saying is like the winning at all costs vibe. You get what you wish for. You're running out of town one of your most successful coaches of all time, but the losses were that unforgivable for Penn State that they asked their boosters to put up $50 million for a buyout, and they're going to be paying James Franklin all the way until 2031.
What's wrong with college sports? That's disgusting. $50 million buyout and you pay it?
Yeah.
Because of, what, 2 losses? 2
Yeah.
tough weeks?
It was, and
it's
they'll pile on the, right.
It's nonsensical.
They were in the semifinal last year. They went 13-3 last year.
It's nonsensical. Who has all this money? $50 million?
Yeah. Penn State.
All the problems in college football, that's one of them. The fact that there's a coach that's going to get paid $50 million to go away.
Yeah, but
and somebody can come up with the money that easy.
Tell me this, though, JJ. Tell me if you think this is wrong. In a weird, twisted way, big programs feel bigger when they're able to pay a big buyout.
Oh, it's like Texas A&M. No big deal. We're going to get rid of Jimbo.
But this is how much we love football is that we hire bad coaches and then we pay for it ourselves.
Here's
no
your
problem.
bag, Jimbo. Go away. We can take care of this problem.
But do you see what I'm saying? Like, isn't that a weird, crooked thing to go?
It's messed up.
To go, no, you've hit it big as a program when you're able to fire a good coach and pay him out whatever you want.
We lose 3 in a row. I got $50 million to make this problem go away.
So dumb. I just can't stand it. So I'm all about looking at that. And I feel bad for James Franklin because he feels like the very first version of the unreasonable NIL era expectations for coaches now being manifest in the way that you fire them and how quickly you fire them.
You're absolutely right. The lack of patience, it's like an NFL lack of patience now.
Because it's not just the athletic directors weighing in, it's these boosters who have a lot of more say than you'd think.
Doesn't it feel like the NFL?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're going to bring in a coach. If he doesn't get it going in a year or two here, you're out, and we can get rid of you. There's no patience here. This is college football. James Franklin won at an incredibly high rate. Did he lose some of those big games? Yeah, but he was in them. They put themselves in a position to be in them. And to just throw it away that quick, I don't get it, Penn State. I don't get it. I think it's a way, way, way harsh overreaction. And you've seen some of his former players.
Yeah. Well,
we've got Michael Parson. Stepped up and former Penn State player had something to say about it. He didn't get it, didn't like it. Something didn't sit well with him about it.
Yeah, it's because
it's too fast, too soon. It's too much of a knee-jerk emotional reaction.
Well,
and you should not have people in the positions of power that make such knee-jerk emotional reactions. Those people are supposed to be the smart, intelligent, logical people that make the right decisions, especially with $50 million.
You know who the most emotional of that entire building is? Like, the most emotional person in that entire place, speaking of people who are emotional about the program, is James Franklin. And so when they go, oh, no, it means more to us than it does to you, obviously. It's like, no way. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. When we do come back, I've got a couple things for you. We've got our weekend warriors, okay? People who won the weekend here for us. I've got some sound, and want to make sure you guys understand that this week is massive for us. And the KSL Sports Zone and Beehive meals are going to be at the Rivalry pregame bash at UCCU. You can enjoy Beehive meals together. Soup, games, prizes, tickets to the Rivalry game are going to be given out. Don't miss it this Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at the UCCU Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. We'll be down there broadcasting all the way from 4 to 6, and we're going to get you ready for that rivalry game, and we'll feed you along the way. So come by, swing by, and if you don't have tickets, you can win them there. Why not? We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Weekend Warriors next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products is what you need to do to trust and get with the people that you can trust to make sure that you get the best windows or doors put into your home. This is a local company. You've heard us doting on Advanced Windows for a long time because we have awesome relationships with the people who run the company. Jake and Nate are just awesome. And these are the people that you work with to get your windows installed. They have the factory right there. They sell the product. They show you how it's made. You're going to save the most money on top of the fact that you're going to get the best warranty in the business. We talked to them last week, and what did they say? That warranty by itself has lost business for their competitors because they're like, we can't compete with Advanced Window Products on the quality or on the warranty.
Nobody has this warranty. Nobody has this customer service. Nobody gives you this price combined with the highest quality custom windows. They have it all. Give them a call, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100 if you need windows or you think you may need windows. Have them come by and give you a no-pressure bid, and they're going to give you $2,500 off 10 windows or more. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. If you call right now, 801-850-9100, or go to their website, advancedwindows.com. Learn more about their business and how they operate and the quality of windows that they build. AdvancedWindows.com, that's AdvancedWindows.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in West Jordan on October 2nd, Heber on October 7th, Salt Lake HVAC on October 9th, and Monticello October 14th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Kick return for BYU. And a big one to midfield. He beats the kicker down the sideline. Marion, touchdown, 96 yards. Vincent in motion. Keithy, left side, walks it in. Touchdown. High stepped it in. He's caught one for a touchdown. Now he's run one in for the lead for BYU. Snap, hold, kick, on the way. Kick is good!
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You should have seen by the look in my eyes, baby. There was something missing. You should have known by the tone of my voice.
All right, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Alex Napolis, our producer, sweating it out back there behind the glass. You got this, bro. Hold on. Turn it up. Let's get this thing going. Oh, that's not the hook, but it's good. Good tunes on a Monday, though. I'm getting excited for it. It's good rivalry game music right here. I feel like this is something they'd play at LaVelle Edwards Stadium. Get the whole crowd singing along.
Oh, this is a very BYU song.
Oh, man. Keep on loving you. And look, there's probably some people in the in the crowd.
From Styx. What else?
Probably
Foreigner.
Yeah, Foreigner.
Anything early 80s rock.
Yeah. Old Kanye.
Old Kanye.
Some ODB. Probably some ODB. They probably love that. Probably love some Wu-Tang. Let me see here. JJ, you know what? Want to make sure people know.
Journey.
Oh, yeah.
You can't have
there.
a BYU game. Don't stop believing.
REO Speedwagon. It kind of
yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Want to let you know.
Basically, Duff Tittle's playlist.
That's
Love
a
you,
good
Duff.
point. No one hates it. You know what I mean?
It's great. No, it's phenomenal. Don't get me wrong.
There are a lot of interns, though, in that press
go,
box who are like, who picks this music? And Duff's like, you shut your mouth.
Drop some Renegade by Styx. I'm all in. I love it.
This is stuff my dad listens to. You shut your mouth. Hey, our Weekend Warriors are brought to you by Gillette Heating and Air. Oh, my goodness. We had to do it this weekend. The furnace kicked on.
No.
Yes, it did.
Why? Too early.
Okay, you're a bad parent. You're a bad parent, first of all. All right.
Is it that much colder up your way than it is in mine?
I don't know, but it was definitely
Furnace?
It was definitely 61 one morning when we got up.
In the house?
Yes. No, yeah, the morning that it was raining on Saturday morning, it was freaking freezing, bro.
Wow.
Raining,
You
cold.
might need to call Advanced Windows.
All right, settle down with that. I don't have a problem
They
doing
have
that.
a great deal right now I could tell you about.
Well, let me tell you about the Gillette Heating and Air deal first.
Okay.
Gillette Heating and Air Conditioning right now. Get seasonal maintenance done on your furnace for only $59. See GilletteHVAC.com for more information and to make an appointment. That's GilletteHVAC.com. All right. This weekend, and we're watching game 2 right now of the ALCS. It's tied up at 3 in Toronto. And Cal Raleigh and the Seattle Mariners. Now, first, of course, they had the 15-inning epic. They had to be flushed and forgotten immediately, despite it being one of the instant classics of baseball offseason. And then Cal Raleigh yesterday in game 1 that nobody gave him a shot at ties the game up with this bomb.
Swung on, blasted, right field. This is gonna go. It is gone. Cal Raleigh, oh Canada, a solo home run, and this game is tied.
Oh man.
Oh Canada.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think that worked.
I think he tried it and then he scratched it off his list immediately.
I don't think that worked.
Look, they have one dude on their roster. I think it's not a Rosarena. Who's the Canadian on their team? He's from Mississauga. Either way, they've got somebody on the roster who's from Ontario. Like we don't need to invent it with Cal Raleigh here. So figure it out.
Josh Naylor.
Naylor's the guy.
Yep.
So Naylor's from Mississauga, and Julio Rodriguez, by the way, hit a 3-run bomb to get this thing going for the Mariners, and then they've given those 3 runs back. So we're right back at it. So here we go. Other winners from the weekend here, JJ. How about Indiana going to hitting the road to Eugene and getting the W? The very first time that they've had an AP top 5 or top 10 road victory. I think it was a top 10 road victory for the first time in the history of their school. So Kurt Cignetti breaking records again as the head coach, getting it done. Here's what Indiana sounded like in that win against Oregon.
Fernando takes the snap. They pressure him. The throw to the end zone. Touchdown! EJ! Wow, what a play. And it was actually Surratt who made the catch. But I'm telling you what now, that was some throw by Fernando Mendoza.
And I'm telling you, that guy deserves all the Heisman hype that he's getting right now. And Indiana deserves, JJ, your apologies.
Yes, they do. They've proved me wrong. Kurt Cignetti in Indiana, I'm so sorry. I was not familiar with your game.
None of us were. I mean, let's be honest. None of us were. It's crazy, but here we are. So, all right, let me see here. Oh, we don't have any more time. You know what? I wanted to give a shout out though to Utah football, of course, 42-10 over the weekend against Arizona State. Bear Bachmeier and L.J. Martin for BYU, both getting Big 12 honors. L.J. Martin shared the Conference Player of the Week award. And then Bear was the Freshman of the Week for the 3rd week in a row and the 4th week of the season. Pretty much on his way to the Freshman of the Year honors.
He's got that pretty much wrapped up. I can't think of another.
Maybe it's because it's a light freshman class. Is there something?
It's not often freshmen play anymore.
And
unless you got 5-star guys.
I didn't feel like it was. He jumped on. He dove for no reason on that catch, right?
Probably
just to make it look cool. Anyway, what I'm saying is Bear is doing an awesome job. The 2 interceptions may have taken that award to the point where I wouldn't have given it to him this week. Given it to some other freshman. I don't know. Joining us around the corner, Bear Bachmeier. He's got to break down Bear Bachmeier for us. He is Riley Nelson, former BYU quarterback. Of course, all of our interviews brought to you by the good folks at UCCU. Love where you bank. And Kenny J's Barbecue, catering all of your work parties, luncheons, and weddings, and family get-togethers, plus the holiday parties that are coming up. Book them now. New catering clients get 10% off of that first order, so come in, take advantage of it. KennyJsBBQ.com. That's KennyJsBBQ.com. We'll take a break. We'll talk with Riles next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Go check out Beehive Meals and see what a difference it makes to actually have dinners planned out for you without having to worry too much about it. When those days get out of hand, when you have yourself facing the dinner dilemma like you do every day, we've got a couple of parents working at home full time. We have a ton of kids at our house. It's all part of what Beehive Meals does best, and that is taking away the guesswork. And it's not expensive. It's a hot meal at home. And like I said, one of the big advantages is, JJ, sitting down with a family to a meal together. That's what Beehive Meals has done for us.
Yeah, it's awesome. Let me give you this menu right now. These are the kind of meals you can have waiting for you when you get home each and every day. Apricot chicken, chicken and stuffing, Hawaiian teriyaki chicken, salsa verde chicken, Tuscan chicken, summer corn chowder, sausage and peppers, brown sugar glazed pork roast, taco mac, French dip. Imagine being able to come home to that and have that with your family instead of having to go out and just get a pizza again or spending $50 in a drive-through window. No thanks. Save yourself time, save yourself money. Beehive Meals has prepped these meals for you. They freeze it fresh, deliver it to your door, and when you're ready, throw it in the crock pot that day, break it out in the evening when you get home, mix in your sides, whatever you want to put it on, whatever you want to work with, and you've got a home-cooked meal on your table and your family sitting there enjoying it before you get ready to go to bed. It's an awesome deal. It saved our family's time and money. It can save yours as well. Go to beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com. And when you go to make that order, use the promo code THEZONE, and you're going to get $20 off. Again, that's THEZONE for $20 off your first order of Beehive Meals. You can do it at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's AdvancedWindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Make
game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Utah State returns home for a Friday night battle against San Jose State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on a rivalry week edition of JJ and Alex. We got you covered all week long across the board, bringing in former Utah and BYU players, people who've been a part of this this rivalry, of course, current coaches, current players, all of it. We're going to bring you all those things. So there's going to be, obviously, a lot that we're going to be getting to. And this portion of the show, as always, brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith brand of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork. And in Linden, nobody knows cars like Doug. He is Riley Nelson, former BYU quarterback, and somebody who's been a part of these rivalry games. And, man, it doesn't get any easier every year. Or does it, Riley? Playing in it versus having to watch this thing from the stands or from TV? Like, which one is more nerve-wracking for you?
Oh, well, nerve-wracking, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, obviously I was, like, juiced up and amped to play the game. But I would call that, like, more nerve-wracking, although it wasn't like I was shaking in the corner, like, with nervousness, rather just so keyed up to play the game. Bro, now so my kids are too young. They wouldn't appreciate it, you know. The games are all that. So I haven't been to a rivalry game since I stopped doing the radio. I guess it's only been a couple of years now, but the last two games I've just set up in my couch, on my couch in my basement with my laptop and live tweeted, and I like throwing little jabs here and there. Guys, my engagement is I'm shooting for a new record engagement, so it's easy from there. Here's the funny thing, though. I got to sign up for, like, premium so I can at least get paid. I do this all. I don't have an official account, so I do this all for just the love of the game. The love of the game, and then just, like, stoking the fire of the rivalry with all these crazy Twitter folks out there. But no, it's definitely a lot. It's a lot tougher and more demanding to be a player than it is to be a keyboard hero tweeting from the comfort of his own basement.
Well, I know how hard you prepared for real games. I can't imagine how hard you prepare for your troll game.
The troll game.
It's elite.
I wonder about that. Well, no. Here's the thing about the troll game is like. I do have a lot of, like, natural troll in me, and I think back to my time. and I just let it flow. It's just so instinctual. I think back to my times as a player, and because it was a rivalry, and you didn't want to screw it up.
Yeah.
And you wanted to be you so wanted to be I look back, and I especially remember, I played against a defense, it was Starlo Tulele and Kruger and all these guys, and it was at Utah. And I remember just the amount of film that I was going over. Then I got there, and I would have these plays. I would be pre-snap looking at our defense, and I'd be rolling over these plays and blitzes and stunts that they were rolling from film all the while we're trying to hike the ball. In other words, I say I wish my real game, if I could go back 13 years, I'd let my real game mirror my troll game. My troll game, I sit down and I just let the fingers do the work. I probably over-engineered. I probably over-prepared a little bit for the actual rivalry. It'd be interesting to see what would have happened if I would have just let the natural instinct come out in that game. But no, it's the greatest week of the football season without question.
Well, Riley, we go into this one, and it hasn't been since 2009 that BYU and Utah are ranked going into this rivalry game. How excited are you, just as a football fan, to see this on this stage in the Big 12, national television, two ranked teams in this rivalry game? Because this scenario does not happen often.
Yeah, it's this is the best, and we got one of the I think it's the Fox pregame shows coming in.
Yep.
So all eyes on it, and we're so darn inbred, guys. With with Coach Beck and Coach Simon and Coach Atuaya. Witt's long established. Witt at this point is more a Ute than he is a Cougar, I think. I'm not going to put that on him. I'll let him determine. But just the longevity and the establishment of the brand. But Micah Simon and Mark Atuaya and Jason Beck, these dudes they've been associated up with BYU up until the start of this season. So that's an interesting dynamic. And of course, it's gone the other way recently with us, with Coach Atake and Coach Hill and Coach Pua and so many of those guys. But no, this is going to be – and then the other thing is, I don't know. I guess you got the common opponent in West Virginia, but it was pretty BYU got them on a short week, so maybe that's why the margin of victory wasn't quite as much as Utah's was. Utah beat Virginia more than that. But so you're looking at some of that, and I was well, Utah got Arizona State. Yeah, well, without their best player. And they got them in a night storm game at home. And then Utah just looked like Utah couldn't do anything offensively against Texas Tech, but Texas Tech, by all accounts, is a juggernaut in top 10. BYU, by the way, in typical Cougar fashion, feels like they kind of have 9 lives if they've escaped some narrow losses. But the reality is they've escaped each of those narrow losses. They still have an unblemished record. It doesn't matter how it gets done. All that matters is it does get done. I don't know. You guys don't need more storylines. You got a whole week to establish more. But I am so incredibly looking forward to this game. I can't hardly contain myself.
Let's go to Bear Bachmeier and what you thought about not just his – it's a 6-0 start. He's won the Big 12 Freshman of the Week award 4 times, 3 weeks in a row now after his performance against Arizona. What did you see with version 6.0 of Bear? It seems like he's getting a little bit better every week. He had a couple bad picks, obviously, but at the same time, also kind of won the game for his team there at the end, and they're asking him to run the ball a lot. Does that there's part of me that goes, oh, my goodness, hand that ball off more. Let's go. But then there's the part where it gets the job done, and that's what he's also being asked to do, and it's also, I think, what he asks to do.
Yeah, so, I'm not a full member of the media like you guys, so I'm going to actually – I'll give you a response, but I want to ask you a question, too. So what I saw from him is, he's actually human. My biggest compliment of him for anybody who will listen is just how composed he's been. Well, we saw some cracks in that composure. Dude, you were rolling out. You were totally free. It was second down. Throw the ball into the sideline. Instead, he tried to it wasn't quite back across the defense, but it might as well have been on that second pick, and we saw some of those cracks. Now, you talk about running it. First of all, he's as big as LJ Martin. He's as big as any back that they got. I know what he's listed at. I would bet that he's probably carrying a few more pounds than even what he's listed at. Second thing, of course, with the injury that Mo is dealing with, and now Wahine's been banged up. They're putting in Preston Reich, who I think showed some good things, but they feel nervous about that depth. So, let me ask you guys: and I didn't see LJ Martin on the injury report. Is he nursing anything, or did he not play as many snaps in that? Because I had that same thought, like hand it off more. But at the same time, I was like, maybe LJ's nursing something, or they are so thin at running back. If they lose him, they don't have hardly anybody left.
Could be that. Yeah. Well, he ended up.
Right?
I will say he ended up
25 carries. That's a workload,
and that's the most that he's had in a minute. I bet we could go back to last year and go, "Oh, he doesn't."
But that's a good question. I didn't feel like there was a concern, but maybe in the fourth quarter there was something. That's a good question.
You brought up the Nawahine thing, and I think there was that one series that LJ just didn't even come in after he had already kind of broken that 100-yard mark, and then they put Rex in, and they go, okay, let's see what this guy can do, and it kind of fell flat. And then LJ comes back in the next series, and you're kind of like, well, that was an interesting experiment. Or you just take your guy out, and he doesn't get one touch during a pretty important time of the game. So I think you're 100% right about the fact that they are nervous about the depth, because it does fall off considerably. Not just because you go, oh, LJ Martin's a seasoned guy, and I mean Rex is still trying to get his feet under him as a running back, a guy who they asked to convert from safety.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. What I love about Coach Roddick. So I've spent a lot of time with, not as much time as I like with actual high school coaches, but a lot of people run high school programs. You guys know I'm a fan of Utah Prep football, and you'll find me somewhere Friday night. And I'll tell anybody who will listen, one of the biggest missed opportunities for coaches is like when they set a system in stone, and then whatever their talent, and because it can vary so wildly from year to year with high schools, and they run that system no matter what their talent is. Well, looking at using BYU, it's game to game, it's week to week, where your strength, like which position group is going to have the disadvantage. And to me, here's another reason why we're wondering about LJ and all the carries that Bear had is, to me, that our offensive line versus their defensive front was BYU's main advantage. Like, it's evidenced by the fact that for about the final drive of the game that tied the game, and then all through overtime, they're like, nope, we're not. Like, it was a little risky, and we can't find any cracks in your armor on the secondary, and we have no answers in the pass game. So why don't you deal with these 5 behemoths, our 8, and these 2 or 3 backs, and our willing blockers at running back, as we get numbers of, and our quarterback, who's 235 pounds, and why don't you guys deal with that? So, I think they did a good job of bouncing around the 3, but we talked about Bear and how he was able to, get it done with his feet. But this is not to discredit him, because he is a willing and a productive runner. But, on the scale of, running weapons, he is no Taysom. He is no, and I know I'm comparing him to all-time greats, right? But he's no Taysom or no Lamar Jackson. Or if you guys remember back in the day with Michigan under Rich Rod or Denard Robinson, these were dudes. It didn't matter who was in front of them. They'd drop back. They'd find holes. They would hurt defenses off their raw athletic ability. Bear is a smart and a willing runner, but he is not fast enough. He does not accelerate enough. He is not wiggle. He doesn't have enough wiggle to him to handle defenses on his own. All of his run opportunities and run production was created by those 7, those 5 linemen, those couple tight ends, H-backs, and those running backs being willing to go out, get targets, and move bodies and create running lanes. Now, he was smart. So that's where I say I'm not – you can only – look, you can't sit here lamenting that he doesn't have Taysom Hill or Lamar Jackson's DNA, right? You can only grade him on the tools that he had. And the tools that he has is a great offensive line, a play caller who's willing to put him in situations where he can be productive, and then him to go out and be productive in those situations, meaning to identify the lanes, to get into those lanes and keep those sticks moving forward time after time. And that was amazing to me. I said I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit here. I said going into that game, BYU's ability to establish the run was going to be the difference of whether they won or lost down in Tucson, and that proved to be the case, as evidenced by that final game-tying drive and all throughout the 2 overtimes.
On the other side of the coin, we watched Devin Dampier do a lot of what you were just talking about. 12-yard average per carry, 10 carries, 120 yards, 3 touchdowns. How does BYU handle their quarterback run game?
Well, they sat out Jack Kelly, and Jack is I will be so interested when that dude goes to the next level, what his numbers are, because I think he's got wheels. I think he might be his side to side and his angle. again, I'm comparing people to all-time greats, but you have to compare people to names that people remember. Like, he's got some Luke Kuechly to his game to me. Now, he plays a little bit more downhill, but like the speed and anticipation with which he does it. And I think that's why BYU's defense struggled a little bit with Fafita is Jack normally takes on those spy responsibilities. Jack Kelly normally takes on those spy responsibilities, and he wasn't there. And we saw Fafita, and that's Noah's game. Noah breaks the pocket, extends the plays, and hurts you downfield, right? But it's a different game when Jack Kelly's, and that's what we saw. Because who spied Noah Fafita last year in Provo?
They ended up. They ended up. It was him in Provo, but they ended up in this past game against Arizona. You saw that they were like, "Hey, Glasgow, you got to be the guy this week," and so he took over in that game doing that. And then you're taking away from the abilities that he has, which is as a phenomenal cover guy, to sacrifice him for the spy duties.
You got it, Alex. So to me, this is going to all hinge on, and I kind of like the fact that they were able to remain unblemished and rest Jack, because he was listed, I think, questionable. He never got to probable, right? The highest he got was questionable. Mm-hmm. So if he continues to go from questionable to probable along the injury report, he's a tough kid. It's a rivalry game. He'd rather cut off his arm before miss it. I like getting that full complement back. So Jack Kelly doing that is a big thing. And then the second thing, JJ, to your original question, how about these DBs and specifically corners? These corners for BYU, man. And I believe I saw on Twitter the score right before halftime. I don't know who that kid was on, where he lost the ball on the lights. He kind of gave up, on the go right against the opposite sideline. I think that was a little bit rookie mistake. And I saw on Twitter that supposedly he's maybe the fourth on the depth chart of corners, and he was right there. Had he just not lost the ball and let up, he probably would have been there to be able to make the play. But my goodness, these between Bamba obviously had his day this last Saturday, and Evan Johnson the weekend before. These corners and DBs continue to show out. So that's another thing, because all right, as much as I think I like BYU's ability to rally and limit Devin, I think BYU's defense is better than Arizona State's, and I don't think 12 yards per carry is really in the cards. And nor do I think Utah wants that to happen. I think Utah would rather Devin get outside, run around, extend plays, and then hurt you on the back end. But if once he breaks that pocket, there's no one down there for him to throw comfortably to, because at times this year he has struggled with accuracy. And while he's a good playmaker, I don't know that he's as sharp with that accuracy on the move. He's great when guys are wide open, but I haven't seen a lot of tight window throws when he breaks the pocket or extends plays. And you're going to have to make tight window throws if this defensive secondary has been able to continue to play the way that they've been playing. So when you combine those DBs, just making those windows that much smaller, and you get Jack Kelly back, who should have some. Look, the other thing is we're talking about his shoulder. Guess what you don't need to chase a running quarterback? He's going to have fresh legs, all right? He may not be able to punish him as much because his shoulder's hurting, but he's sure going to be able to chase him down and force the ball out of his hand earlier and force him to make a decision. So that to me is a little bit where I like BYU's chances at. I don't think shutting down Dampier's in the cards, but I definitely think that limiting his production is something well within the realm of possibilities for this BYU defense.
Riley Nelson, former BYU quarterback, of course, joining us here on the program, longtime contributor to the show as well. Riley, who was the guy that you feared and respected, I guess, maybe in the same breath, that you played against across from you, who wore that crimson?
Yeah, it was. I mean, Starlo Tulele obviously goes. That was we shared senior years, 2012. Obviously, I think he went 10th overall to Buffalo, maybe 13th. But anyway, early first round draft pick. A nose guard completely altered our offense, meaning that we had to account multiple dudes to him on every play, and then that had ripple effects throughout our offensive game plan. We had to run in. We had to change personnel groupings to make sure that we had the right help. It's all right, well, now that our guard has to be assigned to him together with the center. What are we going to do on the edge? All right, well, I guess we can't go single tight anymore. We got to go two tight ends in this personnel set. And all right, if we got to go two tight ends in this personnel set, it actually works out of this formation better. And so much. And crazy thing is we we do all of that for the game plan going in, and we get out there to play, and I still feel like he and I became best friends because he was picking me up off the turf like for 20 plays of the game, if not more, right? So like we do all that, and he still was able to just find his way. But it was a combination of just intensity, drive, motor, athleticism, also technique. Like the dude, like it takes technique. We were running. We had some good linemen, like back from guys who had been like all conference in the Mountain West and all that. And like they at least got over the course of a game, they would get a couple pancakes. They knew how to get under you. They'd catch you off guard. Like that never happened with Star. Like Star always had an answer for everything that we were throwing at him. And because of that, and then of course, he freed up when you got a guy like that occupying the heart and center of our offensive attention and of their defense, it frees up defensive players on theirs to play with more freedom, to be able to take more liberties, and it just makes everything that much more difficult. But, for me, lining up against Star and Rice Eccles in 2012, that has to take the cake.
Riley, we appreciate the time. Get that. Make sure your computer's all charged up for this weekend, huh?
Maybe. I don't know. My wife hates it, so she's going
to let the troll games begin.
She hates it. I love that.
So she's going to probably hide my charger or whatever, but just like we had to anticipate, all right, what are they going to do with Star? They're probably going to move him from the 3 tech down to the 0. She's going to hide that charger, but I got 2 other chargers stashed around the house where she doesn't know where they are. I've also got backup devices, so I'm going to have the mobile, the laptop, and the iPad all fully charged, ready for some live tweeting.
I love that your wife's not the only one that rolls their eyes about what's going on in this weekend's game. It's fine. Wives will be rolling their eyes everywhere. In some households, they're the ones that are the most intense. But I think in your household, probably in mine too, JJ and I were talking about this. This week has become bigger than than everything else in our careers. Like everything just gets crazy this week. I think my wife pretty much gets over it during the week, all the coverage. So, any updates on the Riley on the Nelson brothers and their football seasons?
Finished 6-2, but our RPI, we're hearing rumors that our RPI's got us the last rank of the second bracket, and we're hoping. It's mixed. I'm give me this mountain. Let's go. All right, because if you know how the
underdog,
Ute conference
let's go.
does,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm I don't care. They got us in the bigger bracket with the big boys. Let's go upset them. But my other coaches are no. If
Kids will take home a championship, man. Come on.
We're literally the 7th or 8th seed. If they just bump us down, we'll be the 1 or 2 seed in the lower one, and we'll be in line to win the championship. I was but then that's a Mickey Mouse championship. We don't win Mickey Mouse championships in the Nelson household.
You got to tell them that.
No participation trophies for Woods Cross this year.
No.
I know we got a lot of listeners that are involved in it, but you guys got boys.
Yeah,
but,
it's fun.
The Ute Conference has their selection show later this afternoon.
7:30
we're not
p.m.
quite sure where we're at or where we're lining up, but the rumors are we're going to have to be giant killers and as one of the lower seeds in the upper bracket. But so I'll fill you guys in once we get it.
Can't wait.
Riley, appreciate it, man. Have fun
Thanks,
this weekend.
fellas.
Yeah,
Yep.
you bet.
Thanks,
There you
Riley.
Bye.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, my son's team has a watch party tonight. Bracket reveal, 7:30 p.m. UC Conference.
We had in our boys' conference up north.
Yeah.
They were the 1 seed they're one of the 1 seeds in the upper bracket, which means every game's insane in those in this age group, and it's wild. They eked out their first win of the weekend, so you're going to see a Kaysville on Kaysville crime action this weekend between the 2 Kaysville teams. Oh yeah,
that's going to be intense.
It will actually be super annoying. It is going to be over the top nerves for both sides for sure. So anyway, but it just means our kids had a good season. I mean, they're 9-0, man. They're rolling. So but you see these other teams coming out of Cache Valley, and you're like, oh, they play tougher. They play each other, and they're all good. So anyway, all right. Before we get you ready for the rest of the program here. By the way, Riley's Appearance brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank. Don't want to miss out at all on our rivalry week action and how much we love the sponsors. And every Wednesday, by the way, is a Win Ticket Wednesday on our air. I want to remind you that this Wednesday we're going to be doing some tickets to Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour coming October 23rd to Delta Center. Find those tickets at SeatGeek right now, or just listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day long on Wednesday, and you're going to be able to win. We'll take a break, and we'll get you more on the other side. Before we get there, we want to make sure you understand that this winter, as your furnace starts to fire up, make sure you've got a certified heating contractor to check the safety and efficiency on that unit. A reminder from the folks at Enbridge Gas. We will come back. We've got our NFL Blitz next right here. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at culliganslc.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Ryan from the Dish Pros wants to remind you that you cannot be caught in the dark with your internet provider, with your television watching experience. He can help you out with both of them. Ryan from the Dish Pros with us. Ryan, how can you help the guys out for this weekend?
This is the opportunity everybody's been waiting for. Call us up. You get 3 months of Dish's top package, absolutely free. Movie channels are included. Paramount Plus is included for 4 months. You'll get the NFL Red Zone. So you're really covered all the way across the board. And, guys, the DVR, it'll auto-record the games for you. And it auto-records the local channels. So, for instance, this Saturday night game, it'll just be on the DVR automatically. And if you want to go back and watch it later, it'll ask if you want to auto-hop the commercials. It'll just cut them all out for you. Nothing cooler than a good Dish system. And I'll tell you that we can get you set up and installed for free, get you the best price guarantee, throw in dinner at JCW's. And, guys, listen, it's going to be cheaper than what you're currently paying, especially DirecTV and cable customers. Plan on saving not just a few $100, but $1,000-something or $2,000 in the next year or two. It's really that easy to save money. Call us up, too, about internet. We have practically all the internet providers in the Valley under our umbrella, and we can get you the same price you'd get if you called them, but you just call us. We'll lay out what's available at your address, what the best deal would be for your home, your family, and start saving you money that way, too. 424-DISH is the number. Remember, you get the best price guarantee when you call us and the best customer service, too. 801-424-DISH. That's 424-3474.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. It is rivalry week. Yes, here we are, getting you excited for all this one. Hans and Scotty, by the way, are going to be out on the road coming up on, that's tomorrow, 8941 South and 7th East at the My Hearing Centers. They'll be there in Sandy. We're actually also going to be in Sandy tomorrow, so look us up. Look JJ up, dude. Come on. It's fine. By the way, I also want to make people known that you can nominate your youth sports volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week program. What do you have to do? Just go to KSLSports.com/contest, and you can listen every Thursday. We read those winners off, and we celebrate the efforts of those volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week program, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. JJ, what a week for the locals in the NFL. There must have been a little bit of a heart attack at the Napolis household when Puka Nacua went down.
Ew.
What's the extent of that injury? I know they said they got away with it, and it's probably just a sprain, but he's still going to miss some time, right?
He's day-to-day at the moment.
Yeah. And
They're
you know
headed
what?
to London.
Oh.
They're in London.
Can I just say right now, sit that one out. Like, I hate those games.
They're playing the Jags, and Devin Lloyd's not going to play.
What a shocker. The Jags are in London.
Devin Lloyd's out.
Your Broncos, by the way, got a win in London, right? Isn't that where they won?
An ugly win is still a win.
13-11. People,
The game was gross. It was just gross.
I want to apologize to the people of
that game was like blood sausage.
I want to apologize to the people of London. This is not how we normally play football.
It was gross. It was disgusting, but it did have nutritional value. It was a win.
I want to ask you though. I was watching a chunk of it, and then I was like, "Is that because do they play on artificial turf over there at all?" I don't think they have fake turf, but it looked like they were on fake turf.
There's no fake pitch.
Oh, sorry. Is that what we call it when we're in England, just because it's a football game? So is it a football match then on the pitch between the Broncos? I love when you hear the guys say the team names. They're like, with the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Cleveland Browns. You're like, even an English accent can't clean up the Browns name. Sorry. And Cleveland even sounds gross. Cleveland.
But hey, it's not Detroit.
Is that the fat president who died in the tub?
That was Taft.
Oh. Oh, really? Anyway, go Broncos. All right, so there you go. You guys got the win in England. Congratulations to you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess.
Yeah, Rams, Jags, London, no Devin Lloyd. We'll see about Puka Nacua. Worse than that is Fred Warner's season is over.
Oh,
bummer.
Yeah. Oh, man, the air
Awful
cast.
injury.
Putting the air cast on is not a joke. That's no good.
Dislocated and broken ankle. He's out for the year, and it could be a year. It could be a long road to recovery for Fred Warner, who's a future Hall of Famer, but hated to see that. Was a lot of positive from locals in the NFL on Sunday. Taysom Hill, first touchdown of the season. One touchdown from a yard out. Saints didn't win, though. Tim Patrick caught a touchdown pass, his first as a Jacksonville Jaguar. He will make the trip to London this week. Jordan Love looked good. 19 of 26, 259 yards. One touchdown in the Packs win over Cincinnati. The Packers now lead the NFC North after the Lions didn't show up last night against the Chiefs.
What a terrible last night game.
It did not live up to the hype.
Did not live up at all.
The best part of the game was the fight at the end. It was the only drama and the only entertaining part of it.
What'd Brian Branch get for that, by the way?
A game suspension that he's going to
appeal. Why? Just because you do it and you might get a. Yeah, I mean that's as easy as it gets. That was a bad NFL look right there. That's the one they hate.
Yeah, even his coach said it was inexcusable.
And that guy eats metal for breakfast. Like, so he knows if you get into it on the field and you get tossed, like there's a little bit of like in the heat of battle kind of a thing. When it's in the post game and people are milling about on the field, it looks worse. And so the league goes, we can't freaking have this stuff. The Titans have fired Brian Callahan, 1-5 start. More importantly, I think 4-19 over the past couple of seasons. But that's a guy who was set up to fail.
100%. Like I have no idea if the guy can coach or not because he was the coach of the worst team in the league.
And I have no idea if Cam Ward is a quarterback because he's playing for the Titans too.
I don't know anything about that franchise. Is there a more irrelevant franchise in the NFL than the Tennessee Titans? What's the future? What do they look forward to?
That's terrible.
Do people care about NFL pro football in Nashville? They care about the Vols.
My Vols, man. All right.
They're all locked in on the Vols.
Nobody even cares about the Vols, I think, right now, too.
Well, I mean, they're doing good.
Yeah, they're playing well.
Top 15.
Sure, why not? Next up on the old NFL Blitz here. So, I don't know if you saw Tua deciding to go after his team.
Somebody needs to.
But it's one thing to go, man, we need to get better. It's another to go, we got guys missing meetings. We got guys who aren't bought in. That sounds and when you're calling out your guys like that in public, you don't end up actually getting the points you think you're going to get. And that's a part that I kind of hate for him.
Yeah, but now we know that there's a discipline issue there. And whose fault is that? The buck stops with the head coach.
Well, Mike McDaniel said it's probably not the good place. That's not a good place for him to say it. We got to say it somewhere else. And I agree with that. Like, Tua's a leader and everything, but like pros don't react like
no. But now we know
like college guys do.
Things are a little loose in Miami. And that makes sense. You're 1-4.
Yeah.
Now we know why you're 1-4.
And you know what?
Now.
To your point, Mike McDaniel, the head coach, he didn't like the form that they picked because then we do all know. And then it's easier for the ownership to go, you're out, bro. Because like that guy is beyond on the hot seat. He is, I mean, it is percolating.
Loose lips sink ships. And that ship
is it too late for me to fire my coordinators again, or
they're shipwrecked, man. That franchise sucks.
It's crazy. Sucks.
The only reason they're not in last place is because they share a division with the New York Jets.
That's right.
And they suck.
I showed you guys the stat of the week, right? Coaches who wear capri pants. Mike McDaniel and
capri pants.
What's his name? The coach for the Jets, and then Aaron Glenn. Yeah. They showed them both in capris. They're like coaches who wear capris. And they're not even capris. Capris makes it sound like they're in a 90s music video and they're Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about.
What do you joggers?
It's the jogger. It's the capri jogger. It's a three-quarter jogger.
The designer joggers, the Yoris.
Like, you guys want to see how skinny my ankles are? Here we go.
I paid $500 for these sweatpants.
Mike McDaniel, I already knew your ankles were skinny, okay? You can tell by your face. All right? But they are currently 1-11. If you've got capri joggers as head coaches. All right.
That's bad.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do come back, guess what we have? Got ourselves a Sucks to Be You segment. People who it sucks to be from over the weekend and beyond. And this portion of the show also brought to you by the good folks at Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering is where it's at. If you've got parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, holiday parties, rivalry week parties, call up right now. New catering clients get 10% off at Kenny J's. Kenny J's Barbecue. That's KennyJ's.com. KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Go check it out. Get some fall savings right now to try out the program that helps you drop up to a pound of fat a day. That's right. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has helped us out. Get $200 off because we want them to help you out as well. They are going to absolutely change the way you approach your eating habits, the way you approach the food relationships that you have right now. Mine were my food relationships over the weekend were very loose, JJ. But I'll tell you what, I can get right back on track.
That's the great thing is you know how to get back on track. You know how to if there was any weight you gained over the weekend, you know how to shed it quickly because this program is going to teach you all these things, these strategies to help you manage your weight. First of all, they're going to help you lose that weight, as he mentioned, up to a pound of fat every day. It's an easy-to-follow weight loss program. It's going to help you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely. No drugs or injections. So they're going to help you do that, reset your metabolism. Then they're also going to help you keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan. And that maintenance plan is exactly what Alex is talking about. You have a bad weekend, so what? On Monday, you're back on track. You know to drop that weight, and it's like it never happened. These strategies work. This is things that will last you a lifetime. These strategies and these habits you're going to build are going to help you manage that weight. You get the weight off, and you keep it off. Salt Lake City Fat Loss, that's the difference. Go to the website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Take advantage of their $200 fall special. Tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get that $200 off at slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off. They're frozen. You put it in a slow cooker. You walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hands, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com. Hans and Scotty.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing? Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides. Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
One simple thing can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection with a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas.
The Holy War is here. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Rivalry week, homecoming, it's going to be a lot of fun, so we're excited about the matchup, and obviously there's a lot of connections between BYU and Utah, and so that'll be another fun part of it, but that's no different than what you see in a household here in the state. There'll be people cheering for their team, and that's what makes the rivalry so much fun. It makes a lot of sense. We're in the Big 12 together. It just makes sense that we should be in the same conference, and we should do this every year.
Between the two teams, there's a lot of similarities statistically, both rushing for roughly the same amount, throwing for roughly the same amount, scoring roughly the
same amount. Defensively, there's a lot of similarities as well, both in the upper third of the conference and most of the key stats, and so should make for a great matchup, and away we go.
Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to the program. Yeah, it sucks to be some of these players across the leagues that we cover in pro, semi-pro, at the collegiate level, whatever you want to call them now. But here inside the studio, everything's amazing, right? Everybody shut your mouths, all right? It's fine here. Everything's fine, kids. All right, JJ, we got lots to jump into with our Sucks to Be You segment. Tons going on. Hey, by the way, to start it off, though, let's give out – it doesn't suck to win stuff. So let's get you winning something right now. DJ and PK every Monday morning give out their Hercules – or not the Hercules – their Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers Play of the Week. And what do? They give out the play that they pick as the one that was the biggest play over the weekend, and then you call in right now, and if you can tell us what that game was or what that play was, you get yourself a $20 Amazon gift card for your troubles. And it's all courtesy of the folks at the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers, America's fastest-growing full-line brand, Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers. So give me what the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers Play of the weekend was. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. That's 801-575-ZONE. Any clues? I didn't get the text.
It's a play that we've already talked about on this show earlier today.
Right, back to you. Thank you very much. That's your little tease from our producer, Alex Napolis. Who does it suck to be right now? I'll tell you who. Brian Callahan and the Tennessee Titans, who are parting ways. Maybe they feel like this is a great step forward for them, but whatever. The Jets, sucks to be you. What are they, 0-7 now? 0-6?
0-6. They are the only winless team in the NFL.
I think Aaron Glenn had to admit, too, that Justin Fields is definitely taking a step backward as a starting quarterback.
He had negative passing yards this weekend.
Not good. James Franklin and Penn State. Sucks to be both of those institutions. I think it sucks to be Penn State more. James Franklin, although his heart's broken, I've never seen a coach probably get fired that their heart's going to get broken more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's got $50 million to get over it.
Oh, you're saying to pat the tears dry?
Yeah. He can dry those tears with his Benjamins.
With his huge money pillow.
$50 million.
Yeah. I think it worked out to...
Trent Bray of Oregon State did not get a $50 million buyout.
Oh, poor guy. Although
he's out, by the way,
he'll probably get a... Wherever James Franklin ends up, Bray's going to get a gig with him. Wasn't he his former offensive coordinator there?
I didn't know that,
At
but
Penn
that's
State? I'm
possible,
pretty sure.
I guess. Why? Hey, James Franklin going to go coach Oregon State?
No. I'm saying... He's going to go someplace. James Franklin's going to get hired, right? He's going to go to a big program.
Yeah, but where?
I don't know. But he'll take Bray with him because they had a success. They had a pretty successful run there.
Well, Bray is not a good head coach.
No.
Things did not go well at Oregon
Great
State.
OC.
And I know they're in a tough spot. That's a tough spot.
Sucks to be Nebraska. Now, they're in the top 25. They're playing really, really good football.
So why does it suck?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because former Penn State alum and their current head coach, Matt Rule.
Oh, boy.
Is already taking questions at the podium, and he's not saying no, which makes an administration just absolutely nuts.
You know he wants Penn State. Does Penn State want him?
That's a good question. I don't know. They're desperate at this point, right? And you'll make dumb decisions, and they will. Like, what are the available coaches right now?
Great coaches don't grow on trees.
Yeah, that's
true.
true.
What, they think they're going to go in and get Nick Saban?
Sucks to be Tiger Woods, his 7th back surgery.
Oh, jeez.
I think we're probably...
At what point do you just...
I think we all send him a get well card and say happy retirement all at the same time. Let's enjoy it, man.
Well, the one great thing about golf is it's one of those things you can play forever. And
There's
senior tour and stuff like that. If he still wanted to stay competitive,
go play at the Masters every year.
Could you see Tiger Woods on the senior tour?
No, but I can see him going in and actually being like, Fred Couples got nothing on me. I'm going to come in and compete every dang year.
Right.
Till I'm 65.
But, I mean, he's at the point where he can.
But everything else.
What can he do?
Right. Everything else. Come on. Just let's stifle it. Sean Dursey out 4 to 6 weeks.
To hear this. I feel like
it was a repeat of last year, right?
We just talked to Bill Armstrong on the show. Hey, looks like you're Coach Turney. Looks like you guys are relatively healthy here going into the season. You guys are really going to take off, and here we are. Boom. First week of the season, Sean Dursey's out again.
But here's why you shouldn't feel as bad. Their defensive lines are – that blue line is way better.
That's true.
Than it was last year at this time. Durs went 4 games and went out last year. Remember?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It feels like a repeat.
Goes 2 games and is out again. And that is tough, but I think that they've bolstered that blue line well enough in the offseason to feel like they're in a better spot.
He's one of the guys on the team that's a leader. He's a glue guy, if you want to use a term. I don't know. Like he's one of those guys that really matters more than his actual skill level in play. Like he brings something to that team that's even more than that. And they're going to miss him while he's out a whole month. We'll see if it impacts. You're right. They have the depth this year, but you still miss some of those intangibles that he brings to the lineup.
All right, we've got to take a break here. We'll come back. Before we do, I want to mention that Doug Smith and the Doug Smith brand of dealers brings you this portion of the program. Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Kia, Subaru, and now Mitsubishi in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden is where you can find the dealerships of Doug Smith. Nobody knows cars like Doug. We'll take a break. Whether you park it or pave it, stripe it, whatever it is, Go Pave Utah has your blacktop covered at gopavutah.com. That's gopavutah.com. Call or visit now, gopavutah.com. We will come back around the corner, get you ready for Rivalry Week, and then get you ready for the Utah Mammoth. Short hour, next hour for us, but we'll get you ready for hockey next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey, Utah, it's the Waterboy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Kent, did you hear that? That's the sound of clean, pure Culligan water.
I did, Colson, but that's not what's going to make a splash today. Today only, October 13th, Culligan Water has an exclusive deal for KSL Sports listeners.
You mean that hard, funky-tasting water that's about to become a thing of the past?
Exactly. Today only, you can get a Culligan whole home system and save an incredible $1,500. A huge discount that gives you whole home filtration, water softener, and reverse osmosis.
$1,500? That means no more crusty faucets, no more spotty dishes, and no more worrying about what's in my drinking water?
Think of it. Healthy, pure, clean drinking water, cleaner laundry, and even softer skin and hair. This is the biggest deal we've ever offered, and it's only available today.
So if you're sick and tired of hard water and want to save some serious cash, what's the play, Kent?
You have to act fast. Call us at Culligan Water right now, 801-509-9602.
That's right, 801-509-9602. Or check us out at CulliganSLC.com. This one-day deal ends tonight.
Ryan from the News Pro standing by to get you the best television watching, but I want to make sure you open your eyes to the fact that you don't have to put up with bad internet or expensive internet or both, which you probably have. Ryan, what can you help them out with?
Yeah, the internet solutions are vast, and there's so many different offers right now and so many different companies, and probably don't know it, but there's probably 2 or 3 or even 4 different options for your house now. Especially northern Utah is just ballooned in a lot of different internet providers and good stuff, fast products. Call us up today. We can lower your internet bill, get you a better service for less money. If you're spending more than $70 a month, this is kind of the rule. Or if your internet's just not working well and it's freezing and glitching and you can't download and watch or stream, that's a problem and you need to call us and we can fix that. Also with TV, guys, this is such an awesome promotion. 2-year offer, 2-year price guarantee. The credits are so good that I can guarantee you're going to save $30 to $50 a month on your cable or DirecTV all day long. So you get that, plus you get 3 months free of Dish's top package. Guys, there's a few $100 all by itself right there, $200-$300. And then you get NFL Red Zone, Paramount Plus, Showtime free for 4 months. Call us up, take advantage of these deals. We'll throw in dinner at JCW's. You get the best price guarantee. We'll have you installed for free, and you're going to have the best DVR out there. Auto record your locals, auto hop commercials. Guys, that is such an awesome feature that Dish has. Call us up. We'll get you set up with that. And if you call today, get dinner at JCW. So call 424-DISH. It's 801-424-DISH.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Kick return for BYU. And a big one to midfield. He beats the kicker down the sideline. Marion, touchdown, 96 yards. Vincent in motion. Keithy, left side, walks it in. Touchdown. High stepped it in. He's caught one for a touchdown. Now he's run one in for the lead for BYU. Snap, hold, kick, on the way. Kick is good!
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. These are the vibes we need on a rivalry week, right? Come on. Chill out, fans. Don't get too wild about it. I did see one of my favorite meme of the day so far. My favorite sports meme of the day so far. So do you remember what Jimbo Fisher's buyout was?
No, what was it?
Gosh, people are so dumb. $76 million was his buyout. So James Franklin has the second largest buyout in the history of college football.
That's crazy.
And listen, Ed Orgeron is like, what door do I go out of? You know, show me what door to go out of and I'll be there. Give me that $19 million buyout.
Give me $19 million in a bowl of gumbo.
And he's like, and then I'm out of here. So the best meme I saw today.
Where'd my shirt go? I can't find my shirt.
I'm going to show JJ in studio just because it's James Franklin meeting Jimbo Fisher on the beach at Zihuatanejo, Mexico, as Jimbo Fisher's sanding the boat there, the old scene out of Shawshank Redemption.
That's
and
right.
The face of Jimbo Fisher as James Franklin shows up on the beach of Zihuatanejo to welcome him to buyout purgatory. So I'd take that purgatory. Absolutely. You know what though? If the game doesn't mean enough to you to care, then you shouldn't be here. It's rivalry week. We've got lots going on. Our show is always brought to you this hour by the good folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement, TrajanWealth.com. And then in the meantime, JJ, I did want to also mention that Keanu Tanavasa, let's go a little bit into this BYU versus Utah thing. Utah chimes in on the AP poll at 23. I told my kid earlier, he goes, on the weekend, he said, what do you think is going to happen in the polls? I said, I bet BYU is going to go up to 15th. And then I bet you're just going to see Utah and Arizona State swap. And it ended up being Utah ended up at 23rd when Arizona State dropped out. Every week there's a Big 12 member who's in the 20s who drops out, and another one who just jumps in at 20-something.
Yeah, they can't just all stay in.
No. So that's what's happened. But I was saying this is huge for the AP voters to go, all right, let's take this one seriously. This game. And when we were talking to Jordan Gross earlier, he goes, look, when I went and played in Carolina in the NFL, we get there and people on the East Coast didn't know how big of a deal this game was.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget, but I think people are coming up now, and I think it helps that they're in the same conference. It helps that they're both competitive, and this league needs teams that are not just good, but teams that don't like each other that are good. And that's what this rivalry brings you. And I think that it's huge that they both won over the weekend. Utah had an impressive 32-point win over Arizona State. And honestly, if Arizona State didn't get their crap together, and that's not just getting Sam Leavitt back, by the way.
No,
Sam Leavitt didn't play defense for him.
No.
This weekend, Utah is legitimately scary if you're BYU. And they're scary on a normal rivalry week. I mean, how many games into a losing streak were they last year when they played BYU? It was a couple already into it.
Yeah.
2 or 3, maybe even 4. I don't know. Because it was an early November game, I think, right? Last year?
It was the same October deal,
Same kind of October. But either
I'll
way,
look that up.
Utah was in a 7-game losing streak. BYU went to 9-0 after that game. And so, so they were in a 4-game losing streak, I think, the Utes were. And regardless, no one cares. And it's the old adage of throw the records out. It's not about throwing the records out. It's about considering all the things that go into
That was
these
Utah's
games.
5th consecutive loss.
Yeah, you see,
that dropped them to 4-5 and 1-5 in Big 12
and
play.
they lose by a point.
It was November 9th.
And it was and they lose by a point
with all the drama that happened in that final minute.
And you could
the
have very
holding
well,
call.
Yeah, it could have very well gone the other way, and we would have been talking about a BYU getting their season ruined last year by a Utah team that was very mid, to say the least. And we've seen that happen on both sides of the rivalry. We've seen quote-unquote mid teams beating the other team. This one, they're both ranked. They're both a combined 11-1, which is where you wanted to be. We wanted to see this. We wanted to see both teams ranked going into this game. We got our wish.
BYU ended the streak against the Utah team that turned their season around after that and went to the Rose Bowl, won the Pac-12 championship. So you're right. Anything can happen in these rivalry games. But this year's different for me, and we've talked about this. We saw the potential for these teams to have great records coming in. Now, it's not perfect, but it's darn close. Utah's one bad Saturday against Texas Tech away from being undefeated. BYU is undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
This is everything you could possibly ask for at this point in the season with these two teams. Now, this year is different. This is more different than anything we've seen in this rivalry's past. All of you listening, you know the history of this rivalry. You know how great it is. You know all the drama. You know the back and forth. You know the characters in this rivalry story. You know how it's all played out.
Mm-hmm.
It's phenomenal. You could do a Netflix docuseries on the Utah BYU rivalry, and people that have never heard of it before would be enthralled and sucked into it because it's just so insane. Everything that has happened, the close games, the wild stuff. Like we're talking to Jordan Gross, one of his best rivalry memories is a cheerleader getting in a fight with a fan on the field. Like
My
these
favorite
things
too.
have happened in this rivalry game. Some dude with suspenders picking a fight with the head coach on the field after fans rushed the field for a second time.
I think you and I were probably 7 feet apart.
We
in
were
that
right
moment.
there. I was standing right there. I was like, what is going on here?
I mean, And I was under those goalposts on the second, on the two misses. That one doinked, right? The last one doinked, didn't it? I mean, you draw this stuff up.
We've all seen the story. We know the stories. The problem is the nation does not know.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. A lot of these Utah BYU games were either on the mountain or versus for over a decade.
The ESPN Plus that was actually the weird ESPN Plus.
These games were not on ABC and ESPN in the 80s and 90s. And in the 2000s, we know the TV situation. And even during Independence / Pac-12, the games were on at like 8:30 at night. And they weren't ranked opponent. They weren't ranked situations where both teams were ranked. This is the first time in the history of this rivalry that Utah and BYU go into a game with these type of combined records, with national rankings as in the same conference that's considered the highest level. Everything in the past was a different deal. What we're going to witness on Saturday is a new world we're about to enter into with this rivalry. And this game's going to be played at 6 p.m. It's going to be broadcast on Fox. This is going to be the highest-rated BYU-Utah game ever. And it's going to be awesome. And it's time now for the entire country to see what this rivalry is and can be. And this is very important for the Big 12. The Big 12 needs BYU versus Utah. It needs an Ohio State-Michigan. It needs an Alabama-Auburn. It lost that when Texas and Oklahoma left. Name the rivalry in the Big 12. These things matter. Rivalries matter. It's part of college football. It gets interest. It's a game that you circle on the calendar. I can't wait to see that. I mean, that Oklahoma-Texas game on Saturday stunk. It wasn't interesting at all, was it?
Was I the only one of our crew who
did anybody enjoy that? You nailed it.
Yeah, except for, did you see, and Slide took a screenshot of all of our picks and sent it to us. Not one of us got any of the other games. Like, we got every one of the national games wrong. We got most of the Big 12 games wrong. We got the Utah State game wrong. It was a dog of a weekend
that
for us.
That shows you how
picks.
Crazy college football is right now.
Yeah.
And the Big 12 is crazy. The Big 12 needs Utah and BYU. They need these teams to be great. And on Saturday, they're getting exactly what they need. It's time for the nation to see this rivalry. We know it here. People here have lived it so much that they've talked themselves into thinking they don't need it anymore. They wanted it to go away. It's too intense. Too intense. This needs to stop. We can't do this game anymore.
And I get it. The anxiety of it sometimes is too much.
People around the country are like, what's wrong with you? Why not?
I know. Could you imagine? Look, you killed our tree. This thing's gone far enough. We're not going to play the game the next 4 years. The Iron Bowl and the big game, or the game, whatever you want to call it, it sets the standard for everything else. There's no version of skipping on this one. Because, by the way, it's a massive blessing to be able to have this game. And to have it be in your backyard and to have it be with teams that matter. So, the fact that it finally came back around to being a normal feeling of two teams that are, frankly, right now, BYU and Utah have the most attention and have the most talent and have the most power that they've ever had as football teams in this country since ever. Am I wrong?
Correct.
Both programs.
Correct.
This is the strongest that they've ever been. And I include Utah's recent Pac-12 championships, and the reason was just by the fact that was a conference that was, without us knowing it, was dying or dead.
Well, that was before the 12-team playoff.
And it was before the 12-team playoff, and on top of it,
those two teams, those Utah teams would have gone to a 12-team playoff.
Yes.
Back-to-back years.
Yes. But I think that with the money now being what it is and the influence that these programs now wield as not just amateur sports, but a version, a smaller professional sport. And when I say smaller, I mean just smaller than the NFL. That's what we've gotten to. There are guys making more money than people who are on the Utah Mammoth roster. There are guys on the Utah team making more money than than some of the guys on the Utah Mammoth roster. And that's crazy, right? But that's what we've gotten to. And that's where the rivalry is. And kudos to both programs. They've responded well. Like, hey, we want to be a part of this. I want to talk a little bit about the X's and O's from last week's games. Let's start first with Utah. What impressed you the most about this Utah team in their 42-10 win over Arizona State this weekend?
Dominance in the trenches.
Like they haven't missed a beat since that game against
No
Texas
Arizona
Tech.
State defender came close to touching Dampier when he dropped back to pass. They had no answer for him in the run game. Utah did whatever they wanted to do on the ground and in the air in that game because the offensive line played like that we were being told before the season that they were one of the best in the country. The offensive line that didn't show up against Texas Tech showed up and made a statement against Arizona State. And that is the key to Utah's success. If that offensive line plays to its capability and beyond, they can play with anyone in the country in the trenches. And that's a massive deal for a Utah team that is now dynamic offensively. They can do some things offensively that they haven't been able to do in recent years. Even those great Rose Bowl teams, I don't know that they were as dynamic athletically as this Utah team is with the playmaking. They did things differently on offense, and they did things well when Cam Rising was right. Don't get me wrong. But those teams didn't average 500 yards per game. They didn't. They didn't have to. They didn't need to. They found their spots, and they ran a pro-style offense, and it worked. This is different, and this Utah team is built different, and they showed what they can do on Saturday. I know Sam Leavitt didn't play. Do you really think Sam Leavitt was going to make up 32 points of a difference? You really think that their quarterback was that bad?
I get that the team can be affected adversely, too, by the whole team being down because you're going, and the defense, that's a big sigh of feeling just like absolutely downtrodden when your quarterback goes out and you don't feel like you have a shot. And when it starts playing out that way, and then there's a give-up factor, which is wild because the Kenny Dillingham teams that we've talked about haven't had that kind of give-up vibe. And I don't think they really gave up. I just think that they got absolutely dominated the entire game.
They got beaten down in the trenches. Again, that was my point. Is it was all about the trenches, and that's how Utah has to win football games. And the only reason they have an unblemished record this year is because they met a team that was better than them in the trenches. Just a fact. Texas Tech is awesome in the trenches, and Utah met their match. Do they get a rematch in December? We'll find out. But I'm looking at the standings right now, and I think there's 4 teams right now that stand out. Utah and BYU are among those 4 teams.
The 2 overtime win for BYU and Arizona, what stood out for you from the numbers or from anything that kind of just popped out on the screen there for you?
Resiliency. Look, if you're a BYU fan, you're feeling a little sick about the game because you were down 10 in the fourth quarter, and BYU might have got away with one there. Here's the truth, though. BYU was down 10 in the fourth quarter. They didn't panic with a true freshman quarterback running the offense. They were patient. They didn't stray from the game plan, and they made it happen. There are some games, every team, every good team, has that week or 2 weeks where they just struggle for whatever reason. It was a weird night. We talked about it last week. Weird things happen in Tucson. What are the odds of a massive rainstorm blowing through one of the driest places in the country? It happened. There was a 90-minute rain delay? An hour, 90 minutes, whatever it was. Obviously, that's going to be a bit of a distraction. It's going to throw you off your game. You're not in a comfortable place. For whatever reason, BYU was a bit out of sync in that game. Bear Bachmeier was not at his best for the first 3 quarters. But when it mattered, that team came together and they found a way. They dug deep and found a way. And there's a point in every season where a team has to find out if they can dig deep. And they've already figured out that they can do that. I was impressed that they did that. Am I concerned going into this game for BYU about the struggles they had in Arizona? Is it going to be easier against Utah? Of course not.
No.
And Utah can expose a lot of weaknesses, especially in the trenches. Is BYU ready for the battle in the trenches? I don't know. I'm going to be curious to see that. That is the one matchup I'm really looking forward to seeing this week is BYU versus Utah in the trenches. Who's better?
One of the guys who's in the trenches for BYU, who was in the trenches last year for Utah, we've got some sound from Keanu Tanavasa, who had himself another incident on the field 2 weeks ago against West Virginia. He had a personal foul penalty that extended their drive. It was on a 3rd and long. It would have been a 4th and long. Instead, they get a free first down. Not something you love to see out of your captains, and Kalani said as much of that after the game. This week, it was a really bad targeting penalty. Not really bad like it was a bad call, like it was definitely not needed. It was too much. It was out of control. And I would love to say out of character, but Keanu's had a couple of bad freshman moments that you'd expect out of somebody who's not real used to these big games. And I was kind of shocked that he committed him, right? Like that he did it, and that he did it 2 weeks in a row and hurt his team with it. Here's what Keanu had to say about those penalties and what he learned from getting ejected out of last Saturday's game.
They're bumps in the road, and they're learning experiences to go and be even better this week. It's just staying disciplined to my technique, my fundamentals, and just staying consistent. I think that happens to everybody. Unfortunately, it was a little undisciplined on my behalf, but I recognize that I can bounce back and learn from those lessons.
A little undisciplined. It was a lot. It was a couple weeks in a row. And now, at this point, you've got yourself that's become the consistency is you've become inconsistent about being, that solid guy people can rely on. And it's a shock to me. It's a guy who played in this game, who played in this rivalry game on the other side of the field. I'm wondering if those games emotionally get to him against West Virginia and against Arizona.
What emotions is he going to be experiencing on Saturday?
The good news is at least it's a home game for him. But and you know what, from a player's perspective, like the people who hate Keanu Tanavasa are fans. You know what I mean? The teammates, maybe there are a couple here and there that carry the grumpiness, but I'm telling you, I think for the most part, those guys, they understand the game, they understand the business, they understand.
There's plenty.
Going
like John
to play.
Henry Daly was a Cougar.
Yes, it happens both ways.
Logan
right?
Fano was
right.
It goes both ways,
right. And it's an every year thing now because of the transfer portal. And when you have two power conference teams right next door to each other, you're going to have super talented guys that flip-flop around. You're going to have it. It's what happens every year. So for me, that type of leadership needs to show up even bigger. If Jack Kelly is even questionable on the first injury report, you'll kind of go, oof, which I bet that's where they're going to list him. And then I think maybe by Friday or Saturday, you'll see the probable. And I think it's going to be fine. But this is a game.
How does he miss the game?
This is a game that you can't miss.
I don't know how effective he's going to be, but he's not going to miss the game.
Cannot. All right, we'll get you ready for Utah Hockey Club coming up around the corner. We're of course going to be back tomorrow with a ton of coverage on a Utah BYU rivalry week. We've got so many things to be able to dive into. We've got more guests lined up throughout the week. We've got tons to get to as well. Whether you park it, I don't even know if that's the right one here. Nope. No, I don't have to. I don't think I have to do anything else. No. Join Beehive Meals at the rivalry game pre-bash at UCCU. Beehive Meals this Saturday 4 to 6. We'll be there. That's Beehive Meals at the UCCU branch in Provo. For JJ, our producer Alex, I'm Alex. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here by UCC.